been trying to video for 6 years, and he hasn't done it, so there's no reason to think he would.
Is it possible for you to speak to where like your estimates are about your stomach, or is it not too unclear for you?
Still too early to tell. I have this round of treatment that I'm doing until late February. And I'm pretty sure that I need to do the same test I did initially to retest all my levels and then go from there. So I've been feeling a little bit better. Like it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. And I was explaining to somebody like the last 4 years I'd be so cautious that every time I walk into a new group, I have to actively investigate the garbage cans I have to do. So I'm like one step above that right now. I feel really better. So it's definitely getting a little bit better, but it's not great.
Can we talk about diet for just a sec? Because both of you, George and Gordon, like suffer from stomach issues of some kind, and have arrived from a different places. Can you maybe George speak to the general question of what's the best diet? What have you done for you? Well, I think everybody is different. To me, personally, intermittent fasting, time restricted eating, and permanent fasting, just as long as you don't. The longest I know is 5 days. I do it quite often. I do it 4 times a year. I do 3 to 5 days.
How are you?
My wife. And I like it. It helps me with inflammation. I think it boosts the immune system. And this I like the way about this. And it helps me also feel good. Kind of very therapeutic. Physical and mental. Mentally physical, because when I drink my things and I sit at the table with other people, it doesn't matter what I eat. If we all eat the same thing, I always tell them, I said, my food right now tastes better than all of yours. And I have this thing that I believe sometimes you need to put yourself into suffering to realize how pleasurable something is. And I tend personally, like diet wise, I eat whatever I know, whenever. I no longer have any problem with this. But if I would have a competition coming up, knowing that I know now about my body, I would orient myself more towards an animal-based diet. That's because I tried different things, and that's the kind of diet that I believe helped me having less inflammation and feel better in terms of performance for doing something physical. So I protein like that. But this is different between animal-based diet and food. I mean, there's carbs, there's a lot of fruit, get a lot of the carbs, a lot of organs. I know a little bit about paleontology and the past of prehistoric humans, and I know that. And not only about that, I know because I traveled to certain places in the world. I went to visit the Maasai in Africa, hunter-gatherer tribe, and I know that when they kill an animal, they go for the organs first. And I know most predatory animals, they do the same thing. So organs, I believe, is something that normally in our culture, in the western part of the world, we don't really eat. But it's something that is very nutritious. Have you been able to convince good?
What do you talk about diets?
It's a different situation. I think for is a heavyweight. There's a lot of lose weight. The heavyweight, the range, like my range was welterweight, weight, but heavyweight. Like some of the guys that you compete against, there might be 300 pounds. So So, and there is things that will work for me that might not work for Gordon, So we have to make his own experience. And I told Gordon sometimes when everybody goes left, try to go right, see how he feels it. So, not a topic that's part of your optimal performance formula.
Well, what I used to do for my stomach issues, and for those of you listening who don't know, I had recurrent staph infections in 2018, and I took a bunch of oral antibiotics, and I just completely wiped out my stomach. So I just was diagnosed. I was misdiagnosed as gastroparesis. So for those of you messaging me on Instagram who are just watching Rogan, asking about my gastroparesis, that's not what I have. They misdiagnosed it, and I did some other tests. For 4 years, I didn't even know what it was. And then I got this, went to this doctor in California who diagnosed me with H. pylori, and a fungal, and a bacterial overgrowth in my small intestines. So the issues in the small intestines. So what I used to do was like seasons where I'd have a very clean season where I was competing, and I would have a lower body weight, and then it would be like an off season, kind of like a bodybuilder, where I would eat a lot more food and a little bit dirtier food, and I would have cheeseburgers and pizza at nighttime to have the extra calories. But now I can't eat those foods because they upset my stomach. So now I pretty much just try to eat whatever I can and maintain the weight the best I can, based on how my stomach feels. So right now it's like rice, chicken, eggs, fish, vegetables, fruits, and pretty much nothing else. Anything hard to digest, anything spicy, red meat, fast food, all that's hard to make.
Which sucks because it's
All the best things. Yeah, barbecue.
And I mean, this diet is really important for you, John. Like, is that something you think about for athletes at all?
No. I've to be honest with you, I've never seen any measurable improvement in sports performance due to by change of diet. I do believe that diet is important for longevity in human beings, and I do think it makes a difference, especially once you get past the age of 40, with regards to longevity. For older athletes, I do believe it makes some difference, but my observation is in athletes in their youth and working up into their prime, I've seen athletes have the worst diets. God bless Travis Stevens, that guy won an Olympic silver medal basically on McDonald's and candy. George St. Pierre, for 80% of your career, you were powered by McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
The two Gene Alfredo was my meal of choice before a championship fight.
Gordon, for him, his youth was just Five Guys hamburgers. Gary Tillman, same thing. I've worked with Japanese judo players who smoked a pack of cigarettes a day and won Olympic gold medals. I've worked with Russian wrestlers who just ate whatever was put in front of them, and their athletic performance was outstanding. I've worked with other guys who did have what would be considered a very clean diet, and their performance was no better than that. So I've never seen someone say, okay, I changed my diet, and because of that, there was a measurable improvement.
Another way to phrase it, though, is I have noticed with a lot of elite athletes, what they eat, they begin to believe that either is not a hindrance or it's actually good. Charles Stevens is an example of somebody who eats shitty because he believes it's like a power. Because wherever he's traveling across the world, he can't rely on healthy, good food to be there. So he will eat shitty so that like my body knows how to perform or whatever, Skittles or whatever, everywhere's got me down. So it makes, and they've convinced themselves, and you talk about Russian athletes, a lot of them have very strong beliefs about this, a particular food being good for them.
But there's no agreement among them.
Exactly. There's no agreement.
Yeah.
So belief is more important.
Yeah.
So if I can, after a night out and a hangover, I think the best thing, and I'm saying this in all sincerity, I think the best thing to eat to me was like a cheeseburger. We call that pizza. It is very fat. It's greasy. So the next day, when you wake up, I think you feel better because it absorbed it.
You can train. My mom told me the same story once, and then I tried. It was like I was coming over for go eat something greasy. I did. And I was like, "What's my better?"
I do not know the science, the exact science yet, but I always notice, and I don't know if it's placebo. I always notice that if I party hard and I'm drinking a lot, if I don't eat before I go into bed, if I don't eat shitty food, the next day when I wake up, I'm feeling worse than if I eat shitty food after bed. I know it sounds crazy. I don't know why. But it works for me.
Yeah, but it's also hard to decide on extreme performance. So especially what happens in the this might not apply to general like recreational athlete, but the elite. I've just seen champions in every kind of combat sport, and I've never seen the correlation between dietary habit, performance, and people under the age of 30. I do believe that diet is important for longevity health, and for that alone, it may well be worth investing time. But with regards to sports performance, at least in jiu-jitsu, I've never seen anything different.
Well, we had a little bit of a difference of opinion on this, I think. What about strength training? Or at least we had a discussion about this. What do you believe is the value of training outside of the sport? So fitness, lifting heavy, lifting explosive, all kinds of me personally, for me, I believe, and from John, I used to be train like a bodybuilder before because I thought in my early days of competition that was the most efficient way to do things because it was I was watching Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger. We thought back in the day that was the thing that's how you should do it, to get ready for a fight. But I realized later on uh, that it's all about efficiency. Some guys they don't lift at all. They do it pretty well. So I do cross training mostly for longevity. But it's mostly for like a therapy. It's more therapeutic than for performance. It's to keep my body healthy, to do certain movements that are different from what I do today with the gym and combat sport. Keep me healthy and athletic.
So all the extreme movement stuff that you've done outside the sport, that was with
Therapeutic, mostly therapeutic. I think it could transcend to performance, but it's mostly therapeutic. I do not believe that squatting 5 plates or bench pressing 3 plates will make me better. I do not. I believe actually it could hurt me more. It could damage me more than benefit.
so when somebody who on Instagram posts a lot of pictures of you being shredded huge, what's the value of strength?
So I do like a combination. John got us big into like gymnastics type movements, like toes to bar, muscle ups, and things like that when we were young. Like toes to bar because that's like the exact motion you have to do with retaining carbs, knees to chest. So I do a lot of that stuff in combination with I do a lot of upstate George. I do a lot of bodybuilding workouts where I do like a basic split, like a chest and triceps, back and biceps thing. And my idea is that weightlifting should always be a supplement to jiu-jitsu. So you should be missing a jiu-jitsu session to lift weights. So I do probably train jiu-jitsu every day, and I lift 3 to 4 times a week. Like lifting 7 days a week is too much. The lift takes a lot of energy. I feel like hard lifts like that. But my idea is, if you want to get good at jiu-jitsu, do jiu-jitsu. If you want to be bigger, stronger, lift weights, and eat food. And I generally don't go super heavy when I lift. You start putting crazy weights in, start tearing muscles and stuff. So I usually do moderate weights with a very high rep range of 4 sets of 20 with drops at the end to just keep muscles, break the fibers, and grow.
Okay, so 4, 6, 20 is interesting. So that's more for endurance and raw strength.
Yeah. Also, I think close to the competition, I'll pick the intensity up. And while there's no real way to get significant gain via VO2 max, I think that lifting and just getting used to mentally redlining gets me kind of in competition shape. Because a lot of times in jiu-jitsu, the guys I'm training with, they're not on a technical level where they can physically exhaust me to the point where noticed that like when I'm wrestling, so I'm not as efficient in wrestling, so I get a lot more tired. And lifting, you do like 4 sets of 20 leg press to squat, and you go back and forth. Like you're like about to die at the end. And I feel like it's in the mental habit of redlining before competition.
But does muscle help you? Just like the actual mass of muscle. Is this
I think stronger will always help.
will always help?
To some degree, it's not going to be to a degree where it overrides efficiency, but I think that it can't help being strong or can't hurt being strong.
There's a bunch of people who believe, depending on the sport, that strength can quickly become have detrimental effects to efficiency.
Yeah,
So like
I agree with that.
certain kind. I mean, if strength is pure, it's like very cleanly, purely applied to the exact movements of the sport. So in judo, the sports moves you need is very difficult to replicate in any kind of way except for doing judo.
Yeah, I mean, for us, the way I have to understand, there's only so much technique that can overcome a certain amount of strength. Like if they all try to fight Silverback Gorilla, it's going to kill us. But with that being said, I do think that, like, for example, heavyweights are usually really technical because they rely on their size and strength to beat small people. But I think that if you stay with this discipline of doing everything very precise, I train a lot smaller people most of the time, so I get out of the habit of using my strength. I think if you're very precise in the way that you train, I think the extra size and strength can help you.
Quick question: how would you fight a silverback gorilla? I mean, is there which animal do you think you can actually defeat that would be impressive? That most people would say you can't.
You know, I don't have an answer to this.
I thought you were
But
going to say
I want to say that me and John had like a 4-hour discussion on this one time. I'm like, what would win, bear or gorilla? And he wrote like this whole dissertation about how like jaguars spin underneath like barrel-motor silverbacks and kill them and like rip their artery and their legs out. It was amazing.
okay, so before we talk about strength, let me ask you, what do you think people would be surprised by if 2 animals face? One of them would win, and people would predict that. So they'd be surprised by the effectiveness of a certain animal at fighting, whether it's in the forest, in the jungle. So let's slow down here. So there's 2 animals of different species fighting. And most people would pick, so for example, the lion gets a lot of credit for series. I'm not exactly sure why the king of the jungle. Well, a lot of people told me that the lion, for example, the tiger can be a lion. Yeah, this is one of those age-old debates. In grappling, in fighting, it feels like some animals use teeth and some use other parts of their body also. Like a bear, I don't even know how they it's extraordinarily powerful and long claws, and in addition, they have powerful bites as well. So I wonder, in the same with the silverback, I don't know how much I love that we're having this discussion. We need to avoid this discussion. Yeah, I think so. So, your question is going in about 5 different. So we started with strength, and let's go back there, which is, do you think for an athlete in jiu-jitsu, let's stick to grappling. Do you think strength is helpful or detrimental? I always believe that 2 things will create whatever effectiveness you have in grappling. Those are your skill set and your attributes. And the best athletes are those who excel at both. Don't kid yourself. If someone gets twice as strong by some kind of magic potion, they're going to be a more effective grappler. If someone gets twice the level of endurance that they had previously, they will be a more effective grappler. These physical attributes have a very important outcome for a very important factor for the outcome of matches. It's always a good thing to be stronger. It's always a good thing to have better endurance. It's always a good thing to have better balance or whatever other attribute you throw out there. Gordon's point was, okay, everyone agrees on that, but there's a problem. In order to build these things, you have to carve into other elements of your training regimen. And then it becomes which becomes more important, increases in strength or increases in skill. There comes a point where investing in strength training starts to get diminishing returns. I can't tell the difference between someone who bench presses 300 pounds on the mat versus someone who bench presses 400 pounds. But that's a big difference. That's a 100-pound difference. And for an athlete to go from bench pressing 300 pounds to 400 pounds, that would require a great deal of training effort and focus. But if I can't tell the difference when I grapple, then why can't I? Okay, once you get to a certain strength level, it doesn't really help that much to go from a 400-pound bench press to a 450-pound bench press. But that's the stage that you're really getting a diminishing returns on the training investment. Now, skills, on the other hand, they experience far, far less in terms of diminishing returns. Every new skill you develop can translate very, very well into big increases in performance. Look at the example of Gary Turner that we talked about earlier. Investments in guillotine made a significant improvement in his effectiveness of matches and led directly to some of his most important victories. But if he had invested the same amount of training time with developing a bench press that was 25 pounds lighter than previously, they would have had no outcome. No points in those matches. So the question is becomes, yeah, everyone acknowledges that these physical attributes are important. Everyone understands that becoming stronger or fitter is a desirable thing, and every athlete should work. The interesting question becomes, okay, at what point do you start to say, I'm not going to be helped by further increases in strength training or endurance training? And my point with my efforts is in the overwhelming majority of cases, if there's any kind of doubt, invest more heavily in skill training than attribute training, especially once you get to a certain level on the attributes.
But the interesting thing that I think you should account for with strength training is there's Instagram, there's the world. It seems to be more fun to build muscle mass. It's like an addiction that people have.
There's also economic elements too, right? Most people, I hate to say this, but it's true, most people are more concerned with image than function. And it's hard to sell a fighter or a jiu-jitsu athlete who doesn't look that well. Yeah, it's a tough sell. Now, you can do it in fighting and jiu-jitsu because ultimately it's about these energy displays at the end of the match. And you could even use it as a selling point. You could be the guy that doesn't look like a true winner, but he is good. That is his selling point. And if you give most people a choice between looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger winning matches versus looking like Fedor winning matches, most people will say, I just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so most athletes feel almost like an economic compulsion to be in good shape and in order to advance their marketability.
Yeah, Nike's not a sponsor, Fedor or Tank Athlete.
Yeah, no, Fedor.
Yeah, we need to very talk. There's something about aesthetic, the image of strength. But it's also a personal thing. You look at yourself in the mirror. Do you like what you see? Do you find yourself attractive? What can you do to make you look better? And to me, it was one of the reasons I work out. Yeah. Well, I'm sure Fedor looks in the mirror and says, I look damn good. They do. Sometimes it is. There are some people, it's harder for them. All right, so the question on training. You guys, John and Gordon, train often 3 times a day, every day. George, you have a different, a different approach to training. So what is, well, I don't mean that in the fact of the opposite. It's just not every single day. So, and obviously you are legitimately at the very top in terms of performance and accomplishment in the field. So what have you learned about what it takes to train to become not just the elite, but the best? A lot of people, when you say train, they see training hard. But you need to be very constant and very disciplined. You need to train, but you don't need to train hard. That's what John taught me. for me, the nervous system sometimes, if I load it up too much, it comes to a point that it's too much. There's no more information that I can absorb. So, and I do believe that it's something that you can train to your capacity of being able to learn, of absorbing. So, and I did a lot of training, but when I was getting ready for a fight, especially during sparring phase, I like to do it too. Because when I fight, it's 5 round fight. I like to spend 2 hours in the gym because I need to know how hard I can be going for 25 not for 2 hours, 25. And at my last fight, John and I, we were thinking, how could we make me more of a better finisher, more opportunities. John, I remember when we were training with Jordan, Jake Showcase, Gary Hunt, I had a round of grappling a little different than if I would be training for Abu Dhabi, for ABI or like some like in grappling the round of longer. But in a mixed martial art fight, it's very rare that you're gonna spend more than 4 minutes or 4 minutes and a half on the ground. It's very unlikely. I mean, it can happen. So, you remember we did the run 3 minutes. We did all the run I was doing were 3 minutes. So it gives a different rhythm to the training. It forced me to be more opportunist, be more of a finisher. Because I had only 3 minutes to do what I need to do. So if I see something I need to go for the kill right away, I cannot be too overpatient. You know what I mean?
How are you,
It serves me well in my last fight, and I think that's a good blueprint to follow
Good.
when you're a mixed martial art fighter. If I would,
Oh,
the result was great, and I think maybe I should have done that before. It was a great idea that we did not to do. Be very careful into your fight. Yes. Try to get out and then try to focus on finishing. Get out. I mean, to build up your foundation, you need to eat a lot of volume. But when you get ready for a competition, you need to be something that replicate what face. What are we talking about? What do you think? Like, is there rest days, 5 days a week, twice a day, once a day? Is there any one formula like that? I do not believe in overtraining. I believe in under rest. I believe you can be under rest. People always link that immediately to the volume of how much volume they train, which it could be something else. How are you feeling emotionally? Are you having problems, personal problems? You have a hard time sleeping because someone died, or I don't know, like, you hold money, you're broke, or what? Like, it could be anything. There's something that can affect you psychologically or emotionally that made it in a way that you cannot sleep well because your stress, your cortisol level is high. You know what I mean? All these factors need to be taken into consideration. It's not only about the volume of training. People always think the volume of the training is the only thing that can affect recuperation, which is not. Yeah, you have to minimize the amount of stress from all kinds of factors. It's a very stressful job to be a professional combat athlete, whether you're a rapper, boxer, kickboxer, fighter. They need to be taken into account. Is it more or less stressful than marriage? Next question. So, I don't know how to ask this question, given what George just said, but training 3 times a day, finishing. What have you learned about what brings out the best of you as the rapper?
So over the recent years, it's actually changed about a little bit. When I was coming up through from white to black belt, I felt that the volume was the most important. So it would be anywhere from like 3 to 7 sessions a day, going from school to school, from New York to New Jersey. volume is very important to build the skills, um, where I just didn't know how to move my body the way I should. So I think that building the skills is super important. I think that early on, volume training work. Now that I already have the skills built, I think that acquiring more knowledge is the most important. So I find that if I do so many sessions a day, if I do 3 sessions a day, I feel sometimes by the 3rd session, I'm just like so mentally, like there's so much information that's in my head. The first 2 sessions, but I feel like I'm not even there mentally on the 3rd session. So I feel like doing less volume now and having more mental clarity per session is more important because I already have the foundational skills acquired.
So a lot of your training is almost like just thinking, like learning.
A lot of it, yeah. So I'll do like, I mean, our schedule's been messed up since the pandemic because Hendrix got shut down and they were using a French gym in Puerto Rico, and now we're using a French gym in Austin. But once we have our own school, we'll have a set up schedule where pretty much just be there all day long. Right now, I do like a lifting session in the morning, then I'll come in and help teach at Enzo. So I'm there mentally, I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm playing around with ideas in my head. And then I'm there physically and very sharp mentally for the competition class during the 1 p.m. session. And then after that, I'll go home, I'll rest and get ready for the next night.
What have you learned seeing all these different athletes? There the universal rule that applies, or is it athletes specific?
First, one thing for this week is that George and Gordon play very different sports with very different athletic demands. Gordon can be in matches that range from anywhere from 6 minutes to literally hours long. As a result, the overall pacing and intensity of matches is massively different. Most obviously, there is no striking with sport. Striking by its very nature is a much more explosive physical action than grappling is. Grappling is primarily an isometric kind of sport based on isometric tension and endurance. Georgia's sport does feature a significant amount of isometric tension, but the majority of it is based around explosion. So the physical demands of the 2 sports are radically different. In addition, the time of application is radically different. George raised a very interesting point. His matches seem long, 25 minutes for a championship match. But always understand that the mixed martial arts fight at championship level, if it goes the distance, is really 5-minute matches. Each round is a match in itself, and that's exactly how you're scored. You're scored by who wins the most matches over 5 matches. As a result, the application of the techniques, especially the grappling techniques, has to be done at a certain pace. As George pointed out, realistically, the maximum application time you're going to get in each situation is somewhere between 15 seconds and 3 minutes. Even for a specialized grappling like being in the lab, there's still a significant part of each round spent in setup time to actually get the match to the ground. It's very likely at some point your opponent will stand up out of grappling and you have to reinitiate the entire process again. So that even for specialized grapplers, you might be spending only 3 minutes on a 5-minute round on the ground. And as a result, you've got to get your work done in a very short time frame. Gordon Ryan, once it goes to the ground, and if it can go to the ground because he chooses to stick to the ground, he may spend the entire match in ground positions. As a result, the matches have completely different pacing and completely different physical demands, and the preparation that the 2 athletes go through will reflect that. If George St. Pierre in training for mixed martial arts becomes fatigued to a point where he's no longer physically effective and able to defend himself, the consequences for that in any measurement can be very deep indeed. Okay, if you make a mistake in mixed martial arts because you're fatigued and tired, and you take a full power right hand kick to the head, that's some deep consequences. The grappler doesn't have to face it. You can be completely exhausted in grappling, just sit in the bottom of the room, just practice just survival skills. You just don't get submitted from bottom room. And that can still be an effective training session. Complete and utter physical breakdown and fatigue can end an athlete's career in mixed martial arts, the consequences of training through fatigue and MMA are potentially very deep and very disturbing. The consequences of training through complete physical exertion and grappling aren't really that severe. Okay, you just tap whenever there's a problem, just tap. And so they're very, very different sports in the way you prepare for them. And a grappling athlete like what Ryan can take many more liberties with physical exhaustion and the amount of hours a day you spend in training than you could with a mixed martial arts athlete.
Can actually be a benefit, exhaustion as a framework of learning. So, like, from the place of exhaustion, is there any benefit? Like, you said being at the bottom of the mountain, sort of understanding jiu-jitsu or grappling is a lot deeper because you're physically exhausted.
Because the only thing you have left in your favor is your technique, and then you'll sleep for 12 In addition, you don't get to explore realms inside your mind that you don't spend a lot of time in, and you'll learn a lot about yourself and your ability to appear, which will have potentially great benefits in similar situations and actions.
Yeah, there's, for me, for a recreational person, getting exhaustion allows you the great benefit to experience what it feels like to really be dominated, and then even greater because enjoy the rest of it. And there's something there, there's some animalistic thing that's very unpleasant. And then afterwards, it takes you to a place of like humility, and it forces you to rethink life in positive ways. There's something about dominance. If you get dominated a few times, you could rationalize it somehow. Say, okay, well, I screwed this up. But when you're exhausted and you have to do like 30 minutes or 40 minutes or an hour of just being dominated over and over and over, being submitted, I don't know, it's a very good process for other avenues of life, I find. I can't explain why. I'm driving home crying afterwards listening to Bruce Springsteen, but afterwards, somehow you can think clearly, you can see clear about what is the right path for life in all walks of life, like relationships, work, but also the grappling. Actually, the grappling is the hardest one to see. It clarifies other avenues, the humility. It removes the bullshit. It's like we see the world through some kind of fog, and it just removes it. And now you can see things clearly. I don't know what that is. I think it's important, like you mentioned, to push yourself by something to see how far you can go. Because sometimes you can go further than what you think, and it can boost your confidence. You can push yourself to a certain limit, and maybe you thought your limit was before that point. You pushed through it, but like John just mentioned, it's a risky thing to do, and it's striking because if you're exhausted, you're gonna get brain damage. Grappling, it's, you tap something that you can do it also with strength conditioning. I like to run track. I do it all the time, track and field. It helps me to know myself. Right? I think it's important. So it's a good point. And it's like the scrimmage wrestling we do. It's like if you stop moving, that you're gonna get scored on, and in your mind, like there's no mechanical reason why I should give up the sport here. But you're so exhausted that you're like, oh man, this is terrible. If I stop moving, I'm twisted. If I don't stop moving, I'm really twice exhausted, and we actually do stand up. So it's an interesting game you have to play. It's your pride very often to keep you sharp. Because you just want to lay down and beat it because you're completely exhausted. What do you think is the connection, John, between this ego pride thing, martial arts, and actual violence with our ancestors? Do you think you ever plug into that? Do you think there's echoes of something going on there? Or like you mentioned, you have flaws and demons. Is it deep in there somewhere? Do you think we're struggling with those demons?
Yeah, you'll need to catch up with this, but it's going to sit with a continuation.
Wow, that was not only have been dominated to this, I've been dominated into your
It's so
area, and it connects us to the evolutionary ancestors.
I think there's a deep recognition in all of us that, and this is the evidence for this is so easy to see in daily life. If you're walking down the street and suddenly you hear a commotion and two people are fighting, you will see literally everyone on that street stop whatever they're doing and watch the fight. Humans are fascinated by violence, and you've got to ask yourself why. And of course, it's a recognition that for a significant part of our evolutionary history, violence was one of the most important elements in human existence. As much as we curse it, as much as we talk badly of it, um, the juxtaposition between humans' social nature and their need for each other to get along and to express love amongst the various members of a given community. There are disputes between humans that can't be resolved, and ultimately, throughout history, violence has been the number one method of conflict resolution, for better or for worse. And there's a recognition in all of us that this is where we come from, and there's a reason why combat sports have this thing where people will watch them and they might even be repulsed by them, but they find it difficult to take their eyes from it. And I do believe that most combat athletes carry that sense of their, even if it's on a subconscious level, this kind of belief that this is who we are. George used the word tribe, and I believe that's a big part of it. I believe that most humans have this sense of self-worth and pride which they're willing to fight for. And if it gets crossed by someone else, they're willing to stand. Some people will stand more early, and some people will get pushed further back. But everyone's got that line beyond which they won't be pushed. And there's some kind of deep recognition in all of us that we have that somewhere within us, no matter how hard we try to bury it or what have you. And that's why I believe there will always be this eternal interest in combat sports. Now, I don't believe that most people today have any kind of respect for unrestricted violence or non-consensual violence. I think most good people are repulsed by that now. I'm sure that as humanity improves out into the future, that will become more and more widespread. But that's not to say we can't exercise these old evolutionary demons inside of us. And sometimes there are just disputes between different people, different cultures, different nations, where ultimately it's going to come to into a shoving match, and then degenerate further into violence. There's always going to be a need for humans to be able to express themselves through violent methods and to use physical force to get to their goals and objectives. Our need as humans is always to find a balance between the two forces of conflict and cooperation. We need cooperation because humans isolate from each other, more or less helpless and useless. In order to advance human communities need to build and grow. And so that sense of cooperation occurs in most of our daily lives. But there are also the irresolvable conflicts that physical force has to be used to form a resolution. And so most human beings find themselves swinging like a pendulum between conflict and cooperation. And that is something which really gives birth, I think, to combat sports. Because, sorry.
Yeah, I really have to ask you about this. There's a guy from Harvard named Richard Branham, and there's a lot of people that believe this. He wrote this book that basically there's a lot of people studying what happened, how do we get from apes to humans, like what was the magic there, right? A lot of people attribute it to fire and they cook meat. There's a lot of different theories. So he actually his theory, how he described this, is basically that the beta male, that the apes that are able to cooperate. So the way you develop cooperation is with this big bad leader that like the alpha males that you can only knock off their throne if you cooperate. And so the tribes that just start cooperation by practicing the overthrowing leader. And so, and anytime an alpha male would rise up, we would develop our skill further and further for cooperation. And so we're all just beta males. That's his kind of theory that cooperation is fundamental, and it's so distinct to the rest of the neighboring animal kingdom. So I wonder what you think about this tension of balance of cooperation. How important is this cooperation to him? Or
Yeah.
if you look at it,
Hold on. Hello.
in a different training ground. Jiu-jitsu and mixed martial arts is solo sports, is solo athlete steps into the collision steps after the but all of your preparation is done in a cooperative training environment with many peers. And as much as it's an individual sport, all of your preparation is done as part of a group. Um, there's a sense in which that's an interesting metaphor for humanity. It's like when we do in life, we do alone, but we call up and it's getting community and like that. With regards to the whole alpha male, beta male thing, humans are, it's true, this fellow is correct. Most primates do have very strongly defined alpha males who rule the roost and determine the entire direction of the community that they build around themselves. Um, Humans, on the other hand, don't have an alpha male in that strict biological sense of someone who's responsible for the next generation, dominates all the female population, etc. Physically. But we do, on the other hand, have our own version of alpha males as far as we have political and sociological leaders who have a disproportionate impact on the direction of the community. Um, so
the cooperation allows us to have a greater scale of the hierarchy of the alpha nature.
you there's a fascinating thing.
In nature, we're very weak with the species, so we need to cooperate in order to evolve. But I think they less that they have stuck up the future.
If you look at humanity in nature, really the two things that seem to, more than anything else, determine whether or not a given human community be successful in a predatory world are numbers and technology. Because the more your numbers increase, the higher the technological weapons and support systems you have around you, the more successful you'll be in a predatory world. So it's not clear that just killing off that area that alpha male is the single biggest thing. The rise of technology and the growth of community after the imposition of language, these are other things that would have been very, very important factors in humanity's rise. Georgia made an interesting point. If you look at humans, just the raw material humans and a predatory animal kingdom, which is the absolute bottom of the food chain. We don't have a single effective weapon other than better than average endurance. That's about it. But you put us in a community, you can talk to each other, language, give us the time to come up with technological advances such as metals. And suddenly a human could go from no combat effectiveness in the animal kingdom to a human armed with a simple metal tipped spear to kill 10 million in the animal
I find it in the deep water pool because I cannot swim. I don't have to touch it. You know, I was get into the pool. You know why? Because someone told me, because of living in a community, someone told me that.
Even if I try it, but you have to convince them to again. You have to somehow convince them to join you, which is very very proud, very difficult. Um, from a technical perspective, John looked at martial arts, fighting in general, and grappling. What's the difference between fighting and grappling? It's something I'd love to ask all of you. Maybe John, you can start when you talk about fighting, you mean unrestricted and MMA type fighting.
Yeah, I'm used to MMA type fighting. So there's street fighting, there's MMA fighting, and then there's grappling, certainly the sport of grappling.
You said it was just the MMA.
Yes.
Okay.
Without it being much of a question.
John, the single when you talk about grappling, you talk about jiu-jitsu rules.
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe also mention different rule sets that some fundamentally change the sport.
In the sport of mixed martial arts, um, you've got two ways to inflict damage on the human body. You've got kinetic energy, which is done through striking, kicking, knees, elbows, fists, and you've got isometric tension used along the lines of lever and fulcrum, which can be used for strangulation and joint breaking. In grappling, you lose one of those. You're no longer allowed to hit your opponent with kinetic energy. You can do it accidentally, so it's well, but you're not allowed to just knock something over this way. Most grappling sports, it can happen, but it's relatively rare. And it's not encouraged by the rules yet. So, yeah, so there's a sense in which in mixed martial arts you've got twice as many problems to deal with, and they occur in a much shorter time frame. The single biggest difference between grappling technique as a weapon in human combat versus striking technique is time. Grappling technique takes a huge amount of time to apply. Okay, the great advantage of grappling technique is certainty of outcome. Once you get there, it takes a huge amount of time to set up a takedown, physically take them down, work your way towards a dominant position, culminating in your opponent's back, and then applying straight ahead. That's a long chain of events, as opposed to a strong punch or kick, which can take quarter of a second in application from start to finish, and the match is over. And so there's a sense in which grappling it's fighting for the patient and the calculated, whereas striking is much more focused in this short time frame where everything gets done and blink of an eye. There's a sense also in which grappling is a much more forgiving sport. You can make a terrible mistake, end up in a terrible position, and still fight it out and win. In mixed martial arts, it's much, much less forgiving. If you get hit and stunned, your chances of recovery are minimal. You're going to get swarmed on, and unless it's right at the end of the round, it's very, very hard to recover from getting hit and swarmed on. So there's a sense in which the biggest difference between them is time for application of technique. In mixed martial arts, it's incredibly unforgiving in terms of even the smallest error can have the deepest consequences. In grappling, you can make massive errors and still come back and win. Grappling will typically be won in a much higher percentage case by the more skilled and conditioned grappler. Whereas there is much more of what they call punches in mixed martial arts, where there's a much higher likelihood of a lesser athlete defeating a greater athlete in MMA than there is in grappling, simply because of time of application of techniques. Even the smallest period of inattention in MMA, and the match is over. One round, you fall asleep for 30 seconds, have his opponent mounted on and wake up and finish him 5 minutes later. It's not going to happen anytime.
Okay, so the stakes are much higher. You have a lot of damage in this one time. It's just the dynamics of the dynamics.
Everything you see will be an indication of that. When you go further into things like rule sets, in the sport of grappling, the golden line comes out and sits down in the middle of the net. His opponent must fall to the ground and engage. In mixed martial arts, you come to the center of the cage and sit down. The other guy just walk away from it. They're completely oriented in different directions. Grappling is ground centered, MMA is typically standing centered. Begin at every round, you have to start standing again. If I disengage from the ground grappling situation, stand up and walk away from my opponent must follow me up to the feet. In grappling, it's the exact opposite. If I sit to the ground, my opponent must follow me to the ground. It's written into the rules there. So one is inherently ground oriented and one is inherently standing.
So it's more difficult to dictate what happens.
Yes, you have to go through codes with the fighters, whereas in grappling you just choose.
So, what is your sense of the difference between how you approach the two sports? You also are a student in wrestling, grappling. So, in preparing for fights, what parts of grappling you feel on the sport that you have to be like?
I'm very lucky. I have the opportunity. I train with, I consider the best mentor trainer I
How
ever
are
had.
you?
The best rappers that I can train with. They were there to help me
Hello.
make a girl. So
How are you? Hello. How was your day? Tamales, how are you? What's going on?
my training is, of course, because I do not dedicate as much time in one specific area. It's hard to be, a world class athlete in that. If in only one particular area, I always, for me, like the idea to be more well-rounded, to be very competent in every of those areas, striking, grappling, takedown, all those areas, and being just very good at one and not as good as others. Because I like the idea that it gives me more options. When I fight someone, I can mold myself to become the perfect nemesis to that person better if I can really if I do not have those well-rounded skills, and you have less tools to work with, less technology. What about you, Gordon? What do you think is very distinct about grappling?
I think most of it is covered, but I think that one of the big things is the fact that we're looking at MMA. We have a pretty general and predefined and unified rule set. Where if you look at UFC versus Bellator, they have slight differences in rules maybe, but it's pretty much the same thing. Whereas in grappling, you have EBI rules and you have ADCC rules, you have IBJJF rules, you have no time limit rules, and each rule set will play to the skills of different athletes. If you do ADCC rules, it generally is slightly biased towards wrestlers. So it's like it's stalled to the uppercut, and then they take down the uppercut and not doing jiu-jitsu, but just for a takedown, they're going to win. Whereas if you have like an EBI, for example, you have to finish the guy in regulation, or you start in a jiu-jitsu position with your back taken, or in the normal. So I think that you have certain rule sets that play in the favor of certain athletes. And certain athletes can win in one rule set, but then they just have no chance of winning in the other. Like when I fought Yuri the first time in EBI, I beat him in EBI. The chances of me beating him on that night under ADCC rule set were probably pretty low. When I fought Leandro Low under ADCC rule set, he beat me that day, but the chances of him beating me on the same day in the EBI rule set were like next to zero. So I think it's interesting that in MMA you have one unified rule set, which has small differences, but they're all generally the same. And in Jiu-Jitsu you have
Unfortunately, as you know, I'm going to ask you again about ABCC. You have lost very, very good times in your career. One, I mean, this is the same is true for George, and the only person who has ever submitted to you is Philip Penny, Black. He is ADCC World Champion, multiple time IBJJF World Champion. You may face him in ADCC or elsewhere in the future. Will you beat him?
Yes, absolutely. But I fought him initially when I first got my black belt. Then I fought him a year later, 2016 and 2017. And despite what people remember about the match, whenever people talk about it, it's like, oh yeah, the guy who's trying to record it. But no one remembers that the first match was like a 45-minute war. And then the second match was a full 20 minutes of ADCC. And if I didn't get my back taken on the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, it would have went to overtime. Unless they changed the outcome of the match. I think that if you look at Felipe's performances, especially Nogi, specifically Nogi, since then, it looks like he's almost got close. Whereas since that match, 2017, the only match I lost after that was against Vinny on Lish by points. And I'm on like a 55 match win streak over the course of 4 years, winning all the major tournaments, Nogi. And Felipe, since that match, I think is like 5-2 Nogi. He's lost his last 2 matches. One was convincingly where he's dominated by Andre, and one was by submission. So I don't think that he's progressed nearly as fast. If anything, he looks like he's worse than he was when he beat me in 2017 based on his previous performances. That being said, I know he's going to come in training very hard for this one. He's going to be prepared, but I just don't think that in terms of technical ability, he's anywhere near my level. And he was much bigger than me both times we fought. The first time, he was much bigger than me. The second time, he was probably less above me. So now there's not going to be an advantage in technicality, and it's also not going to be a physicality advantage. So I think it's just going to repeat everywhere.
This is a good example of a scientific response to a comment, to a question. Yeah, so he's not. That's a match you're not deeply concerned with. In terms of the 7 opponents, because you have and you will be facing a lot of reading.
Yeah, that's actually, in my opinion, one of the easier matches because of the fact that we're relatively the same size. If I show up at 230 pounds, like a lot of the guys are 260, 270 plus, so that extra weight does make a difference. I think out of that entire bracket, Felipe is probably going to be the easiest matches because of the fact that I can easily take it down, and if I take it down, I can pass his guard. Whereas I feel like the other guys, because they're so much bigger, they're very cagey, it may take me a while to actually take them to the ground and get on top of them. I think that they may be longer drawn out matches because of the fact that they're so much bigger and stally, it's hard to take them down. But Felipe's relatively my size, and his wrestling is atrocious. So I've already taken him down in the last ABCC match. So I'm pretty sure I can just easily put him down past him and finish him.
Well, I'm not sure what response I was expecting, but that was pretty beautiful. We talked about the Tab Alves fight that George had, and John Barnett in class yesterday, I believe. But the point is, we were talking about wrestling, and I think that's a fascinating fight. That was an incredible display of strategy, of skill, of heart. George, can you maybe talk about that fight, John, maybe too? What lessons you gained from that fight?
Don't agree with your back of mind.
Well, or maybe it also tell what happened
Oh yeah. So I was fighting Seattle Wrestling for the third round. I tear my abdominal muscle. And I heard when I was on the bottom and he pushed my knee down, tried to pass my guard, and I heard the pop. I didn't know why he kept going for an elbow. He always back and switched to elbow and he hit the leg by pushing on the leg. And went in with a pre-existing injury in the too. Yes. And then it kept worse. And I heard that pop. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it really hurt so well. There's a famous video that goes on the internet And I told my coach, I don't know what it is. I think I put on. I got felt myself. Greg Jackson, he's like, I don't care. Hit him with your growing. I was very worried because I wasn't trained. I didn't know what I had. So I didn't know the gravity of it. It plays on your mind. So, but I had to bite down my mouthpiece and finish the fight. You know, I was ahead on the scorecard. And I need to finish strong.
So what was the strategy there in terms of strikes, in terms of wrestling? So it was exceptionally difficult opponent to take down.
Yeah, well, at first I knew I had a good jab, to stay always from the outside, fighting from the outside and use footwork because he was like a tech. He was much bigger and much stronger than me. I never wanted to stay in front of him. It was all the way out or all the way in. When I was coming all the way in, it was with my proactive or reactive takedown, where I myself initiated the takedown by using a distraction like a jab, like his hand goes up, and I do with a single or double leg, or to react by baiting him for him to come hit me. Then while he's coming to hit me, it will change the direction. That's the way I like to take my opponent. Some guys, for example, like Rabbi, for example, he's very good at bringing his opponent to the fence and use chain wrestling. I find that for me, for myself, I specialize more into explosive takedown from the center of the octagon because I found it more economical.
What did you see your opponent take down about the wrestling? That was quite interesting. I mean, also, can you generally tell me the fact that George St. Pierre don't, I don't think he wrestled.
I started wrestling when I was 19 years old, and I wrestled some very good Russian guys. They took me on their winning, but my ability to cover distance come from karate. It does not come from wrestling. Wrestling is how I finish once I get the leg, how I finish the takedown.
So the timing and the movement is required. I think an important distinction to make here is one which George made throughout his career, and I believe George is the greatest innovator in MMA history with regards to this. And this is the creation of what George calls shoot boxing, which is the amalgamation of striking technique, in George's case, mostly karate, because that was his martial arts background, into grappling, in particular takedowns. When most people say so-and-so has better wrestling in mixed martial arts, you have to be very careful what they mean by this. There are many highly credentialed wrestlers in the early days of mixed martial arts who went in and truly struggled to get a takedown. These are very, very good wrestlers who, in a wrestling match, would easily have done their opponent. But in a striking situation where the ranges are completely different and the setups are entirely different, the stances are different, even the overall conditions are different. You're no longer wearing shoes. People underestimate just what an impact it is for a wrestler to take the shoes off. You lose like 20% of your forward drive and then you take off the shoes. All of these make massive differences in whether or not you're going to be able to even make contact with your opponent or a takedown. As George pointed out, the true value of wrestling in MMA is finishing the takedown once you've established contact. But that's only about 20% of the action of a mixed martial arts takedown. 80% of it is in understanding range, rhythm, setup, opportunity, etc., etc. And that's not part of wrestling at all. Even the overall conditions are completely different. The sport of wrestling is done at very close range. You're very bent over stomachs, and you're expected to wrestle with the international styles for 3 minutes at a time. Now suddenly you're completely upright, and you're not wearing shoes. All the conditions, the rhythm and speed is different. The counters are completely different. It's just an entirely different animal. And so George was an early recognizer of this and started to put the emphasis on direct training for shootboxing in addition to wrestling. So he practiced with very good wrestlers in the Rothschild Wrestling Club, just the sport of wrestling. And that's what made him very good at finishing takedowns. But it was in his shootboxing training, which he himself largely developed. Remember, George started at a time when MMA was pretty damn young. And when you entered the sport of mixed martial arts, George, it wasn't even allowed on TV. Like, it was completely banned. It was in his country. It was physically banned. They had to fight on Indian reservations. This is way back in the Wild West days and everything. And so, as a young developing athlete, he had to more or less do this by himself. If you ever want to have some incredible stories, think about teenage George St. Pierre, who had a coach who used to make him put on boxing gloves. He was 16, 17 years old, and just put him on a hardwood floor against a professional boxer who was in his late 20s at the peak of his career. And he said, George, you're not allowed to punch. You just got to take him down while he tries to knock you out. And it was great.
He was like you're gonna adapt or you that could have been very bad, but it turned out to be great.
But there's a sense in which people think, what determines your takedown ability in MMA is your wrestling skill. And that your wrestling skill will determine your finishing ability in takedown. But there's so much more to it than that. Whenever people say, what are the broad elements that determine the outcome of a mixed martial arts fight? On the broadest possible level, I always give the same two things. The athlete who can dominate the pace of the match, the athlete who can dominate the direction of the match, and the athlete who can dominate the setups will win the vast majority of fights they're in. Those three things, the direction, the pace, and the setup. If you dominate all three of those, you're going to win 90% of the matches you're in. George could always dominate the direction of the fight because he could stop the other guy taking the down, and he could impose his own takedowns and he could close the match. So whether it gets to ground or whether it stays standing, is always happening. George had the most sophisticated array of setups and takedowns that personally ever witnessed. The whole distinction between reactive and proactive takedowns came very early in George's career, and he excelled in both. Most people tend to favor one or the other. Most athletes have a very hard time imposing their setups on the opponent. As a result, they have to use the cage as a crutch for their setups, where they just bully someone towards the cage and then put them down in the cage. George is one of the very few people who was equally good against the cage or in the open. He could do so in both proactive and reactive situations. And the scary thing is that as good as all of you saw him look in the octagon, anyone who knows George as a coach will tell you he was twice as good as that in the gym, where he would often go against people several weight divisions above himself. I could sit here all day, I over names, but I always laugh when he was saying, this is the greatest pound-for-pound guy of all time. I've personally seen George take that guy down and crush him in the gym, and I can't say anything because it's rude to talk about that in public. It's just training. But I've seen George go with people all the way up to light heavyweight, some of the greatest names in history of the sport, put them down, take down his position on the ground and dominate them in training. It's what he did during that time. George, I gotta say, I deeply admire many of the things I saw you do, not just in the octagon, but in training as well. It's, the impact that you had, the degree to which takedowns were used in sport was absolutely inspirational. That's one of the reasons why I always say you're the only athlete I ever met who taught me more than I taught you, because you opened my eyes to a whole new world of shootboxing and how I grew up in a time when I was laughing before when you talked about Sugar Ray Leonard. I was a kid watching that match, and I grew up in a time where there was boxing, and there was kickboxing, and then I came to American grappling, and this young man here was the innovator But then I have to ask, because George sits here comfortably being complimented. If George St. Pierre and Khabib Nurmagomedov face each other in their prime, who wins? That's a very, very loaded question.
How?
Yeah, but what are the different trajectories you see? Oh, okay, how does each one win in your view? If one wins, you either one yes. But interestingly, they actually very similar in some, despite the fact that George fought a welterweight and Khabib fought at lightweight, but you actually see them stand next to each other with a similar height. Khabib's actually a little more thick set. Yeah, he's actually heavily walking around. George walked around most of his career between 188 and 191 pounds. And so Khabib actually would, ironically, have kind of size and strength advantage, despite being in the lighter weight division. That's been a general trend as MMA has grown, is that athletes would come further down the weight to make weight divisions. Uh, I believe that George has the best takedowns in history in the open, in the cage. Um, Khabib his great strength was using feints to facilitate takedowns. Um, Khabib's other great strength was not only his ability to take people down, but to keep people down for extended periods of time. Both of them were powerful strikers on the ground and could do terrible damage to opponents on the floor. So they're both very similar in that regard. Um, Khabib was mostly a puncher from the back. George is mostly an elbow from the front. But both of them could lay waste to opponents with strikes on the floor. Both of them were highly competent with submissions on the ground. They were submission specialists in the sense of trying to hold the line, but they were certainly no slouches with submission holds. Um, yeah, it's just a fascinating idea.
It's almost like who gets the first takedown.
Yeah, I do believe that they could probably stand up on each other. I don't think either one of them will hold the other one for a whole round. Um, both of them are notoriously difficult people to put down. So I don't think that whoever won the first takedown has the match. I don't think so. I do believe that George has played a decisive advantage in striking and distance management. Um, the few times that Khabib did look shaky is when Khabib was either advancing forward menacingly, but when he had to fight moving backwards, there was a definite asymmetry between his ability to fight going forwards, which was very good, and his ability to fight going backwards, which was noticeably weaker. George would often fight both forwards and backwards. If you ever elbows fight, most of the standing time, really was done backwards. Um, that's probably the single biggest difference between the two athletes in skill level would be in the standing position. On the ground, Khabib slight edge and takedowns on the fence, George slight edge and takedowns in the center. Ability to inflict damage on the floor, roughly equal. Ability to fight off the back, roughly equal. Ability to stand up from bottom, roughly equal. Very, very hard match. In terms of the biggest difference in skill level is going to be the standing position. And so it comes down to that doesn't necessarily mean that Khabib would lose in the standing position. He might just push it to the fence and just use match tactics where he kept the fight on the fence for significant periods of time. And you can win rounds in that fashion. So it's a match that could go either way. Both of them are absolutely the best. I've always believed the three greatest mixed martial arts that I've seen in my life were George St. Pierre, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and John Jones. The three of them have some interesting similarities and differences. All three beat every single person they ever faced. I know John Jones officially has lost by DQ, but no one believes that was a loss. George does have two losses, but he defeated both athletes decisively in rematches. Khabib did it by having no losses. Interestingly, all three athletes had at least one match, which is controversial in terms of who won and who lost. John Jones has had several matches with pretty well gone either way on the judges' scorecard. Khabib's match against Grayson Tebow could have gone either way. George's match with Hendricks could have gone either way. They all had matches that they won, which people would dispute the outcome. So that was a similarity between the three of them. All three of them have had the ability to dominate the direction of fights. When they want it to go down, it goes down. When they don't want it to go down, it doesn't. That's why it's such a heavy emphasis on the idea that the mixed martial arts champion must be able to determine the direction of the fight. It's the single most important attribute that they all must have. As to which of the three is the best, it's going to come down to criteria. You can't pick them. Which answer you give as to which of those three is the greatest of all time will come down to the criteria that you use. Okay, is it being undefeated? Is it the amount of time? Is it the quality of opponents that they had? If you do it by quality of opponents, I think you'd probably give it to George. If you do it by measured dominance, that you're not being defeated, then it has to go to Khabib. Arguably, you could say the same with John Jones, because his one loss is by DQ. But then you could also say the last 3 or 4 fights that Jones had have been the same measure of dominance as we saw previously. So ultimately, you've got those 3 guys in one opinion, and which one you choose to come down to. It says more about who you are as a viewer than it does about the respective level of the athletes. You could show them the 3 of them with perspective and which one you select will probably say more about who you are as a viewer than it does about doing things.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. How's your day going? Okay.
That's right. He's not because the generation that is present, they were still have they have knowledge, technology that we didn't have. And we have the knowledge that the other generations did not have before. But I believe the best, the GOAT, is very important. As good as they are today, I think it's a sport where you can measure performance. Track and field, you know someone is better than the other one because you can measure performance. Fighting is so subjective. We always debate that who would win, but the tendency in sport is that the performance gets better. I don't think it's because the athletes necessarily get better. It's because they have access to better technology, knowledge, and they learn from their predecessor. As long as that knowledge is transferred.
So something tells me that the greatest of all time lived a few thousand years ago, and it's forgotten. Some of the greatest warriors. You can imagine the kind of grapplers who just the history didn't report them. They could have been small tribes where they developed mini UFCs, and they've developed the kind of things. You have to think of like the Macy's. It's the small families that have developed so much so quickly.
I often has this discussion with John, and I think it's very important. Like you mentioned, I asked you very several times, like, what would happen if we would take a fighter of modern days facing the champion of pancreation? This is an interesting point. And you brought some incredible good point. People don't realize it.
I think one of the great tragedies of martial arts history is that loss of the historical records of penetration. Like most of what we know is, from what I'm told, is actually lost in the files of the Library of Alexandria, and we're left with only a pitiful information, which is we do know is that there was a very large participation in the sport. It was widely considered the most popular sport in the ancient Olympics, and that it was represented in the ancient Olympics for many hundreds of years, plus a long period of time before its introduction into the ancient Olympics. And so the development time that it may have had would have been very significant. It, as far as we know, most of the development would have been in the major Greek city-states for hundreds of years of that. Given its prestige as an Olympic sport, then the best athletes would have been doing it. Some of the sharpest minds that we know of in human history were involved in the sport. Plato, the great philosopher, was a pancratian in his youth. In fact, his name, Plato, is a nickname. Platos is a plate. It means broad, big guy, the big guy. And he spoke often about pancreation in his written works. Imagine people with the intelligence of Plato thinking about grappling technique for hundreds of years in the most popular Olympic sport at that time. Significant numbers of people with financial backing, as city-states put great prestige upon Olympic success. They would have funneled athletes and brought in the best coaches, and they had that for many hundreds of years. Like, it's quite conceivable that the best pancreation athletes were of the absolute first quality. And it's so sad to think we'll never know what was these go like that.
It's interesting to think about what kind of techniques they developed, whether there's stuff we haven't discovered yet. In class, we're talking about the most effective takedown strategy in wrestling. So maybe let me ask first, to really outline type of this too. What is the highest percentage submission?
Overall, you have to go with the one that gets strongest from the back. If you look at most tournaments, most rule sets, it has success across all rule sets, all weight divisions, all body types. It doesn't require any kind of specific physical advantage such as height in order to be effective. It works equally well in both fighting and grappling. It will work regardless of how physical and mentally tough your opponent is. Here it is a very high percentage technique in modern day competition. But if your opponent simply makes up his mind that he's going to attack and is willing to take the physical damage, it will result in the end of the match. Strength of one player, contrast will always equal match regardless of your opponent's mental toughness. So I believe it's fair to say that at the end of the day, this is almost high percentage method of submitting people and grappling is a really good strategy.
So when you look at an athlete, maybe doing these because like what's the best if you go with the guillotine, what's the best submission to really invest in? Is it to really make a choke? To really invest in developing, to understand the entirety of the system that leads into that.
I think that really has to be obviously if I had like one submission that only one submission I could pick for the rest of my life, and definitely
Can you explain maybe some of the actual technical details of why that's the case?
well, as John spoke about, they're different joint locks, whereas you don't have to tap. You can just let your leg break and keep going with your strangle. There's no there's none of that. And then it's just an inherent advantage you have being behind someone. Whereas if you go for an arm bar, you start from the top mount and you're facing the guy, then you pull down and you're not directly behind them with leg locks, you're facing the guy. Whereas when you're on someone's back, you have them in a pin with your chest to back, with your body triangle in. You're pinning the guy in place, he can't explode out, he can't grease his way out most of the time. And there's an inherent advantage you have being behind them, just the fact that we're poorly set up to deal with threats behind us.
So we just say that's the most dominant position to get to, like more than mount, more than side control.
I think if you look at most matches historically, most guys who get stuck in positions for long amounts of time are guys that they're back to. You get an explosive guy from bottom mount, you can bridge, you can off balance you with left half guard, maybe and work back to guard, but something like the body triangle on your back, that's where you see most guys getting pinned in place for long amounts of time.
Was the body triangle like a well understood thing? Was that an invention for them? Like as a system, as a control?
Like some of your listeners can correct me on this, but I believe there was a technique banned in judo called doji, which involved crossing feet or locking a triangle around the abdominals from the back. And it was banned in judo, I believe, because with intestinal injuries which occurred in the early developmental days of judo. And in the modern era, when I first began jiu-jitsu, body triangles were relatively rare. They were not a standard practice. And sometime around the late 1990s, early 2000s, people started to realize that this is a stronger method of control. It, it greatly increases the amount of control you have if your opponent slips into torso like a regular horse. It's not for all athletes. It's difficult for most people who are shorter, thicker stature to employ on big people. If your opponent's very well to go through the stomach, it's almost impossible to apply. And so, because it can't be applied by all people, it tends not to be taught much at beginner level. So, as a result, it was always seen as a kind of a specialist move for taller athletes at a higher level of competition rather than a broad-based move for everyone, or every body type in every class to employ. So it just didn't get emphasized that much. But in top level competition now, I think you would see that it's very apparent that the vast majority of athletes, whenever they have the opportunity for a choice between body triangle and regular rear mounts, the majority of modern athletes would choose a body triangle.
So we also had this conversation about wrestling. Maybe George, you can comment on what's the highest percentage, not statistically speaking. Perhaps that's also interesting what John talked about, but just for you, in terms of mastery of the takedown, what's the best way to take it down if you're big in wrestling? Well, personally, for me, it depends. Every fighter are different. They have a different set of skills. For me, when I look someone you want to bring down a tree, a big, strong, high tree, you cut it from the base. So the legs is like the best way to stand on. So it was to attack the leg. But is it single leg, double leg? Is it we talked about like well, there's also the John Smith low single, which actually I don't even know if that's applicable for jiu-jitsu at all.
You can use it, but it runs the public submission. It's not possible to use, but without shoes and the situation using the play for submission holds and scoring, it's a little more difficult to use.
It is interesting. Something being a high percentage in terms of effectiveness tells a story. You're saying that every athlete is different, but if it's more effective for most people, and it's interesting. It's interesting what John talked about is that the highest percentage thing is actually collegiate wrestling that he was talking about is on the defensive side. So blocking a takedown and spinning onto to the back. So that's an interesting idea. And also there's all of these kind of going in for a single and switching to a double or wizard position or doing knee tap. But there's all these kinds of combinations that seem to be effectively look at the statistics. It seems like there's maybe it's a scientific way of thinking, but it seems like there's some conclusion to be drawn there. I believe you need to, with the high percentage move, there's a reason why it works. I think it's made for a bigger amount of people. For example, one of my main strengths, athletic strength, is I'm an explosive person. So I use techniques that are explosive. I get a single leg, one of my things I like to do is to go for the double, power double. But for someone else, that, for example, in a single leg position, maybe he likes like body training better. He's more a regular guy, or he's a judo guy, so I go for something else. So, but there is moves that are, I would say, that you just mentioned, are universal. Like statistically speaking, the highest percentage that goes for pretty much everybody pretty much can do a attack at gym. It's very easy. Like it's not everybody that can knock a triangle with their legs. So those moves like doing like a choke, like a gym is the highest percentage move because it's maybe more accessible. It's accessible for a bigger range. Yeah, based on the physical characteristics of the people. Do you draw any wisdom from these high percentages, John, or in terms of what?
Yeah, absolutely. Jiu-jitsu doesn't coach you the rules. You can get lost on that ocean. You can drift for a long period of time and end up with rhythm and structure. So my whole thing is focus. We only training lifetime is even shorter than your actual lifetime. So in that time, I put that's insane. Um, I put a very high value on choosing what I believe to be the most high percentage numbers and putting an extraordinary amount of focus on it. The only problem is that in one generation of move, which can be considered low percentage, might actually turn out to be high percentage in another generation. For example, we talked earlier about labels. I was supposed to actually because they were considered the ultimate low percentage move. And a big part of my career has been convincing people that in fact that was incorrect, that they can be a high percentage move if we just change our approach to them. So we can't just follow tradition and say, oh, this is low percentage, this is high percentage. It has to be part of a fairly systematic study where you investigate what are the reasons why it's high percentage or low percentage. With regards to takedowns, if you look at what we can consider the most high percentage takedowns, if you're in front of someone, the single most high percentage way of taking them down is to get a hold of both of their legs and push them down. If you get a hold of one of their legs, they get a force on it. They can use their other legs to pin themselves and hop around, dunk their way out of takedowns, and cause all kinds of hurts. I don't care how athletic your opponent is, if you get a hold of third grip of both of his legs and start pushing him backwards, he's going to fall down to the front. And he might not recover from there, but he will fall down. Even easier than that is to be behind someone. Takedowns from in front of someone, difficult. You go right into their hips, their head, their hands, it goes all the way to face the leg. So if you're already behind someone and you're doing what in America they refer to as an mat return, this is significantly easier than taking someone down from the front. If you have control of their head in the front headlock position, you've already closed distance on your opponent. Close contact, you don't have to worry about shooting anymore. There's no score that you don't have to worry about guillotines, kiwanis, or any standard defenses. Those will intrinsically be easier takedowns out of front headlock. And so if you're going to talk about high percentage technique, I always go back to the mechanics of it rather than just historical tradition, because historical tradition can be wrong. It's wrong about leg locks. It's wrong about other things too. So my primary thing is actually talk to me about mechanics. That's what always going to determine whether something is high percentage or not. Being pointed out earlier, when you're behind someone, you have innate physical advantages over the other guy. The human body is set up entirely to defend threats from the front. We are poorly adapted to defend threats from the rear. We don't have eyes in the back of our head. We can't apply pushing strength backwards. If you get behind someone, takedowns are 10 times easier from behind someone than when you're in front of someone. If you have to take someone down from the front, get a hold of both of their legs. If you can get a hold of both of your legs and apply a pushing force, you will almost always knock them down. If you can get a hold of their head and work takedowns from there, again, it's much easier because most of the defensive apparatus has been taken away from them before the takedown even begins. And so, for me, the most high percentage takedowns will always be from the front, double legs. From any takedown from the back is going to be significantly easier than any takedown from the front. So all manner of mat return takedowns are going to be a very high percentage. And takedowns done out of situations where the opponent is broken down in front of you and you have either front headlock or front chest wrap position are going to be significantly easier than takedowns from the other.
Of course, you have to consider the full spectrum of mechanics involved here. It's possible that on the outside, no single league has ever really much higher percentage. So there's a lot of chain wrestling that needs to be considered as a possibility. You just straight on don't, and part of it's cultural too. Are people afraid of this kind of thing? That they can be the case with leg locks. Are people aware of this? Are they worried about this? Are they training for this to defend this? And then there's opponent specific, of course, that with Jordan Burroughs, people were preparing for the title, which is why he had to develop a whole other kinds of different stuff. And then the head to all the different controls, all the different times, the new rule set. And that's where it's so fascinating to see the effect of rule set on all this. Judo, over the past, I think, 20 years, went through this every Olympics, different changes to the rule set and fundamentally different in terms of what's allowed to grip, whether you're allowed to touch the legs at all,
That was a big one in 2012, I think. And that changed the sport completely. It's so interesting. It's so interesting to watch how a tiny change in number can change the sport at the highest, when you're talking about people competing at the highest level. And the cool thing there is the rule change happens on a scale of every 4 years. So you get to see people that are at the top of their game have to like recompute. It's not like you have a new generation of people coming up and they have to feel, oh shit, you're not allowed to. Like it's the equivalent of saying you're not allowed to kick anymore. Because you're not allowed to grab legs anymore. Interestingly, if you look at the case of judo, if you look at the world rankings of athletes, when they went through one of the most significant rule changes in judo history, where they banned any form of grabbing legs, the ranking of athletes didn't change much.
Yeah, that tells you that there's a reason why those guys are at the top. And it doesn't have to do with their specific service set.
Think about that in terms of, imagine, for example, in mixed martial arts, if they just said, hey, starting next week, instead of having 3 5-minute rounds, it's going to be 15 minutes straight. That would massively change the preparation of the athlete. It's a different game at that point. Judo is literally a different game. Before 2010, after 2010. And yet, the international rankings didn't really change that much. The countries that were dominant before remain dominant. The athletes that remain before largely remain the same. You would think with such a massive change, all the rankings would have been thrown upside down, but they weren't. And again, it goes back to this idea that there's a reason why the guys at the top are at the top.
Now, something completely different. We're talking about say George Bruno probably sorry, and we'll likely probably talk about this on this podcast, and then John has a skeptical look on his face about roboting. So let me ask John and Gordon, do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out there in the universe outside of our own?
The universe is unimaginably large. The idea that we are the only life forms and a cosmos as large as this is, I think, naive and foolish. There's a very high likelihood that if life could evolve on this planet, that it could have done so on many, many other planets around the cosmos. I think anyone who puts even a moment's thought into this would realize that there's almost certainly other forms of life out there. The real question with regards to the alien community is, have they got here and have they sorting out planet? Surface senses and maybe motivations and periodically stealing people for experimentation purposes.
Doesn't have to be
That's a whole
so sources. It can be different other color sources.
and that question I'm never recently Navy footage has come out showing some very interesting phenomena. If you talk to almost any experienced pilot, they would tell you they've seen things in the upper atmosphere that are very difficult to explain. I'll be the first one to agree with you on this. There are some things out there that are extremely difficult to explain.
Literally UFOs unidentified.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't know what they are. But to go from the idea that there's things out there that we don't understand to there's like little creatures running around and somehow exist. Like, this was a judgment. Like I say, I'm agnostic about these things. I think it's possible, but all the evidence that I've been shown so far is insufficient to come to any definite conclusions. Until aliens land in Central Park on Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. and get out with their alien ray guns and start shooting people, I don't believe in many of the stories that get told.
Well, what about if it's not aliens with a ray gun, but something very different, very, very difficult to detect for us humans?
And the security will get which at that point it's a fascinating idea, and it's certainly possible. But show me the evidence.
All right. And like, do you look at the cosmos upon the stars?
I think it's fair points John raised. Something really interesting I saw the other day was someone posted like if an alien orbit of our civilization, 65 million light years away, somehow managed to look at Earth, they would theoretically see the dinosaurs, which is 65 million light years away. So, like, imagine us looking at galaxies that are 100 million light years away. That's 100 million years ago. You have no idea what it looked like then. So that's what's super interesting to me about it.
Yeah, the expanse is huge. There's so much cool stuff to be going out there.
Yeah.
And the scary thing, of course, is they haven't visited us yet. There has to be a good reason for it. The sort of scary reasons involve the fact that they maybe once you get sufficiently advanced in their development, they destroy yourself naturally. As humans seem to be able to do that. We more and more have the tools to destroy ourselves completely in terms of our weapon systems. And we're developing them more and more. And they're becoming better and better. And we're starting to get angrier and angrier on Twitter and Instagram with each other.
It's a good consideration.
It's the rest of us that we think that really finish one day. And
It's also just the sheer difficulty of travel through space. Like space is unimaginably inhospitable. And to the best of our knowledge, it's even with theoretical speeds that we can obtain in space, even if we could travel at the speed of light, we're not even remotely close there. Still, the distances that need to be traveled to get to even relatively close solar systems are very, very long. If you look at astronauts who spend significant amounts of time in space just orbiting the Earth, it has severe health effects on them. It's not built for space. We're supposed to be in a gravitational environment.
But you're referring to your biological feedback as containing the essence of the mind that is John Dr. Maybe you can contrast with the mind. Like, the bag, the meat bag is not designed for space, but maybe they go
Again, this is all
around its mind.
it's possible.
What do you think of you folks who like difficult things? What do you think about Elon Musk going to Mars? Is this something you find interesting or a aimless pursuit?
I think it's a must or a salvation for you to leave at some point the planet because historically in the past we know that we've been bombarded by asteroids, volcanoes, like crazy things happen here. It's very unstable. You know, if you look at it through a lifetime of a human being, it's nothing. Just like 12,000 years ago, what happened? So there is cataclysm that happen all the time. It's very unstable. So if we want to survive as a species, I think we need to get out, to be able to get out and spread it.
So these are the early steps in a really long journey. But is there something about like, we don't get that exploration in the most modern society. The kind of exploring that people did throughout the centuries of coming to the North America, just throughout, we were shrouded in physical uncertainty that's out there. And now we get to do the same kind of exploration on Mars. Is there any aspect of you that wants to travel out to space, that wants to travel to Mars? Then, the goal is for lots of millions to travel, perhaps in our lifetime, meaning affordably. You just sold out unaffordably.
Traveling to space and traveling to Mars are two different things. I think I'd like to travel into space. I don't know if I would like to travel all the way to Mars
Because of the risks involved. Is there some part of you that
I think that if I was a porky young I would like to travel.
this would just
Just to see experience. Yeah, if I go to Mars, that's it.
Long way to go. Hey, with the technology we have now, maybe in the future, maybe our children of our children will be able to experience that.
well
We can.
the whole design of the Starship that SpaceX is working on is supposed to come back. It's supposed to be reusable, so it's not a one-way ticket. It's it's always going back and forth, back and forth.
What's the time frame between two planets you can travel from?
I think the current thing is stuck on Mars for 2 years.
How long does it take to get from Earth to Mars?
Like I don't know, Emma's gonna month, not scale.
You might not be healthy when you come back. All the astronauts experience health issues. You lose a lot of muscle mass, bone density. So, yeah, I don't think the technology is good right now.
Let's say
If
that
it is, I would love to do it. If it's safe, I would
You're
love to
also
be the
somebody
first one to do it.
you're a professional fighter who sacrifices body, just like we want. So there is some sacrifice we do.
I don't want to be the first. I lead the other one, but when I know it's safe, okay, come here.
But one of the things that people say, and this is something I wonder about, is it's like having charity or something. Once you're out in space and you look out and you see Earth, you look back at Earth, that's an experience. It's unlike anything else. Like you can't replicate it here. Just to look back at that, like,
You see Earth disappear into the distance.
yeah, disappear into the distance, and then you get this extra stand on Mars and see, and just to look, you're standing on the ground and you're looking out, and you see the planet for what you can, where you might not be coming back. But there's a challenge to the whole thing. The risk is tremendous, and I don't know. I find that risk really compelling for some reason, but that could be just the exploration. Like, I guess that's a genetic thing too. How much do you want to explore?
there's a sense in which, even in the best case scenario, where they did get the technology to risk you to Mars in a fairly short period of time, it's kind of an inauthentic sense of exploration because your participation in it is no more exciting than your participation in an airline flight to a foreign country. You're basically, you didn't have anything to do with the creation of the vessel. You're not in command of the vessel. You're not in any way, shape, or form important to the mission. You're just a person sitting in the passenger seat. And you get off at a destination the same way you would if you flew to Singapore or London or someplace like that.
Well, there's a hierarchy. There's a leadership, and then there's a bunch of people that all have roles. You don't get to go to Mars without having this, because like
Because you made it sound like space tourism. Where you just
Yeah,
pay a ticket.
I think it's a long time before you have space tours and to Mars we have nothing to contribute. Like you will have to
So
go
what you say, you go through a training program, you
the
go
training program, and there's technical things you'll be contributing. So they'll bring people, in terms of agriculture.
okay, so this is better. This sounds like they're actually they're more like explorers. Like you talked before about explorers and human history where Magellan sets off on his boat. But every person on the boat has a specific function. They were all into the mission in a very authentic fashion. If they weren't on the boat, the performance of the crew would sometimes suffer. So this sounds much better.
And just with like in Magellan, I think most of the crew died.
A significant number of yeah.
And from bacteria, I mean, from things that are unexpected. So, and if we discover life on Mars, who knows what that entails? Because that's like a man mission to Mars would likely be very driven by the research to do all the kind of exploration required to find life.
Now, from Mr. Musk's point of view as a developer, presumably there has to be some kind of financial certificate too. Is there some kind of financial benefit to Mars missions? Is presumably um, there wouldn't be that many people on Earth that could afford a ticket to pay for the kind of research and development that would require this. Is there some kind of mining on Mars or minerals that you use it?
I think there's a lot of answers to this, but the only honest answer is the one that looks back at the human history where we did a lot of things just because we could. A lot of hard things just because we could, and that led to a lot of innovation that ultimately made our life better. So this is why you have NASA, this is why you have government organizations. Like, what's the purpose of NASA? NASA would answer that by saying, okay, well, we're helping launch satellites up there. They'll have a bunch of answers, but the reality is programs was funded in large part by our desire to explore the unknown. And there's some aspect of which we have to invest into that because historically speaking, that has produced a lot of good things along the way that were totally unexpected. Like
But NASA is funded by public funding. Is that how is Mr. Musk going to fund this?
well, currently most of the funding with SpaceX is NASA giving money
to so they're making a competition. Who can who can get our satellites? We need to go to uh, for the space station to resupply the space station, and we need to launch satellites up. Who's going to carry those quote unquote payloads? They just need the NASA's paying whoever the heck wants to get kilograms of thing up into space. This is NASA's specialty. Why did they just give up? When they realized, Mr. Musk came along and Bezos and others and said we can do it for 1/10 the price. So why should the taxpayers pay for it? Why don't you NASA do what you do, which is like to test out cutting edge stuff, make sure they're safe. And now that we've developed a car, let us UPS and FedEx take care of doing this at scale, doing it cheaper, doing it better. I mean, that's the argument. And NASA took what they realized is it took way too long to do. And when you're investing millions as billions of dollars into a project, the bureaucracy builds up and the conservatism builds up to where you have to test everything out. Projects take years. And then you have somebody like Elon Musk come along and says, well, let's do launches every week, as opposed to just throwing away the rocket and reuse the rocket. That was one of the sort of cutting edge inventions. It's a dumb, obvious idea. Like Elon says, why do you throw away the equivalent is if you do a plane every time you do it away. Why are we every time throwing away the plane? But NASA tried that kind of thing with the space shuttle since the 1970s. Yes, but they did that with the space shuttle, but not at the scale here that because the space shuttle was seen as this like majestic, amazing thing that required a huge amount of investment. But Elon Musk is like, no, every basic rocket should be reusable. Like, cut costs. Do you think like the more technology we have, the more advanced we become, the more specialized we need to be? Is that for that reason that now there is different branch? Like you just explained now that so they're specialized in this, but they're left, other branch. Yeah, there's very specializations to build up more stuff, which is fascinating because is it making us more dumb in a way? Do you think like yeah, I don't know, like you know, but like I use a cell phone, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah, it's that beta males building up this society because we're this collective intelligence. We rely on each other more and more. And I do also see sort of the rise of conspiracy theories and all those kinds of things because, like, I've been talking to a few folks about flat Earth recently. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. It doesn't rush for me to people that believe the Earth is flat. And that idea takes hold in this day and age. Of all the ideas, that's the one that takes hold for a large number of people. And I think that's a consequence of this kind of specialization, where it's just a huge amount of experts. But if you look out into our world and try to reason simply about our existence, we are losing the skills to do that. Because more and more people are specialized, especially general thinking. We're like extremely good at specific things. Are we capable now to do a robot that is self-aware? That's one for very good one. It's self-aware and it's not self-aware. I've been listening to this. But do you think human being is self-aware? That's a good question. I mean, I ask this question all the time. The robots move. There's a sense of when you turn on, something entered that robot. Wow. And when it turns off, something left. If they move in a certain kind of way, if they surprise you, there's certain elements that enable us to see the magic in living being. And some of them, I mean, we can make a list them, but it's the ability to surprise you. It's the ability to make mistakes, you learn from them visibly. There's a bunch of things that you just, I don't know, it just feels like it has the magic of what is a living being, and which is what humans have. And I try to think about how do you replicate that into a machine. So when you turn it on, enough, it feel like it dies every time you do that. So for most machines, we don't feel that way. We don't, when we apply things, we don't feel that way.
I don't know why we have to be that way. That's an interesting question. But I think when the robot has certain qualities, like memory, like ability to recognize you, yeah, you start to feel like you're turning off an organism. So whenever I have like the robots that recognize me and remember this is important, and all the things we've experienced together, then it's like holy shit. that's a really thing. But it feels like it. Does he remember your robot? Does he remember things that happened before you were plugged in? Is it like he's sleeping? Like you wake up, or is he like
So right now we start to zero.
no, it doesn't start at zero. I remember that. That's the key. Every time you unplug, it's storing memories, but the memories are basic. They're like, okay, we walked around the kitchen, and then you looked at me. I mean, the memories, it's like data. It's not like we've experienced, it's able to actually experience anything deep like we humans can. But just the fact of memory. It's like the toaster or the microwave don't give a shit about me. They don't know me. They don't know me by name. They wouldn't recognize my face as being different from Gordon's. They wouldn't know the difference. And they wouldn't remember the microwave Chrome. It doesn't remember, the times I've been sad and happy, food I put into it. It doesn't remember this. When I was being a fat ass or when I was being in good shape. Just those memories are enough to make you feel you can turn the thing off. It's like, shit. That's a really biggest thing. Of course, that's kind of an anthropomorphism we do to each other, but that's something. Yeah, that that makes me believe it's possible to create systems in which we can have a connection that are non-human, like similar to dogs and cats and so on. It just makes me, and that's what's interesting to me because ultimately I feel like they'll help us understand ourselves and maybe bring us together. Anyway, let me ask the advice question. Now that we're together, I've spoken to John, I've spoken to George. What advice would you give to young folks? Whether you're talking about sport, excelling, becoming great at grappling, becoming great at fighting, becoming great at whatever sport they take on, or life in general. Whether you're maybe in high school or in college, what advice would you give them to excel at that thing?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this because I'm only 26. So
You're at the top.
You said giving advice to young people. For me, I think the two biggest things are find something that you're both talented in and you enjoy. I think that if you enjoy something but you're terrible at it, it's going to be hard to be successful in life in that given area. And it's going to be hard to do something for long amounts of time. If you're talented at it but you don't enjoy doing it, it's easy to come in and train hard for a month or for 2 months or for a year. You can be very talented at it. But if you come in, it's a different story to come in every day for 5 years in a row, for 10 years in a row, for 15 years in a row. So I think finding something that you're both talented in and something you enjoy are probably the two biggest things for me.
How do you find the joy in it? So you've been training the same amount, a lot. You've been doing it for a long time. Is there ways to rediscover the joy in it?
For me, initially, it was just learning new stuff. Guinness by belt, and every day you see a different movement. You're like, oh man, it's awesome. And then when I started to compete more seriously with my professional career, it was the joy of doing camps and seeing the results of those camps and beating high-level athletes. And then I got to a point where I'd beaten all the high-level athletes already, so who am I going to compete against? So now for me, the joy is just being the best athlete I can possibly be until I reach my prime, which is hoping to somewhere between 35 and 40. So instead of competing against the other athletes, I would be bored so I would beat all the rest of the guys. But I know that now. I know that I can be better in a year from now or 2 years from now than I am today. And that
By the way, is there some aspect of teaching that's exciting to you?
Yeah,
Because you become a better and better teacher over the years.
I definitely I enjoy teaching. I used to teach a lot before I met John, and then I met John, and I was like, yeah, I just have to get to teach. So that's like a completely different element of this sport. Doing things and being good at doing things and being good at winning, and actually being able to communicate those skills and knowledge to a vast amount of people is two completely different things.
George, advice for young people? Like yourself?
Well, first, I would tell them, find what you want to become, what you want. In the long term, choose certain things, maybe sometimes you don't love, but where you want to propel yourself in the future. Not what your parents, your friend want you to become, what you need to become. Once you find that you cannot doing it by yourself. Everything that is big achievement in life, you cannot do doing it by yourself. So what I would say is, second thing is, try to build up your team. Try to build up your team to be able to achieve your goal of people that are competent and people that you trust. You both competency and trust. I see a lot of people sometimes in business, for example, they hire people that they trust, but they turns out to be competent. You have to fire a friend, otherwise your business is down. The same problem if you do the opposite. You hire someone that is competent, but you cannot trust is going to screw you, no? So it's very important to stay away from the negative. Build up your team, people you trust and that are competent. And I would say the third one is to work hard, to sacrifice yourself. Yeah, you got to go through hell sometimes, but yeah, you got to see the light at the end of it. You have to keep your dream in mind. It's going to give you the motivation to do the tough stuff that you need to work one focus. The fourth one I would say is to invest in yourself constantly. If you do not invest in yourself in whatever you are, which business and sport, the game will catch up with you. For example, if you become champion at something, you start improving. The other guys that are trying to be champion will catch up with you. So you need to invest in yourself. Most athletes make the mistake when they start earning money, they buy luxury stuff. And that's one thing I did do. When I started making money, I was investing of traveling to New York, and with Joe and the guys to learn what is new in the game of jiu-jitsu. I used to go to Thailand, train Muay Thai, in Los Angeles to perfect my boxing skill. So instead of taking that money to buy the jewelry, cars, to do what a lot of guys do, because it's a mistake, I invested in myself because I know there were people coming, they don't want my place, so I didn't want them to catch me. The last one I would say, seems weird, I would say, to give back. And it's not because I'm a nice guy, and it's not that I don't say that to look good. I say that when you make it, it creates opportunity where you can help certain group of people. But when I say give back, not give back to everybody, give back only to the cause that I give back, not because I'm a nice guy, I'm kind of selfish. I only give back to the people that I want to give back. Because I give back to them and I know that if I'm more successful, I'm going to be able to give back to people I love, the cause that counts for me. So it brings me more motivation because I don't compete for myself anymore. I compete to help people I love. So when you reach the top of your game, you need to find new motivation. If you're satisfied, it's the end of it. Your success will go down. So you need to find new motivation. What can motivate you? What do you want? Oh, I want to help this. I need to be successful. I want to, you need to find reason what you want to do with success. So when I say get back, it's not because I'm necessarily, it's not to look like a nice guy. To keep the motivation to be able to keep climbing the ladder even more.
That's beautiful. John, first of all, two responses given so far covered, I think, the most important things already. Of Jordan talked about the need for an underlying passion and enjoyment. If you don't have that, you're not going to have the longevity that's required. In order to build skills, which is ultimately, there's going to come down to ability to build skills. But have some kind of underlying passion and enjoyment, which will keep you in the game long enough to build world championship skills. It's going to take a minimum of 5 years, and quite possibly considerably longer than that. George talked about the idea of community. You're not going to make it by yourself. So you've got to be able to build people around you and build a trusted environment around you who develop those skills. What I would add to the excellent points that both already raised alludes to what I said at the start of this podcast. You've got to be able to identify some kind of undervalued elements in whatever industry you're in and show the world what their true value is. In addition, you can't go through life doing the same things as everybody else and expecting to get different results. This is straightforwardly irrational, and worse, it's even arrogant. It's essentially the statement that I'm going to do the same thing as everyone else, but I believe I'm different. And so they'll work for me, but they didn't work for everyone else. That's like saying, no, I'm special. No, you're not special. We're all pretty much the same. And in order to be special, you're going to have to exhibit skills that other people simply don't have. Thirdly, I would say if you want to become something truly impressive in life, you've got to be able to focus on one or two things that you do better than anyone else in your industry. You can't learn everything, but you can pick one or two skills, and the more innovative those skills are, the better. And you can truly excel at them. For example, at the peak of his career, no one in the world is better than George St. Pierre at integrating striking and takedown. No one in the world is better at integrating grappling and striking on the ground. He had two things that he could confidently say he was the best in the world at. Was he the best at every Olympic skill? Nope. But he was absolutely the best at those two skills. And those two skills were skills which he used throughout his career to win the vast majority of his matches. Gordon Ryan, at the onset of his career, could confidently say, there's no one in the world better than me at that. He could also say, there's no one better in the world than me at late stage defense to submission moves across the board. As he went through his career, he started adding more and more moves. It's gotten to an extraordinary degree now where you could absolutely say he's the best at guard passing, the best at guard retention. The list just keeps going on. And that goes back to what Gordon said about keeping things interesting over time, because we're always introducing new skill sets. The day you start saying, I'm satisfied with my skill set, is the day you get bored. And boredom to an athlete is a precursor to death by boredom. As long as you're still growing in this direction, you'll stay in the game for very long periods of time. But the main thing I would add to these statements by Gordon and George is this idea of finding something that is currently undervalued and showing the world what its true value is. Understanding that you can't just use the same training methodologies as everyone else and somehow expect to be different else. You've got to almost every great rise of human civilization, whether it be groups of people or individuals, required some kind of innovation. You've got to look for that new angle. George St. Pierre found that it was possible later in his career. Gordon Ryan found it was eggless early on in his career, and they branched out from that angle. Add to this the idea that you want to become the absolute best in the world in your industry. One or two things that make a difference. Find out what they are and focus on those things.
John, Gordon, George, this was an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for extremely valuable time, George. Somebody who's become famous in part by commenting on people's performance. How do you think we did? How would you evaluate our performance today?
I'm not impressed by that.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
I learn all the time. It's great. I love it.
it was something I really was looking forward to. I was hoping that we'd get together. It's so rare that at the same time in history there would be some of the greats together. And the fact that you guys would be willing to come together and talk like this was awesome. And like when you would even work out what heck. I mean, this is just historic. This is like Churchill getting together with whoever.
This is great and all, but the next one is just going to be us, just quizzing John, which animals we're going to fight.
Yes.
For the whole 3 hours.
If we just so we'll invite Joe. We'll make it a systematic.
It'll be the debate between Joe and John on which animal. But
John and I, we have a thing that we send each other Twitter all the time. I don't know if we are very intrigued by animal fight.
I get like you guys at like 3:30 a.m. He's like, check this out.
Like a rhino taking like a big like there. It's not always fair. No, it's not ever. But it's interesting stuff. If you people would see that we send the stuff that they would judge us harshly. All right. Thanks so much, guys. This is awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with George St. Pierre, John Donahoe, and Gordon Ryan. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors for the description. And now, let me use the words from Leonardo Recession. There's nothing outside yourself that can ever enable you to get better, stronger, richer, quicker, or smarter. Everything's within. Everything exists. Seek nothing outside of yourself. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Following this conversation with Thomas Tom, founder of Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and many more. He runs Talco, which is an investment company that focuses on how artificial intelligence can revolutionize large industries. He is part owner of the Steelers. He's the guitarist for the band Ghost Towns that tours with the Rolling Stones. But most importantly, he's humble, down to earth, and someone who has quickly become a mentor. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, here's my conversation with Thomas Tom. In 2004, you founded Legendary Entertainment, known for producing blockbusters like Batman's Dark Knight trilogy, include Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises, the Hangover franchise, Godzilla, Inception, Jurassic World, 300, and this goes on. Just some of the biggest movies in history. What does it take to make an epic movie like that? What does it take to make it happen?
Well, look, I've been enamored with movies since I was a kid as a fan. I think what you need is to be able to tell a great story. If you're going to tell a great story, you need a great director. You're going to start with a fantastic script that is able to take some of these iconic characters that we did and put your own stamp on it while still respecting the mythology. And I had zero experience in movies and television when I started Legendary. So it was a very interesting trip. Total luck that we had the opportunity to make 5 movies at the time with Chris Nolan, who turned out to be one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. But it's each one is its own little startup company. I don't think there's any formula to get there, but I know that if you don't have a great director and a great script, if you don't have that foundation, it's hard to do.
Who's the CEO of that? Is it the director? Who would you say kind of defines the success of the day?
Well, when you build a big movie, it's an enormous effort, 360 degrees. I mean, from digital effects, it's certainly acting. If you have an amazing script, an amazing director, but you don't believe anybody playing the parts, that's a problem. So the reason I think it was so difficult to pull off is I always used to say, start with a stack of papers with words on it called a script. Bring that to life, and you're asking the audience to believe everything that you're trying to put out there. You've got a cast that even if they're immensely talented, individually they have to mesh together, they have to have chemistry together. And the director is kind of a general on the battlefield, but you have a strong producer who's very hands-on. It truly is. Each one has its own story and its own well, how it came to be and why it worked.
You said you were new to the industry. You did a lot of revolutionary things with what you do. So at that time and now, what is the good, the bad, and ugly business? What are some interesting pros that you were able to, like problems that you were able to fix, or problems still exist that can still be solved?
Well, look, the business has changed so radically since 2004. When I started Legendary, DVDs were still cash cow. So, that's how far things have come. But I would say a couple of things. The reason that I started it from a business perspective was at the time it was a $30 billion industry. And there was no institutional capital around the movie business. And I was fascinated by that because almost every other category that you look at is that size. As institutional capital, private equity, etc., is kind of a cottage industry set up in housing. And I was perplexed and fascinated that that didn't occur. And the way the movie business works is unlike any business I've ever looked at before. So after kind of convincing myself that you could actually make money if you were disciplined and had the right approach, I went out, raised the money from the capital markets, which was Herculean, still maybe the hardest thing I've ever done in my career. To walk around and say, look, I have no experience, I've never done this before, but And the second thing, he's very fortunate at the time. He was able to partner up with Warner Brothers. Warner's at the time was run by a man named Alan Horn, who besides being creative was also a Harvard MBA. So really understood what I wanted to do. And Alan, was just an absolute gentleman, someone that I still look up to this day. After Warner Brothers, he went and ran Disney. He was there run, between Marvel and Star Wars and everything. So between Alan being responsible for Harry Potter, the Dark Knight stuff, and all the Disney stuff, he probably had as great a career as anyone I've heard of in the movie business. So my first focus was around sort of two concepts: global, worldwide, large tentpole films and franchises, and then the business aspect of being bringing long-term institutional capital to bear.
I'm going to ask you dumb questions, which is part of the style, I guess. But just for people who don't know, what is institutional, what is capital, what is institutional capital, what is equity, what is private equity?
Okay. Well, so if you're starting a company and you go around to a bunch of your successful friends and say, hey, you should invest in my company. That's sort of, that's great, it's capital, but it's not getting money from Fidelity or T-Rowe or, a sovereign wealth fund or an endowment fund for the university that has large pools of organized capital that has a long-term point of view on the business. So if you get money from your neighbor who's a successful dentist, next year the dentist may say, hey, times are hard, I need my money. If you partners with Fidelity or Morgan Stanley or any of these institutions, they have the capital, the wherewithal to say, okay, I'm looking at this over the next 5 to 10 years. And I thought there was an opportunity to bring that type of capital to the movie business to be patient.
And the benefit of that patient, so it's long term, you have to deal with fewer parties and do much larger investments. So
Yeah.
what are the benefits? What are the challenges?
Well, I think the benefits in some ways are the professionals who are largely dispassionate. Right? So, look, if you're hitting the numbers you told me and you're hitting your plan, great. And the other thing that always was interesting to me about the movie business is if I'm investing in an artificial artificial intelligence company, chipset company, or something like that. A lot of the institutions don't have the technical expertise to really truly grasp what's being done, so they don't, other than good business practices, they're not offering everywhere to do. The movies and television are completely approachable. Everybody has an opinion. So, whether it's, I think you guys chose the wrong actor for that, why did you do that? So it invites a lot more sort of second guessing and things like that. So that was always the idiosyncrasies of the business that I thought was interesting. And then when you talk about private equity versus public equity, if you're a public company where the companies are traded, you want to buy Microsoft shares, you just go to your broker, TD Ameritrade, and buy it. If on the other hand, with private equity, that's institutions or individuals investing in private companies. So thus, if you have pools of capital that mostly invest in private equity deals, that's how you.
It's difficult to make those happen because it's individuals that sort of like didn't agree. So it's much less. It's much more human, much less mechanical, I would say.
Yeah. Now, and again, massive difference between large private equity shops who are professionalized and in the same category I mentioned earlier, versus private individuals who are wealthy or whatever. But again, it's much more individualized when you're going to people who like your idea and just say, I'd like to invest in it.
Is that, it all depends on the investment decision. What do you think is the most conducive to creating works of genius? Whether that's in technology, AI space, or whether that's in movies, to creating something special.
I would say a couple of things. Enough money with whatever endeavor that you're going into that you're not so nervous about the answers, right? If I have $100 to spend and I think I can create a perpetual motion machine or something for $104, I can't do it because they're all over me about the budget. So I would say making sure that you have enough capital, making sure that capital is patient, so that it's, if you're going to do things that are extraordinary, it takes some time. And you're going to break stuff, right? You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have a whole bunch of film on the cutting room floor, so to speak, or if you're in the lab, you're going to have a whole bunch of broken stuff. And I also think it's very important at the beginning, and I always try to do this with companies I invest in or buy, is make sure that you have a philosophical and somewhat mechanical alignment with the management team. So that going in, you both understand, hey, this is how we think about this problem or this company. This is what we feel like our culture is. This is what our goal is. And these are the metrics by which we'll agree to measure them. Because if you don't have that shared, hey, we're going to take this journey, then I think that's where people get upset, disappointed, etc.
What about this is a weird question, but constraints? This is both filmmaking and investment. Do you think more money?
No.
So I like constraints a lot. It's like a constraint. It's almost like a desperation and deadlines are catalysts for creativity, for productivity, for sort of innovation. So can you kind of speak to that as an investor, as a creator? What's
Well, I think if you're focused on a particular problem or a company or a thesis, if you have that focus and you feel like I have unlimited resources or renewable resources, so there's no leverage in the situation. Like there's no, if I fail at this, I'll just go get more money. Right? I'll just go. I think that's a hard way to be resilient and to think of new ways to solve problems. So I think capitalizing things just, to the nth degree does create some problems. So I think there's that perfect blend of don't starve the oxygen to the point where you make short-term decisions or non-strategic or thoughtful decisions because you got to pay the rent. And on the other hand, you can't have it be like this, everlasting gobstopper of whatever you want and just keep flowing the cash, because that doesn't create any friction points that I think do result in works of genius, in things that that are transformative. And one of the things that is interesting to me about society, sort of writ large, is I think that when you go through hard times and you have to do things that are uncomfortable, that you don't want to do them because you're tired, that in some ways builds up that you're comfortable being uncomfortable muscle. And I sometimes think we're losing that a little bit. You can't sort of paint with a wide brush, but that's one of the things that I kind of would observe and hope that we don't go that way.
I do think challenge and discomfort are kind of gift. It's like overcoming that. It's like from every perspective. From a human perspective, it's a source of happiness and fulfillment, overcoming challenge. But from a business perspective, I feel like if something is really difficult, to me, it's also find that most others would, many others would fail at this point. So like, it's a feature. It's nice that something is difficult. When people tell you that something is impossible, I love that. It's like, all right, well then that's what a lot of people would believe. And that gives you an opportunity to be the person who shows it's not impossible. And of course, you might be wrong, but if you're not wrong, you have the opportunity to stand out. So going through that hardship, taking those big risks, is going to really pay off. But like, discomfort is a feature, not a bug. Of both personal life, it's just good for life, but for business, it's sort of like good business sense. If something is hard, it's probably a good idea to do that. Yeah, because most others will fail. Fun question. I don't know if you can answer this, but what's the most expensive movie you were involved with? Like, you don't have to say numbers, but like, do something stand out as being exceptionally expensive, and why it's expensive?
I think Jurassic World was pretty expensive. Worked out great. And,
Nothing ever.
it's one of my favorites. They just did an amazing job. And frankly, the crazy thing about my life is all the stuff that I loved as a kid somehow came full circle back into my adult life. And having the opportunity while I was out there to develop a friendship with Steven Spielberg, and then have my name on the same film as Steven Spielberg. That was pretty surreal. So that was an expensive film. Dark Knight Rises was an expensive film. But again, to me, there's a difference between expensive and irresponsible, and expensive because the vision warranted, and it turned out financially it certainly did.
Yeah, the Jurassic World is. I mean, I can't even imagine having those meetings because like you have to create so much, and so much of it's obviously not real. You can't bring dinosaurs in.
Yeah.
Is that where a lot of the cost is? The computer side of things.
Yeah, those are generally pretty massive components of the budget, and especially if you're doing it and inventing things as you go. I mean, Jim Cameron is one of those filmmakers who, is designing the plane as it's flying in such a brilliant way. And I've got to know him over the years, and just in awe of the way his brain works. And, so yeah, it's a big part.
Can you speak a little bit more to him in terms of you're such a fascinating person? because you care a lot about technology, you care a lot about the cutting edge of technology. So how does he, a creator, a director, build to play while it's fun? Like what's the motivation?
Well, so I never made a film with Jim. I'm just a huge fan and got to know him and John Langdon, his producing partner. And one of the things that just fascinates me about Jim is, so he makes Titanic, and there's a bunch of underwater cameras and things that they need that don't exist. So he goes and invents them, and has a good grasp of engineering, and has not only the imagination but the ability to lead a team to build them. I got to go down early when they were shooting Avatar in a warehouse, I think it was, where they were shooting. And as they were explaining to me how they were capturing it and that they could go back later because they created the environment, it blew my mind. And I said, okay, this is truly, people talk about a big leap. This certainly is one. So he has continued to push the envelope in terms of the art of the possible. And I just think he is an incredible genius in that way.
Again, another great question. So you in the realm of music care about story. Is there some aspect in which money and beautiful graphics get into that story? If you filmmakers, if you think like Jurassic World, obviously, what do you think about the tension between story, experience, and vision?
Well, look, if you're using big effect shots and all kinds of tricks to cover over the fact that you don't have a very interesting story to tell, that's where I think it gets in. Where I think we have these incredible filmmakers, you mentioned Chris Nolan, Jim Cameron, Guillermo del Toro, you could go on with folks that just see the world differently and use technology to enhance the storytelling, right? To make you believe differently, rather to make you not just suspend your disbelief, but to feel like you're immersed in it. So I've certainly seen it done expertly, and I've seen it done poorly.
You've talked about this a little bit. You kind of left the movie making business at an interesting time that you saw the changes. There's been a lot of excitement with Netflix, with TV, so the role of film in society has changed. So what do you think is the future of movies versus TV? Like if you are, as a business person, as a creator, as a consumer, as a technologist, thinking about the next 10 years, what do you think is going to be the godfather, the great pieces that move us as a society in the next 10 years? Is it going to be TV? Is it going to be movie? Is it going to be TikTok clips? What's it?
Well, so I think the other category that I would add to that would be the next great medium is truly immersive virtual reality, in which new storytellers will emerge, especially if you can go into VR and there's enough computing power to sustain it and to allow it to be social and for you to have different paths to go down. That'll be, I think, the next route of what storytelling experience will look like.
So do you think video games in the world is movies, or is it more social network, or is it all of it one the reality game?
Yeah, I thought you saw Ready Player One, which I love the book, and movies too. But that's one version of it, right? Just not the bad version of it, but you go into a world that's fully rendered as yourself and you interact with the world. The other side of it is you're in somewhere between being a passive observer but being able to move around your point of view and experiences, which I think is interesting. And then I think another adventure, so to speak, I can think of is a blend of video games. So there's a mission, right? There's obstacles, there's everything, and you move through it, but it's immersive and it tells a story at the same time. And that's why I think you're going to see new, amazing storytellers that we don't know yet, that understand how to innovate and how to make you feel something in that environment. And to your earlier point, I saw probably around 2015 when Netflix decided to be bold, put out House of Cards, put out all the episodes, leave you in charge of the pace at which you review them, which I thought was great.
That was a gutsy move.
Yes, it was, and I can't tell you around Hollywood, anybody that says that everybody thought it was a great idea is not being truthful, because everybody I talked to said this is for idiots. Right? What do they know about movie making and TV? And what I saw happening was, if you look at what Netflix pulled off, and they realized there isn't really a moat around the studios, you really could make stuff. And really good stuff. And so they started to create their own content. That pulled in Amazon, which pulled in Google through YouTube, and then you had Hulu, and you had Disney deciding that they're going to have Disney Plus. And next thing you know, you have some of the biggest companies with the largest balance sheets on the planet being in creative business. That's, if you're an independent, that's just bringing a knife to a gunfight, to be sure. And so, I thought that was interesting. The other thing that it used to be that movies were where the big things happened, and television was sort of, small screen, different experience. Then you had something like Game of Thrones come out, which was not only at the same epic level visually and storytelling wise, but had the budget to be able to do it. And now, I think you're seeing all kinds of different storytelling taking place, and also like that you're not pigeonholed into a time. Like you got 2 hours to tell a story. You can do a 3-part miniseries, a 5-part miniseries. You can do television that's all kinds of different formats. That I think is allows creators to do a lot more interesting things.
It is also interesting to consider the role of companies that enable that, like the capital that enables that. Without Netflix and HBO, you would have some of these epic shows. So if we think about the virtual reality world that you're talking about, it's interesting to consider who will enable that. And now, like you said, Facebook is talking about meta and metaverse. But it's unclear that just having money is enough. Netflix did a lot of really revolutionary stuff. Amazon has money. A lot of companies have money that don't quite do as good of a job yet at enabling creators of creating revolutionary new content that changes the industry. And that's probably going to be the case with virtual reality. So there is a lot of money needed to enable experiences in terms of compute infrastructure. There needs to be a huge amount of money there, but you also need to somehow give freedom to creators to have fun, to do their best work, and at the same time provide the perfect amount of constraints, all of them together. However, Netflix makes it happen, they do a pretty good job. Because it's a very constrained platform. But yet, all the creators that you have to talk to, comedians and so on, that work with Netflix are really happy because they feel free to create their work.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, companies are letterhead, but it boils down to the people. And I think I've known Ted Sarandos a long time, who ran the studio at Netflix and now took over for Reed, running the company. But Ted, very smart, talented guy, and understood really how to cultivate talent and relationships with talent, which is important. When you're dealing with creative people, their motivations and their goals are so in terms of being able to communicate with creative people that are not always A to B to C is a talent. And so I think they did a great job. Tech did a great job with that, really. But I think that you're going to see different formats. I don't think you going to a theater to see a massive movie on that screen in that format is a fundamentally different experience. And I think you're going to find movies, my old shop, Legendary, just put out Dune, which I thought was phenomenal. When we secured the rights to Dune years ago, I was over the moon because I love the book. I love the entire world that it is Dune. And that's a movie that I think you see on the big screen. I think when Avatar 2 comes out, I want to see that on a big screen. But I think you're going to see a ton of content actually being produced. It's not all going to come to a theater-like experience. So you're going to see, I think, different versions of this over the next 5 to 10 years.
If James Cameron's listening to this, so we officially agree with the thought that kind of on this podcast, I would have to come to at least just holding you to that conversation. Also, just super excited ultimately, and the director. There's something special about movies. When Oscars, the historic nature. There's something about TV shows, even when they're epic and Game of Thrones, that they're forgotten and put in history. I don't know, maybe that's because we haven't had enough of them. But, the De Niro performances, the Scorsese films, all the great films that kind of we think of throughout the generations, that define generations of films. Is that just old school thinking? Is that always going to be the case?
I mean, to me, going in a darkened theater with a bunch of strangers and the lights go down, and you go on this journey, there is something special and magical about it. And I think movies have been a part of our cultural fabric forever. And for some reason, Hollywood in America is, uniquely positioned to do a great job with it, right? Not that there aren't great foreign movies, but far and away, American movies dominate not only the world market, but so whatever it is, we do well. Hollywood does well. There's something to learn. But I agree that I love movies. I will for the rest of my days. It's interesting how creators can move back and forth as well. That used to be a complete no. You're either a movie guy or you're a good person or you're a TV director, and that's that. Those lines are completely blurred.
And they're also blurring into blurring all kinds of lines. Like they're moving to TikTok and Instagram. Like, I know right now it's ridiculous to consider that these 1 minute things could be considered even the same route creatively as a film, but maybe that changes over time too. Maybe experiences can completely become fluid in terms of size, as long as they have some deep lasting impact on you as a human being, as a consumer.
Look, to me, the whole thing is about either the moving image or even sometimes a picture will bring out an emotion, a reaction, something. So, short form is harder because you have less time to set things up and all that. But I'm sure there will be short videos and creators that come up with things. And if a moving image can get a reaction of it and make you feel a certain way and stay with you or inspire you, well, that to me is just the next evolution of whatever it's going to be between humans and cameras, etc.
See, I think that's why I talk offline about this. That's why I love robots. I think there's certain things in the short form with robots that immediately bring out to people. There's something about our consideration of our own intelligence, of our own consciousness, of our the fears and hopes and beautiful things about human nature, the dark things about human nature. Somehow, especially with people right now, we have fear and excitement towards that he's going to be our overlord, our gods that overtake humanity, or he's going to be things like horses or something like that, something that empower humanity. And you don't know what to make sense of it. And that's why they're super excited. Speaking of robots, you've gone into traditional industries and disrupted them quite a few times. Is there a system for deciding which industry is right for disruption? When you look at the world and see what are the big problems you would like to solve, do you have a system of how you see which problems to solve? How do you look at the world?
Yeah, well, on the business side of that, so I have a holding company called Telco, very imaginatively named. Part of that is literally every day ever is not paper, registered, and all that stuff. So we're a holding company.
What's a holding company?
So instead of being a fund, there's money flowing in and out of it, and there's what's called a vintage year. I raise capital and I agree to invest that capital for so long, and then I give it back to you, which sometimes creates artificial time pressures and things like that. A holding company is more permanent capital. So the idea was behind Telco was to buy almost always whole companies in majority stakes with great management teams in spaces that do not traditionally have a lot of innovation. And to have a labs group where data scientists, AI practitioners, engineers, machine learning, etc., and to be able to bring that wherewithal to that company. So to provide them with capital and to provide them with access to technology, it would be hard to individually recruit for that company. So I would say that the thesis was to look for industries that were large enough that hadn't traditionally had access to that type of technology or innovation, to try to look for companies that not only look that part, but have management teams that embraced it, wanted to take that kind of risk.
Yeah, there is quite a few industries like that, but then finding the industries and management there, because like those industries often have a lot of old school folks who don't. It takes quite a bit of work for them to lead with technology. I work quite a bit with the autonomous vehicles and just the automotive industry. Depending on the company, with old school folks, it's like Detroit thinking versus like what do you call it? California thinking.
Well, you have to. I think you have to look at the nexus of two things. One is just plain old human behavior. If I am uncomfortable, and this isn't a comfort zone for me, it's not something I have as a field of expertise, I'm going to shy away from it. Especially if I'm successful, I feel good about myself, and it's a big successful company or person or whatever it might be. And the second thing is that, especially if you're a public company, you're being weighed and measured every quarter, you are rewarding the managers of that company to hit metrics, to be reliable, and to say, hey, I'm counting quarter to quarter that you're going to deliver what you say. It's difficult to say, you know what, everybody, the next 2 years, I wouldn't count on our financial projections at all. Because we're going to reinvent what we're doing. It's going to work in the long run, and you're going to see that this is a really smart investment 5 to 7 years from now. That's not the way capitalism is currently applied generally, right? And a lot of, so again, if you reward managers with yearly bonuses and stock options based on trying to stock price and all these other things, and then ask them to go break stuff, that's hard.
You were saying so the talk on commercials, private investment is the best way, perhaps the only way to enable this kind of long-term innovation, investment, taking big risks and investing in innovation.
Well, we certainly are not by any means the only one doing it. I'm just saying that when you think about big companies, more successful, that are in old line businesses, and I hear people sort of talk about, well, why can't they just pivot? They recognize the need to be in the technology business because it's hard. It's hard to steer a ship and turn it that big, especially if it's not part of your DNA. So, I just think that what we try to do is to enable management teams that know where they want to go and to be patient with capital and to also, again, bring innovation to bear that they have access to. There's plenty of capital structures doing interesting things. That's one of the things I love about our country. This country innovates, and this country invents things, and I'm constantly in awe of just the human ability to innovate and to iterate. I get to hang around some universities, including your old shop, MIT. And it's like,
Still there.
yeah, we're still there.
We're teaching it.
Still teaching. But that place is like Hogwarts. I mean, it's just it's inspiring, right? And certainly the energy of Silicon Valley, which now Austin, Texas, where we're sitting, has its own incredible ecosystem. So that's one of the things I love about America is the ability, and that really is, I think, in the American DNA, to create things and invent things. And I think that's bigger.
And I think that's even bigger than capitalism, sort of machine and how capitalism works. That's just human nature. Capitalism is just one of the ways to sort of make that human nature shine, I suppose. But it's like you mentioned MIT. There's a drive there to invent, to innovate. That's so purely human. That human spirit to sort of build something new. It's like that hopeful, optimistic spirit, especially in the engineering space. Like if you pay attention to the internet, like Twitter and all that kind of stuff, intellectuals and so on, there's a cynicism to when we talk about stuff, but there's an optimism to do stuff, doing stuff, actually build things, especially. We care a lot about manufacturing too. Like we actually build physical products. That's what we truly shine.
Yeah, no question about it. And I'm passionate about our country making stuff again, right? Doing our own manufacturing and making sure that we don't lose the ability not just to create things intellectually and to phrase blueprints, but actually make things here.
Actual factories.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
How do we do that? How do we bring more manufacturing to the United States?
So there's a company that I have a big personal investment in called Rebuild, with some folks that all went through the MIT school years ago. There's a good friend of mine named Jeff Wilkie who used to do Amazon, and we all felt the same way, that America needed to make sure that it didn't lose its edge in that way. So it's a company that invests in American high-tech manufacturing, and I think the way we do that is provide capital, provide training. To me, this is also fertile ground for good, sustainable, high-paying jobs. And we have to make it economically feasible to do that again here in this country. And not to say the companies, again, are being weighed and measured quarter by quarter. Hey, this is 3 times as expensive to do it here, but you should do it. We need to innovate, and we need to create processes and companies an opportunity to balance that equation. And I think as we saw during the pandemic, I don't think in this day and age it can be an isolation. That doesn't make any sense to me. But being self-reliant and self-determined and making sure that you were never in a position as a nation we can't do basic things because we're relying on supply chain in other countries. And whether it's, we're not friends anymore, or a natural disaster, or virus, or something comes up. I think those are costs of doing business that we have to put into the calculus of being able to make it.
There's an extremely high cost in the supply chain resilience that we really have to consider. So you really consider that cost with something best, especially long term, building up manufacturing in a way where like you're making most of the stuff in one place. With bringing it not all, but as much in as possible, and building it from scratch here in the United States. What I guess your thought is with innovation is possible to sort of revolutionize the way we do manufacturing, so reduce the amount of supply chain stuff and like build stuff from scratch and do high tech manufacturing. So optimize all aspects of manufacturing.
Yeah, and I think where technology is the most efficient is human machine interface. Right? It's not let's automate everything and have nobody working. For a long time, that's neither feasible nor desirable. But where we can enhance jobs and make that interface immensely productive with the right training and so forth, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor and something that's going to be important in the country.
When you talk about I love human robot interaction, human interaction, human AI interaction. So what do you think is the role of robotics in this high-tech manufacturing? There's like industrial robots, robotic arms, all that kind of stuff, or even more complicated kind of robots. What do you think is the role of robotics? What do you think is the role of AI in this manufacturing future you're thinking about?
Well, robotics to me is an extremely exciting field. I don't have the same expertise you do. I haven't achieved the depth of knowledge. I've never really delved deeply into it or made investments in it. But I think what's exciting about it is everything from doing jobs that are very dangerous for humans, enhancing the human experience. When you look at really repetitive labor, things that, it might take away a job, but is it a good job for that person who's spending 30 years doing something highly repetitious? Is that a good experience at work? So I think, and then when you think about everything from military applications, rescue, we're already seeing a bunch of those things, and then just lastly, when you talk about that human interaction with robots, when you start to have the combination, so you have some level of intelligence and interaction. I mean, that's why we always love the droids in Star Wars, right? I mean, it's exciting. It captures the imagination. And I think, look, many hours have been spent on debating artificial intelligence and the ramifications if things go sideways and so forth. And I think those are appropriate conversations to be having. AI is happening. I think it's actually happening slower than most people realize, because there are tasks that humans do every minute of every day, standing up without losing your sense of balance. These are really hard things, but I think there's enough investment both in private industry as well as nation states now in artificial intelligence that it is coming.
For both in the software space, in the digital space, and in the physical space. So when we talk about manufacturing, so industrial robotics is very true that even in the factory, even the tasks we think are pretty basic, the amount of small intuitive decisions that you make is quite incredible. So you have to be kind of explicit about saying which tasks are actually really hard and humans are just really good at them. And so the flip side, in the digital space, there's social networks, recommender systems, there's all kinds of personal assistants in terms of voice-based AI systems, all of that. There's opportunities there to find niches where AI can really have a transformative effect. I think one of the places that really haven't, this is really like weird to say stupid things, but I believe this very much, that when we have AI systems in home currently, like Alexa and Google Home and so on, they're kind of very basic servants. They tell you about the weather, they play some music, they can turn the lights on and off, all the kind of like smart home stuff. I think there's a lot of value in systems that form relationships with us in the way that pets do, dogs, and cats. And cats, just for people who have cats, cats don't care about you. They really don't. They don't have any kind of relationship. I don't know why you have a relationship with them. It's more like, you know, sorry, I'm just kidding. That's a basic kind of connection you have with another living being. And there's also just friends. You have different levels of friends, acquaintances, you have lifelong friends, all that friendship you have. I really believe that there is some aspect of the human experience that deeply enriched by interacting with other beings. And for systems, computing systems, artificial intelligence systems in our world, to have the capability to engage in some of that, I think, is not just an opportunity to help people grow, become better people, but it's also just a good business opportunity too. And that hasn't really been explored enough. That to me is really, that's a whole exciting space that I think will enable better industrial robotics. It will empower a better Facebook or a better social network, a competitor to Facebook that overthrows Facebook. So it'll create better technologies that currently don't have that human robot interaction touch. So I don't know. That's super exciting to me. But that has to deal with the mess of human nature. The reason that most robotics people and AI people stay away from humans, they stay away from the human robot interaction problem, is because humans are complicated, they're messy, they're hard to control, they're hard to predict stuff about, they're hard to make sense of, or like test repeatedly, because one human can be drastically different from another human. So to deal with that as a robot is going to be super hard. So one of the questions is which problems do you remove the human from consideration when you're trying to solve the problem? So like Elon Musk is an example. So many people use autonomous driving. You can remove the human consideration to solve autonomous driving as a robotics problem. It's stay in lane, there's a red light, stop at the red light. You know, if there is humans in the picture like pedestrians, it's a ballistics problem. It's just treat them as a moving object that has a 90% probability keeps moving the way they were in the past few seconds. Some smaller probability that might stop or turn. But just do some basic models about them and you'll be able to do it just fine. So I tend to believe that even driving has to consider the full necessities of humans. The dance, the gameplay dance of chicken that we all do when the gym guy. You look at the car, that driver doesn't have the guts to run it. So I'm going to walk in front of it and not look at the car. We do that kind of dance. And AI systems need to be able to do that kind of dance. In telco, there's the labs. So there's a data science company, there's an ad company. So how do they go into a company and help revolutionize that industry?
Well, there's different examples. So one of our companies, Figs, it's healthcare workwear, started by these two brilliant women, and you know, early days, helping to build the platform and recruit and make sure that the everything that we did at the company embraced technology, and at the same time, they were obsessive about their customer, which is, you know, doctors, nurses, healthcare workers that are putting on the line every day, and obsessive about their products. And when you have those two things come together, you know, you get the result that we did at Fix. We have a company called Acashur, which its AI lab and base is down here in Austin, Texas. It was one of the largest insurance brokers in the world, and you know, we did a deal with them and sold some of our insurance holdings that was completely AI driven. And in that case, we basically flipped the team inside the company, right? Because it's a massive company, and we find all kinds of things. So it just depends on the different situations. But the biggest thing was just to make sure whatever the company needed, they had access to the talent. Sometimes we build it, sometimes we help recruit for it. You know how in technology, it's whatever works, right? There's no one way to do things.
Well, Akash is really different. It's really interesting as an example for insurance space. It seems like a very ripe still for disruption across the board. So how do you? It seems like a lot of the disruption has to do with like almost the first dumb step that we've been using mostly paper, or like it's not digitized. You have to basically create a infrastructure framework where like everybody is using the same digital system, databases, and just organize the data. It feels like that's a huge leap that basically can revolutionize major industries that still hasn't been done. Insurance is obviously a great example.
And one of the things that struck me, the founder CEO of Acashur is one, Greg Williams, they're out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And as we were looking at expanding our footprint in insurance, I met with a lot of insurance executives. And they would talk about technology. Greg truly understood the power of what would happen across actuarial sciences, you know, predictive analytics, and using machine learning to really run every aspect of the business, and then automating a lot of just the back office tedious steps. As you said, one of the things that was great for us, they already had a data collection system and department, so it was much easier to pivot. And you know, I'm very excited about the future of that company. It's you know, they're doing some pretty innovative, groundbreaking things, and those are the things that I like doing. Right? Is that yes, I want to make money. You know, that's what that is. But at the same time, what did you do with your time on Earth? Right? Did you do anything to leave any kind of mark? That, you know, you did anything interesting? I can only speak for myself. There are many more ways to measure one's life, and I can only speak about how I think about things. You know, I grew up poor in upstate New York with a single mom and watched her work a couple jobs, and you know, had to, from a young age, you know, shovel snow and mow lawns and do all kinds of things to help her make sure the lights weren't turned on in our little place. And so that's just something that I've always been driven towards. And, you know, I have a really eclectic tastes and interests. And, you know, it's just been an interesting journey.
So help be part of and help enable some cool new creations across the board, like film, music, AI, manufacturing, just like, you know, insurance, all the specific industries that we discussed. Yeah. Small tangent. Back to your childhood. You've any memories kind of stand out, stick with you as something that helped define who you are as a man?
Yeah, even though, you know, the university and college experience was not part of the family tree, and no connections. I didn't understand what trust fund was. I didn't know what any of it was. But my mom, from a young age, would always say, "You're going to go to college. There's no, if you choose to." And I think from a young age, that was just an expectation that I had and she instilled. And the work ethic. I watched her, and then my grandmother was a janitor, cleaning lady at the hospital for 50 years. And then I remember there were times, probably 10 years old, it's freezing cold out. If I don't go out and shovel 6 driveways, I don't have enough money to pay the bill. So I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know how that manifests itself in my life today. But I think the grit to say, I'm not in the mood to do this, I don't want to do this, but that's the work that needs to be done. And no excuses, not I'm a victim, I'm going to sit around and talk about, no, it is what it is, and you have to get done, And again, I think it's, you can never fully put yourself in someone else's shoes or experience. I don't know what that is or feels like, but for me, those were two, I think, formative things that were important.
So that's pretty the reality of life like that is we've been so exceptionally successful that it's easy to get soft now. How do you get humble these days?
By getting up. I think for me personally, trying to push the envelope and being weighed and measured. Right? That's why I always love sports too. There's a scoreboard. And, I'm a huge believer in opportunity, meritocracy, all those things that I think are ideals that we want to aspire to. And I think that there's a lot of things I'm involved with right now that I just want to see if I can do. I want to see if, and my own little mantra is cause the outcome, right? As much as you can. And at the same time, have the humility and not to have the hubris or arrogance to say, I'm always going to cause the outcome. You'll get your ass kicked pretty quickly and humbled. The world and the universe is a big place with forces beyond it. But I think, I also think a lot about being intellectually honest, which when I do university talks and so forth, I think that's a superpower. Because if you find yourself making decisions based on other people's expectations, based on places you don't want to go, but you're either you feel like momentum is taking you. I think that's a big problem. And there are people that go to our top universities and can't wait to get out and start their own company. And they want that pressure. They want to grind. There are other people that are smart and talented. Just say, look, I don't want to lay awake staring at the ceiling wondering how to pay rent. I don't want that. And I think if you can square that up and be okay with it and say, what makes me tick, what makes me happy, what puts me in a bad headspace. Because there's a difference between challenging yourself and going against your nature. So that's why I think that being intellectually honest and being able to really sit down and go inside your own head and say, what am I good at? What am I not good at? How am I going to put myself in a position to be successful? Because, I'm working on my weaknesses, but I'm not going to put myself career-wise in a position where I'm just fundamentally going to have a hard time being successful.
Yeah, intellectually honest is tricky. I think it's there's like levels to it too.
Sure.
There's well, like some of the things I think about when you dream of doing certain kinds of big things. The part of intellectual honesty is to say several things. One is like, hey, thing you're dreaming about. Like, one, the fact that nobody's done it probably shows that you know, you're just a dreamer. This is not going to, like, think clearly. The fact that it hasn't been done probably shows that it may not be the right path. And two is like, if you're dreaming about stuff, there's a certain point where it's like, hey, you haven't done it. Like, why haven't you done it already? Like, you have to be honest with yourself. Like, I think it's just like, a lot of people work hard for a long time or dream, we have to wake up and be like, I've been at this for 10 years. Like with a startup, you launch a startup and you think about 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, pretty successful. It wasn't clear like the dream. You have to shut it down. You have to be as much honest there. At the same time, you might want to be like step it up. You need to say almost like the flip side of like intellectual honesty is like not any ambition. I'm just saying, fuck it. But that is the kind of intellectual honesty saying, the big problem here is I've been kind of doing too many things. Maybe with this dream of the goal. All this kind of thing. I mean, this human experience is complicated.
Yeah, yes, we're not all human things are complicated. And I think there's a difference between being reckless and making well thought out, informed decisions. If you're going to go all in, make sure you measure twice, cut once, as they say. And one of my other favorite, I forget, many years ago, I heard this saying, stayed with me, is never mistake clear line of sight with distance. And, that, so I think that the key, whether you're starting a business or you're thinking about leaving the company you're at, starting a business, or just leaving for another job, any of these things is as much as you can, right? The psychologists, I think, would tell us it's hard to be self-aware completely, right? That's the rub. That if we were all completely self-aware of everything we did, the strengths and weaknesses, it'd be a different world. But I do think you can work on that and at least challenge yourself to think about it and not be in a position where I'm going to medical school because that's what you do in my family, and even though I'm miserable doing it, things like that.
So you don't have to be sort of, because you don't think fault victim to conformity, which is going to do the same thing that another thing's right. But at the same time, it's measured twice and cut once. It does feel like some of the biggest leaps taken are where you cut once and you measure later. Is you leap in first. Sure. And it's almost like a cut. I suppose that is a measure. You build up into like what to do it, and then you figure out. It's the building the airplane as you're flying.
Well, and I think each one of those instances you could probably cite has its own unique circumstances. Right? I don't have a deep biotech background, so if I suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to put everything I have into this idea, well, that's, those are, right, it's game theory, right? What are the odds of success? If, on the other hand, you're brilliant in your field or you've seen some opportunity that you think is wide open and you're going to go for it and break stuff, that's great. You just want to wait, to me, always say, like, how crazy is this on the spectrum of, do I have any expertise? What is the downside if I fail? Right? If you're at a certain point in life with young children and you've got a mortgage, whatever else, that is one circumstance versus I just got out of Stanford or I just got out of whatever and I'm going to go for it. It's just the whole thing, right? It is complex, as you point out. And sometimes you just want to have the right matrix in your head of decision-making process to try to arrive at the right place.
one specific idea that sounds super fascinating. He led the $50 million seed round for a company called Colossal. It's focused on deep extinction. This is like relative to our connection and conversation about Jurassic World. They're seeking to restore lost ecosystems and use gene editing to restore the woolly mammoth, the Arctic tundra. How are you going to do that?
So I met this fascinating guy at Harvard named George Church 5-6 years ago, and found him to be incredibly smart, had an imagination, and he partnered up with a guy named Ben Lamb, who's an entrepreneur. And basically, the press and to me the imaginative, like you're capturing my imagination by telling me you're going to bring back woolly mammoth and other extinct animals. And we'll see where that road leads. I was more interested in an investor in the things that they're working through around understanding genes and working proteins and CRISPR and all these other things, because being adjacent to George Church and his team, as these things unfold over the next decade, I thought was the right thing to do.
People are important. Just like investing in people and seeing what the hell they can do.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look through history, and great things are done by great people, right? And companies, they end up over time becoming a logo and immediately what you think of them. But they started out with a person, with an idea, and a team that cultivated that and made that happen. And I think there are certain folks that are just immensely talented that if you can be around them, and I also know his and his team's ethics in terms of spending time talking about where the lines are. People in other countries that may not have the same process, may not have the same checks and balances, are doing this and pursuing this regardless. So at least I felt like with George and Ben and their teams, they're also very responsible.
This is where the human side of things comes into play. I've interacted with a lot of really brilliant people in the technology space where you kind of, there's a lot of ways to feel this out. You can ask people really in literature, you can feel out how much they really understand about human nature. Like, whatever the technology is, when it actually starts to play, interact with society at scale. Like, do they have an understanding or an intuition about how that? Some of that requires studying history, some of that requires just looking at the worst and best parts and events in human history to understand, like, hey, it doesn't always turn out like how we hope the technology turns out. If a person has a depth of understanding about history, about human nature, then I think that's the right person to mess with some of this cutting edge stuff.
And what Marcus Aurelius with a PhD.
Exactly. Just a small tangent, but you mentioned having a conversation with Roy Buffy. You spoke really highly of him as an investor, as a human being. What about him do you know? What from him, what insights did you draw from him as a great investor yourself?
Well, it's the afternoon.
Yo, dog. How are you, big man?
Something I'll treasure forever. But sometimes when you meet people, even that are immensely successful,
How do you feel? All right, hold on. You get comfortable. I won't inundate you. You get comfortable. I don't want to inundate you. Inundate? Yeah, like inundate is meaning like overwhelm you. All right. So I got a Reddit account. I got a 7-day ban. That's the bad news. The good The good news, I of all of the platforms that I'm on, so the big ones for me are Rumble and YouTube, but I'm also on a bunch of others. There's one that has kind of always eluded me because I've never been able to really get any traction on it, whether it comes to streaming or spamming. And that one is known as Twitch. And so you know how I created kickbots? Well, my idea is just I have to do the same for Twitch. Twitch is such a bigger platform, and I thought to myself, okay, if the worst thing happened and they banned my Twitch accounts, that's fine. Because Twitch only stays for 30 days. So that's no big deal. If I never stream another minute on Twitch for the rest of my life, it really wouldn't harm me. The thing that harms me is YouTube. And stuff like that as well. But I'm live streaming right now on a whole bunch, including Instagram and some others. And so I'm developing robots for Twitch. Now, Twitch has a lot of different ways to combat spam. So I know I'm going to become a target for it pretty easily. But it's a process. So we get that going. And it's funny because one day somebody's going to come in here and I'm going to say, how do you find out about me? And I'm going to say, you spam my Twitch account, and that is going to be a good day. Just like Aprimashia came in here because I spammed her. She saw my spam on Kick. Yeah, it's the web. Anything can be hacked, basically. There are no captchas. Captchas is the thing that really ruined me when it comes to creating accounts because then I have to sit there and make it. And I've done it. I made 2,100 individual Twitch accounts or Twitter accounts. So that's a lot of work just doing captures. It took me like 6 months to just do that many captures. But Twitch is a little different. It has some systems in place that prevent some things that I do that Kick doesn't have. But I'm kind of like, here's the thing: if I go to the big streamers and I spam them, I just might cut me. But I've been spamming people on Twitch now who are small streamers, and that's what I'm going to go for. Small streamers. Why? Because a small streamer can be friends with a big streamer, and they can just be like, oh, this motherfucker again, or I saw this motherfucker on Kick or whatever. If I go for the big streamers, though, they have moderators, and they can just kick me out, and then they report me, and then I'm done. And but like I've been spamming for like a good hour on the same account, and I'm normally not allowed to do that. At least on Kick. Kick has they pay people in another country to just basically find my accounts and get rid of them. And I I think they're paid from like the Philippines, Indonesia, or something, and some are something like India. Something that I learned recently about the YouTube system. All of the YouTube appeals are done through India. So that's why you don't have people who were like fired from YouTube and they come out and be like, hey, this is what's going on YouTube. These assholes are trying to censor people or whatever. That never happens because they're in India. And all of the appeals are through India. So it really doesn't come into play with American streamers or American employees unless it's like a really big stream. But that rarely happens. And that's why it's just silence about anyone who complains about YouTube's censorship policies because like normally you do whistleblowers, but we don't get whistleblowers on YouTube, and I always wonder that. I've not read and learned from other streamers that everything is coming from India. And if they fire you in India, like the odds are you're going to get on a computer, you say in English what's going on. No one's going to sit down with you with an interview. In the United States, people would. People would jump at the chance. You worked at YouTube? Yeah. Did you work in the censorship section? Yeah. We didn't become a trust, community trust or something. Okay, well, will you sit down and tell us what they do? And they'd be like, yeah, here's what happened. But there's nothing. So I'm kind of excited. Oh, why did I get hit on that? This is a really interesting. So you do what you need to do. Absolutely. And I only got banned for 7 days. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. How are you? We're glad that you're here. Hope you're having a good day. It's, yeah, and it was so stupid why I got you read it is so they're the best company in the world that I know about mainstream company that's best at preventing fake accounts is Yelp. Yelp is by far the best. Um, Yelp, yeah. I learned this in the startup world. You would think that you could just, when you're a small business, inflate your ratings by just having a bunch of friends create accounts and do that. And it is not that easy, even if they're real people. I mean, I can tell you countless stories about real people I knew who made real accounts, who used the service. The company that I helped to start, well, the app I helped to start was an on-demand car wash. And I found much success in it, but in 2020, the law changed. It's called AB5, and who was determined to be an independent contractor, and the owner of the business was sued for $45 million. He ended up, I told you about this guy, he ended up getting murdered in Las Vegas hotel. Exactly. So along that journey, though, I learned, this is how I learned a lot about that world, and really a lot about social media. And and I went from just a regular employee there to being the managing director, top employee there, within like 6 months or so. Actually, sooner than that. And we launched the app within 6 months of me getting there. It was on commercials throughout Southern California, created billboards, did advertising. So I learned a lot about that world. And I can tell you Yelp is better than any. And we used to have calls with Yelp because the business would spend a lot of money. We'd spend thousands of dollars a month with them. And what is actually an illegal practice that they nevertheless did was they record everything that you say to them on the phone. They create a transcript. So the guy who owned the business would get really upset with them. What the fuck is going on? I want this, I want this, I want this. I'm paying you thousands of dollars. Why is it this is happening? This is all creating the transcript. And just to give you an idea, in order to get a Yelp review, like normally if you were like, hey, I'll create an account for you or something, like that'd be like, I don't know, $10, $50, something like that. For a Yelp review, they're $100. They used to be, this is like 6 years ago, they used to be $100 each, and if it was a Yelp elite member, it was $300. So they're basically people who have created their own revenue generation by just going to a nice restaurant or just a smoothie bar, but they're a Yelp elite person, and because of that, they make $300 every time they do it. And you would think that really it's that important to have reviews, yes, and Yelp is the life the customer service. People get pissed off, they go to Yelp. Now there is a fabulous documentary. I've seen it twice. It's called $1 Billion Vault, and it's all about Yelp. And this is what Yelp does. Just Caspian Sea, name a business, a pretend business you would start. But doesn't have to be a good idea. What name? Okay, excellent. So you start the revolution. You just tell me about it. All right, and let's say you start it from your house. Okay, that's basically where it's going to start. Well, what ends up happening is Yelp looks on the LLC list of the local people and finds the Revolution company just started, and they'll call you and they'll say, "Hey, Pastor C, it's Rabbi from Yelp. How are you?" And you do that. I'm great. What's going on? And they would say, "We noticed that you're a small business and you're in the Revolution industry, and that's really great. Have you ever considered using Yelp to help boost your ads?" And you're like, I'm just a starting business. I don't have any money to do this. So if it's okay, and you'd be like, I don't necessarily want to get into advertising right now. And they say, okay, well that's fine. And then all of a sudden you respond and you have a negative review. And you're like, I didn't even do anything yet. I have a negative review. Who negative reviewed me? And it'll be just some random person, perhaps you never met them, perhaps they're not even a real person, but you now have a 1-star. And so then you call Yelp and you say, hey, I want to appeal this review. And they have an appeal process, and it works like 20% of the time you're able to fix it. And so now you have a negative review. And then you're going to tell all your friends, look, I got this negative review. Is there any way you could do reviews for my business to just, get it a little higher, give me some 5-star reviews? Your friends will say, oh, absolutely. And they'll all have independent devices and everything. But the thing that Yelp does is it tracks your GPS. So they know if you actually went to that location, they know how long you've spent there. And there's all kinds of geolocation things that are going on within the Yelp app. In fact, there are 170 different data points that Yelp records for any type of review. So there's just a lot. That means the date, time, the language of your device, what the make and model is, all this stuff. Okay, next month comes around. Yelp calls you and says, hey, as BNC, I know that you're in the revolution industry, and I think that's really great. Have you ever considered buying ads on Yelp? And you say, look, I already have like some negative reviews. I'm not wanting to necessarily promote them. And Yelp says, well, we can help you with those. And all you have to do is spend whatever's in your budget, $200 a month, $500 a month, $1,000 a month on ads. And then what will happen is that negative review, that first negative review that somebody did do it, will go to unrecommended reviews. And so it won't show and it won't come into, it won't get, it won't work into the 5-star, into your rate. And what happens is Yelp is essentially, in the past, this is exactly from the documentary. In the past, somebody from the mafia would come to you and say, hey, you need to pay us protection money. If not, we're going to burn down your store. And Yelp does that digitally. Yes. No, it is. It is. It is. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. But I know what you're saying. Right. Um, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Right. So I would get the line of work that I was in was I worked for a technology company. We weren't at like Uber. It was really as close to Uber as you could get. We used basically when I got to this company, I remember it was called Moblush, and I didn't know what that was. And I had an interview, and I came into the interview, and I had to wait like 45 minutes, which is not normal anytime in a regular job. And I knew this was going to be a very interesting job because there were cameras all over. And it was like, what is this? I remember saying, you have more cameras here than a bank. I've worked in banks, and they don't have as many cameras as you do. Like, you could tell that the person, whatever person with whom I was going to meet, was going to be extremely anal about everything and just really micromanage people. So the owner came in. It was a really intense interview. I remember him asking me questions that you're not allowed to ask an interview, like, for children and things like that. I remember telling him, you're not allowed to ask me. I'll tell you, but I just want to make you aware. You can essentially get in trouble. And so he hired me, and I just needed a job at the time. And I started at $20 an hour, and then I spoke to some rabbis who I know from about insurance. He really told them that they were making me work pretty hard. I'm going to go for a raise. Within my first I'm going to sell this company for $1 billion someday. And when I do, everybody's going to get a little piece of it. Well, that's kind of great to tell somebody, but this isn't in writing. This isn't, you make $1 billion. Okay, how much are we getting? So he would tell that to everybody, and he worked people really, really hard. Well, what we ended up doing was watching. There's a lot of quality assurance that we have to do. And essentially, what would happen? It's a fabulous work. It's an absolute fabulous work. I really mean that. If I had been associated with the company, I'd tell you that, but also having no association with the company, I would tell you that. If I just had used the service, here's why. Let's say you are a doctor, a lawyer, someone who is a high-paid individual, and you have to keep your car clean. You just want a nice car, especially in LA. Images everywhere, especially because of car culture. And the guy who owned the business, he was basically like the man like the best chop shop. He's like essentially the head of the Armenian mafia, and really that makes it with Armenian being with Glendale. He's like I used to call him the king of Glendale. He had this massive house in Glendale that he bought, that he just he built, which is really difficult to build anything in LA County anymore. And he just had this massive, massive house. So this guy was really, really intense. What he would do is there were other companies that did this, but he wanted to do it better. And so basically, I remember in the interview talking with them. At first, I thought it was like a mobile laundry service. Like I didn't know exactly what it was. And then when I got there, I saw it's is it a car wash? Like I don't get it. And mobile detailing was not something that I really knew too much about at the time, but I would learn a lot about the industry over the course of the next few years. So I ended up they bring out a couple phones, and that's when my whole life went out. That this isn't like a brick and mortar car wash. This is a tech, and it's a technology company. And so after getting the job and everything, I worked 6 days a week, very intense hours, many times till like 2 or 3 in the morning. Then I would open the place up by 7. Like I get 2 or 3 hours, just not enough. But we were just doing everything we could. It was done. 6 months. Those 6 months, I think I worked harder than I've ever worked. And because we were trying to get it out by the summer, we didn't want to he had founded the company 3 years beforehand, and just never could get the right people involved to get a good outcome. And I'll say it that I needed the position, and I wanted to ensure that I did a good job, and we were able to launch this patent. It was like June. I want to say it was really June. I don't want to make a mistake about it, but I mean, this is something where I really have too much. I have administrative experience and management experience, but I didn't have too much technical. I could have competed, but it wasn't at the time. It wasn't as formally trained as I would like to. And I became formally trained for this through passing the exam. But so what ended up happening was we had the largest network of mobile detailers in the world. So at the time, like 1,000 guys. What happens is, frankly, somebody hops the border, he gets to the United States, and they don't have a job, and they start working with a friend who does mobile detail, and it's basically like, you can just come and hang out with me, and you help to wash and dry the cars with me, and I'll pay you cash. And this is a huge industry in LA. And what we were doing was legitimizing these people. We would help them get business licenses and help them get insurance. And there was I would say, like some excellent energy that was put in. We had recruiters. We were bilingual. We had bilingual customer service. And so at first we were just doing it over the phone. So you would just call a telephone number and say, I want my car washed on this at this time, and then somebody would come out. But these are all independent contractors, which makes it very difficult. The reason why they weren't employees is what you do, even though it what do you do for rent? You have to pay 1,000 people now. It's just not feasible. So what ended up happening was we would vet the people and make sure that like you can get a business license and not necessarily be legal. You just have to have a NICRIN, like an employee number, and we would help people get that and really help people get to the point where guys who were frankly like not legally here were making $100,000 a year. They were working really hard and they had they had expenses, but that's the American dream, and we were really making it happen. And so we started. We shot a commercial in Beverly Hills that I was in, and I had to be in this commercial, and I didn't know. Like they were asking me questions in interview style, and I didn't necessarily want to give away. Like the thing is, we were always trying to make it seem like they were employees, but they weren't. And I didn't really like that element of it. But nevertheless, we shot this commercial, and it aired. It was more than just a commercial. It was like part of a series. It was called um, something like not Good Day Away, something like that. And basically, it was like a 3 minute like segment on us, and it went really well. And also we first won KNX radio, and then I made some contacts with iHeartMedia, and then just started getting on every single radio station, and people were really excited for this. All right, so fast forward to um, really making sure that the app works well. We spent, even though we launched it in the summer of 2017, the app would crash, and all apps crash, but this one it had issues, and it was pushed out, and I'd only been there 6 months, and so it's hard to totally revolutionize a company in that amount of time. But we would push up updates and stop the crashes, and then get it to a point where it was good and it was consistent. And then I got this app over the course of the next winter that it didn't crash. I mean, I would put this app, at least at the time, against any app, Uber, Lyft, any of them. We couldn't crash. I did everything I could to. I mean, the quality assurance that I would do on it, I used to say this, but it is. In many ways, I am one of the world's best at testing. That's how I got into all these devices, and I know like iOS and Android pretty well and all that, and how to clear caches and install backdoor apps and all that other stuff. So, and I was working as a project manager on, with overseas teams. They would push out, and we had people in house as well who were developers. So I know this is a long story. I'll kind of start with you, but what we it was a really nice service. And people loved it. We had very famous clientele. So everyone from Quentin Tarantino to the Kardashians. We used to watch the Kardashian cars every Friday. I mean, like when you're stuck to Hobnob and those kind of people, it gets to be pretty good. And so what ends up happening? Like let's say you're just Kim Kardashian, okay, and you got or getting Kim Kardashian with assistant. Actually, it's not a good. It's a fine example, but a better example is covered by this. Like you're a lawyer in Los Angeles, you want your car cleaned. You get paid $500 an hour by your work, so you can do everything on the app, have your car cleaned while you're riding brakes or doing whatever you have to do, and at the end, all you have to do is get your keys and it's all set and done, and you go and drive a clean car. Or you have to wait till after work. So basically, I think the argument, which I think is the best argument, you get paid to have your car washed. I mean, that's not how we market it, but it's true. You didn't have to take time out of your own day to go to the car wash anymore. The car wash came to you. And these guys did an amazing job on this cars. And they were insured. Now, there were some quality assurance issues that arise because car washes are so subjective. Like one person might say that's a great car wash, another person who's a real car person might say it's not a good car wash. And so we get pictures every day from a couple of customers here and there. We would either sometimes have to get a car wash or they would do it. Anyway, with that being said, that's kind of how I learned all this about technology and how to do these things. and about Yelp specifically. But that's how I started learning about this company and how the deal processing works, and like creating a bunch of different accounts. I mean, you just don't do that. But I had some experience with it. All right, so fast forward to so Yelp is the best one, not Reddit. That's what I was trying to get to because that's what happened. Okay, so Reddit, I remember they got purchased by a company, uh, like I think they're based out of Singapore. It used to be American owned, and then it got purchased by other people. They started putting these data points into their app, and it was really to quash. And this was around 2016. It was really to quash any kind of like support for certain candidates, or really just to push certain agendas. And it's a very liberal site, which is fine, but I kind of feel like it should be more neutral. All right, so um, I recognized that I knew that these companies kind of did this kind of stuff. The reason I got the ban, or the assembly ban, this is a few days ago, I went into the Wall Street Bets um, this, and I get banned there all the time. Not the one, there are a few. The OG Wall Street Bets is the one I'm starting. But the big one I would get banned in, and they wouldn't give me a reason why I was getting banned. So I went to the moderators on Reddit forum, and I asked, and they said that your profile reads like an advertiser. And I said, well, okay, at least you tell me what do you want me to change, and I'll change it. Yeah, exactly. What do you want me to put? But I really had to work to get this answer. So I told them basically that um, I tell me what you want me to change, and they just muted me, and they just banned me. And it's like, okay, whatever. So recently, I created another Reddit account, and because like when you start on Reddit with a new account, you have to follow at least one subreddit. So I would go to the finance subreddit and go to Wall Street Bets, and that's what triggered my 7-day ban. By just selecting join one subreddit, not saying anything, not uploading anything, that triggered. That's how many data points they have. Basically, they read the data points on my phone that I was using the same device. I used a VPN to create the account, but they knew it was the same MAC address on the phone. Unfortunately, it was only 7 days. I'm kind of anticipating that they might just permanently ban me, but I don't think so. I have gotten permanent bans though from Reddit for this. This is automatically a ban group. If you post something and then you log in with another account and upload, that's immediate ban. So they're really, really strict on this stuff, and they don't have a very good way to appeal that, just like that. So with that being said, the whole Reddit thing of only being banned for 7 days, I can live with that. That's totally fine. I don't totally fuck that up, and I'm happy about it because I use Reddit a lot, and I hope so. I have gotten it in the past where they say you've been temporarily muted or something like that, and then they later can come back and say you can come in again. But even still, it's fine. If they ban me again, all right, well, guess what? I'm going to create another fucking account, and I'll just use a different device, and I'll just change the MAC address on some device. That's kind of the background of how I do kind of do these things to be able to get around. All right, with that said, now we've got Twitch. And I was just sitting here, and I'm like, I need something to shake up like, I shook things up with Kick about 6 months ago, and with Discord about 8 months. And that's fine, and little by little people are coming in here. But, I don't really get anything from Twitch. It's just, my thing is about the storage of the data. That's what's important. And if Twitch only stores for 30 days, they're useless to me. They're kind of just like Kick was. And what the people who I like are Rumble and YouTube that store indefinitely. That's what I want. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to try to start creating bots for Twitch and see what happens. So I created a couple, just like some throwaway accounts. And I go to the biggest streamers and I just post I literally posted what I always post on Kick one time, then I got a ban, and then I wasn't able to post anything more. Like, even though Twitch is very smart, what they will do is they basically shadow ban you so that they tell you that you're banned, but your I was checking it with a secondary device to see if it was coming through, and it was not. Welcome, welcome. How are you, KG? Hello, how are you, KG? What's new? Excellent. What language do you speak? Excellent. Do you speak like Mexican Spanish or Spain Spanish? Excellent. Hello, I want you to know that I'm happy that you're here. I'm Rabbi, and I can use this translator to be able to connect with you.
Hola, quiero que sepas que me alegra que estés aquí. Soy rabino y puedo usar este traductor para poder comunicarme contigo.
How are you today, KG? I hope you're having a good day.
¿Cómo estás hoy, Gabriel? Espero que tengas un buen día.
Do you know anything about me, KG? KG, were you here yesterday?
¿Sabes algo de mí? Caje, caje, caje. ¿Estuviste aquí ayer?
Excellent. So you were with that big group of guys who were here yesterday, and you were asking me all kinds of questions. Is that right? You guys were asking me all kinds of questions.
Excelente. Te digo que estuviste con ese gran grupo de chicos que estuvieron aquí ayer y me preguntas de todo tipo de cosas. ¿Es así? Me hiciste todo tipo de preguntas.
Excellent. Great. How are you today? Más o menos. Okay, well then pass me so you can translate for us. Who am I? Who am I? Oh. Hola, Sofía. If you're not 18 years old, you have to leave. Only if you're 18 can you be here.
Si no tienes 18 años, tienes que irte. Solo si tienes 18 años puedes estar aquí.
Okay. Okay.
respect moment, please. People respect moment, please. Respect the moment. Respect moment, please. You know, start saying it's gonna be like one day for that. Bye. Good day. Bye.
Goodbye. You too, buddy. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. I love you too. Adios, amigos. So those guys came in yesterday, and we went through that for a few hours, but they were really nice. It's just there's a gap in translation, but yeah, they were really nice. Okay. Those guys met me through Discord. Yeah. Anyway, that was my thing with Reddit. I'm so just temporary man there. Okay, but Twitch is gonna be. I'm not saying. I'm gonna just inundate Twitch with bots like I always do, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's just such a bigger landscape to be able to bother people, and so that's what we got going. But it's not a huge excitement because it's stuff to create the bot and everything. But once it works, it's always exciting to be able to show it to someone else. It's like a creation. Like, I really think of it like a robot. Like I'm building a robot and then it works, and then I get to show somebody, and then we see what happens. And I'm telling you, the second that somebody's like, "Hey, yeah, I heard about you from Twitch," that's when we hit hey here because Twitch is just such a large platform, and I also have the advantage, at least currently, that people can just type me in Twitch and see that I'm live streaming on at least a few different streams at any given time. So there's that connection that they can make as well. But the thing that I'm going to be spamming in is just something to be spam. Oh, one other thing. So Twitch is slow in comparison to Kick because Kick doesn't have ads and Kick's still just pretty basic. I have ad blockers on, so I don't have to watch any of the Kick ads. But like you know how we do the thing with creating a clip and all that stuff. Well, Twitch has. I can do that on Twitch. I can, but it's not as easily viewable for other people. Basically, the creator can like approve it or deny it, and it's not immediately available. Like my Kick clips are just available to anybody to see. So for right now, the goal is to create a follow bot and a spam bot. If I have that, I can do spam. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing, and now I gotta focus on it. Is that like a plan? Beautiful. Thank you.
You may decide that after 20 minutes or half an hour, oh, you were in the right place at the right time, and that's fine. There are other people that are clearly different, special, and I don't care if you made them start from zero, would end up in a good place. And so it was an absolute privilege to spend the time with him. A couple of things that stood out in the conversation. He is incredibly intellectually curious and well-read. And I like how simplistic he likes to keep his thought matrix. And then also, instead of trying to outsmart the market, it seems like a simple axiom, but just look, good companies that are led by talented managers that are good businesses over time are going to get there. So I'm not going to day trade. I'm looking for value. And then just life stuff, and also his ability to take in and then use information incredibly impressive. So I only spent I met him before, but I only spent one afternoon. Pretty incredible. And one of the things that stuck out to me is we were in the middle of talking about telco investing, how we thought about it. And I said, I'm trying to be smart about it. And he stopped me and said, Charlie Munger, partner of many years. Charlie and I don't try to think we're smart things. We try to think, what's the dumb thing we could do here? And I kind of laughed, and he said, no, I'm dead serious. We think about it from the standpoint of, what could we do in this situation that later we'd be like, that was a really dumb thing to do. And I actually thought that was, it got in my head. I still think a lot about that as I'm dissecting problems.
There's that's kind of long-term thinking. If you just avoid the dumb things, or if you simplify it, you just focus on those simple steps. All it takes is just do that for a long period of time.
Yeah, it certainly worked for him. That's all I can say.
What about you? You've been a great investor yourself. How do you know when you judge people? So whenever I go to San Francisco, I was thinking of moving to San Francisco. It's what I decided to. After really giving it some thought, talking to people, decided to move to Austin. Everybody's dreaming big, have big plans. Actually, I don't envy the job of an investor of any kind, because everybody has big dreams. It's hard to know who exactly, what ideas going to materialize, what team is going to materialize into something great. How do you make those decisions about people, about ideas?
Well, if I had any kind of a lattice work on this, it absolutely starts with the people. And I think the reason for that is your business plan is going to change. Right? There's very few businesses I know of that say, we're going to make a widget in this location, and 30 years later, we're successful and we just make a widget. And that's what it is. Things happen, right? And today they happen with such velocity that you have to be able to make hard decisions based on imperfect information. And how are you going to calculate those answers? How self-interested are you going to be? What kind of ethics will you apply? What's your short-term versus long-term thing? Are you able to give an honest assessment of the situation? Because the thing that you can count on is problems are going to happen. Things you didn't anticipate are going to happen. How pliable are you, right? How much elasticity is there in your ability to be successful? And I think it's important when you invest in something that you both see, you understand the roadmap ahead and agree to it. Right? Doesn't mean there won't be twists and turns, but you're not like, oh, wait a minute, what did we do here? This isn't the thing I signed up for. And then I think honesty and communication is a huge thing to me. I always tell people, if bi-directional, if there's something going on, start the conversation with, Lex, we have a problem. Okay, now I'm setting up, you have my full attention, we're going to talk about whatever it is. Bad news should travel faster than good news. And because it's going to happen, being in business with someone that is going to shoot you straight and sometimes say, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I got to go figure it out. That I can process a lot better than, look, I don't want you mad at me or disappointed, or I can't handle not having success, so I'm just going to kick the can. And I think, especially in today's business environment, that's very, very dangerous.
So that's a bad sign, not just because it's good to communicate and be honest, but if they're not willing to do that, then it goes back to the intellectual honesty. They're probably not also able to be brutally honest with themselves when they get to know about the direction.
But look, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But I think if you unpack many situations that turned out negatively, most of the people, whether you're faking lab results, right, in the biotech, and you're staring at their nose these days, do I think in a lot of cases you're either the villain, like you started out saying, I'm going to screw my shareholders over and I'm going to be a liar. That isn't my experience. Most things are little incremental moves that say, we're going to get this right next week, but today we got to make the presentation, so just tweak things a little bit. That's a slippery slope, right? And so that's why I think from the standpoint of people, you want to go into the foxhole with folks that understand things are going to happen, and I'm going to let you know about them, and we're going to try to solve them together. And then just in terms of the idea, I was asked, like, okay, if this company executed the way, that's the other thing that always cracks me up about financials. Whenever somebody pitches you, inevitably they'll say, our projections are really, really conservative. I'm still waiting for somebody to come in and say, look, my projections are wildly optimistic. We'll never hit these numbers, but anyway, it's, if this company did what it says and executes, it doesn't matter, right? Does it move the needle enough? And what are the things that uniquely position this company to be successful? And you just have to be able to answer, I think, a number of those questions pretty crisply.
But at the end of the day, it's still a good news. So you just try to realize this. Let me jump to another topic. You're an incredible human being that you're involved with this. Your band, Those Sounds, is touring with the Rothschild. But before we talk about your band, let me ask about that. What's that like? Playing with your own styles?
Real, just because they're my favorite band of all time. To me, the greatest rock and roll band, it's not even close of all time. And to share the same stage, to be on tour, and to go out and get that energy from the crowd. And every night off stage and later when they go on, you hear that iconic, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones. And it's incredible. And what's amazing to me about the band, next year will be their 60th anniversary. 60 years. And it's hard to be around anything for that long. But making music and packing stadiums. And what's amazing to me, they could play a 2-hour set, and it's not just that, oh, that's a hit, or you recognize it. It's like every song is an anthem, right? So it's been amazing. We got to play with them in 2019, and when they asked us to do this again, it's just an absolute privilege.
I asked you this offline, so I know you are a rock star.
Yeah.
But just me, maybe I'm projecting, but do you get nervous? Such a large audience, with the Rolling Stones. It feels like there would be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to screw it up. I think our band, is tight knit and all that stuff. And I think that the individual nervousness dissipates when you go out as a group and you're making music together. And you sort of, okay, we're all in this and we're doing a thing, which is why even in sports, I always look at individual events like ice skating or anything where it's just you out there alone. And that's different than being with a team and nerve-wracking. So I'm sure if it was me with an acoustic guitar just going out, it would feel different. But absolutely, you get the right kind of butterflies, I would call it. And just the energy of playing music and having it be this relationship. And look, I get it. I've been to a ton of concerts where I'm like, look, can you just get to the band, please? But what's been great is just an amazing reception. And we have this guy named Trey Nation, who's the lead singer, is just incredibly talented. And he's just not only an amazing voice, but just has that charismatic thing.
He's good. What's it feel like to play in front of a huge audience? What's the, as a guitarist, like are you lost in the music, or you just don't feel the audience? Does it add extra energy? Does it add extra anxiety? Like, what's it feel like?
Well, stadiums are interesting just because it's so big and cavernous, and because you want to protect your ears, so we use an in-ear system, so that you are a little disconnected from the crowd. Because if you're playing that loud and you're standing in front of your amps without ear protection,
How are you monitoring the sound? Like the in-ear stuff, is that producing sound, or is it strictly ear?
no, it's producing the sound. So, like putting ear pods in and listening to your song and you're playing to, right? It's just us playing, but it protects your ears. But the energy from the crowd when they get going and get into it, which knock on wood so far has been amazing. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's just this bi-directional thing that happens, and music and sports were kind of my first loves, and it's very difficult to describe, I think, accurately, because it's like no other field.
Musically, how is it different than playing in the garage with a band by yourself, practicing? Like, is it? Do you feel like you're creating something different when you got the guitar and the amp and just the sound disappearing out into everybody's listening? Is that?
It's listen. The first time we did it, there was nobody in the stadium. The first time I ever played in the stadium, and I'm just like, I'm out there in front and just hitting different chords and playing different licks. It's like I won a contest when I get to do this. But what's different about it? Each venue is different. So if you we went on the road with ZZ Top a few years ago, which was incredible. Love Billy Gibbons, he's a Texan, incredible person and guitar player. But when you're playing in like 5,000 to 7,000 seats, it's really, you're right there with them, with the crowd. And when you play in an arena, we toured with Bob Seger on his last tour, which was cool. Played some shows with him. And again, the arena, like they're all kind of packed on top of you, and it's super loud, which was cool. And the crowd is. Stadium is a completely different animal. And it's just a completely different experience.
Do you enjoy it versus like a smaller room? What's as a guitarist, as a musician, what's your favorite room to play? Sounds.
Any room that'll have me. Look, I think arenas are the perfect blend, if I had to say, because it's loud and 20, 30,000 people, but like right up on you. The stadium, look, playing the stadiums with the Rolling Stones is going to go on the head marker somewhere else. More. I say this, and I really mean it. My life is like a punk episode. It just hasn't. No one's burst in yet.
Yeah.
But it's as cool as you think it is.
For 60 years, how do you think Mick Jagger still got it? Well, how do you explain it?
I got to tell you something. I mean, the funny thing is, wherever there is excellence, people want to know, how'd you do it? Like, what's the secret? Not only is Mick Jagger, and I think the songs that Keith Richards and Mick Jagger wrote together, I could listen to the lyrics. It's just incredibly poignant. And I'm just a huge Stones fan, so, but he works out like a maniac, right? And it's that 10,000 hours thing. It's that, hey, maybe I don't feel my best today, but I'm going to get up and do my routine and work out so that, at his age, which, you can look at people at different ages believe they were, maybe we're both at this age. I'm a lot older than you are, and vice versa. And he just, I think it's the combination of raw talent and the ability. He's very smart, right? Like he understands how to have interaction with the crowd, hold them in the palm of his hand, and be an entertainer. But then on top of that, the reason he can at this age run around stadiums and be just as energetic is he puts the work in. That's one step that I think a lot of people miss sometimes, where they want that magic trick. They want to know what's the shortcut. Most of the time, the answer is there's no shortcut.
You have to work hard on the way there and work hard to stay on top.
That's it.
And sometimes not even like work hard, it's just like it's like be a professional, which that involves like in his case, at his age, with the amount of stuff you have to do on stage, the way he does it, you have this is a professional athlete. A professional athlete that has to do things that are probably designed for 20-year-olds or 30-year-olds to do at their age, which means that really has to do it. He probably has like a whole physical routine he has to do.
Diet, the whole thing. And it's hard. Look, if you want to do great things, you probably have to do hard things.
I'm not going to make you pick, stick on stars for 1 more minute. But what are some great Rolling Stones songs that impacted you? Lyrically, musically, maybe something you like playing, like air guitar. I don't know.
Well, probably my favorites. I love Sympathy for the Devil. It's very sort of Fausty, and I love the lyrics. I love how the almost a groovy beat just kind of builds throughout the song. That's always been one of my favorites.
So that's you never mentioned it. No, sorry. My name.
Yeah,
There's like a flirtation in the lyrics. It's kind of interesting.
it's here's all the trouble I've caused along the way with you humans. I just think it's really, really great.
And musically builds very nicely.
Yeah.
It's like both far and dark. It's a playful nature to it. It's very stone. It only makes it pull off. It's like playful, but it's also like dark, dangerous, dangerous.
Yeah, and giving shelter. It's just, and to this day, I listen to the studio version, and Mary Clayton just comes on and sings that iconic part. And there's a documentary that was done about backup singers. And it tells the story of that moment in that song with Mary Clayton. And it's just her voice and the way it unfolded. They got her out of bed at like 10 o'clock at night. Like, she's like, she's going spells. And it is just killed it. And I can't sing at all. I'm by ordinance not allowed around a microphone. So I'm always in awe when someone can sing like that. But those are some of my favorite Rolling Stones songs. And Painted Black's awesome. I mean,
Again, the song I'm good. I mean, it defines it for a generation. It made you pick up a guitar and
it's just the coolest thing, right? I mean, when you watch back then, and I was kind of an old soul. I was listening at a fairly young age to Muddy Waters, Robert Johnson, Michael Hopkins, just the soulfulness.
Bill's gone.
I mean, Phoebe plays 5 notes and just kills it. I mean, the emotion that it evokes. So I just was just in awe of the instrument. And, I also, there's always somebody around who's a musician that just picks the instrument up and can play, right? They're just so talented at it. Just listen to the record and play it. That was never. I never took formal lessons. I had to grind, to just make it sound like I wanted it to sound.
Supposed to technically hear everything part of
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it. And what they, you're right. So my right hand, the rhythm side of it is, that's probably, if I have anything, my strength. But there's something pretty amazing that happens when you get together with other people and play a song. In that moment where it hits the pocket, we all kind of know it, and it's just such a cool feeling. And it was interesting growing up because I always had eclectic interests. So I loved math, physics, and science. So I had those friends, and I was an athlete, like football, baseball, and basketball. So I had jock friends, and then I had music friends, and so it was just kind of that. And so when I was still living in Los Angeles, I had Legendary. I just missed playing. And so I put this band together and called it the Ghost House because, again, huge Robert Johnson fan, and that legend of Robert Johnson selling his soul at the crossroads in exchange for his musical talent.
You guys have that in like the videos.
Yeah,
That's cool.
exactly. So I just thought like that's such cool work. I just love the blues. So Robert Johnson would often we talk about hellhounds on his trail. And so I always just thought, I wish it were a more clever, deeper story, but that's about it.
That's pretty deep, Robert Johnson. But you also talk about this, you connect to the storytelling of blues. So what makes a good story? So what aspect of storytelling connects to the song? So I'm a big lyrics guy too. I love deep lyric people like Tom Waits, with people that are like Leonard Cohen, that are popular now, like obviously yes, poetry. And then there's some people like Stones where it's like seemingly simpler, but it's still so much more to it. It's like less is often more. It still tells a strong story.
And there's certain people, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards, Billy Gibbons, they just say things in a certain way. It's cool, right? It's just, and so I write our music and lyrics. I have to tell a story. I have to know the characters in the song. I'm not going to just write some rhymes and have them match up to the right key and the right music. I have to understand, like, that's just me. And so I think that, look, if you have 3 or 4 minutes to tell a story, you have to be efficient with your use of language. And you have to understand what you're building to, if anything, emotion, and hopefully for those 3 minutes, get the listener trying to understand not only the point of the song, but where you're coming from, and to make you feel a certain way. There's a song that the audience seemed to like a lot on the new album called "Good Old Days," and I wrote that because, especially during COVID, and reflecting on what normalcy looks like and what happens when you're cut off. I just was kind of taken with this idea of that when you sit around and reminisce with friends, oftentimes it's not just like some big event. It's remember that summer you go up to the lake all the time. It's who you were with, and at the time, it probably seemed pretty pedestrian. It just seemed like kind of a normal day. But it was the company you were keeping. It was the time in your life. It was whatever it was. And I just kind of struck me that right now, we're doing stuff that we're going to reminisce about later. And it seems kind of ordinary. And that was such a great time. So the idea is be involved in that stuff. But these are the good old days. And enjoy it and soak it in and kind of be present with it.
Yeah, it's a great perspective to take on the present. Because we are we're living through the community. But sometimes the things we remember is just really stuff.
Yeah.
outside of Keith Richards, who is the greatest? Ridiculous question. It's just simple. Who's the greatest blues guitarist of all time? You guys?
Well, you got a little bit of a hybrid from Jimi Hendrix, right? Because he played the blues and he played rock and roll. So I think most guitarists would say Jimi Hendrix is pretty ridiculous.
But that probably
Because you can't, I mean, even to this day, I don't care, technology, pedals, whatever, he's just somehow fused with the instrument. I can't be sitting here in Austin, Texas, without mentioning one of the great guitar players of all time, Stevie Ray Vaughan.
See, that's why I know you're a rock star.
No, he does. Stevie Ray Vaughan is another one of those, just blows me away. And then with the older guys, B.B. King, Hubert Sutherland, Clapton. I saw him on his last tour. He just walked out with it. I'm like, just like unbelievable how he still sounds.
And both electric and acoustic.
Yeah, he's a master. Absolutely master.
And the greatest storyteller, Mr. Bob Seger. That's an interesting one. He always doesn't get enough credit for how great he is. Obviously, he's such a famous player.
No, he's his voice. I had the privilege of getting friendly with John Fogerty. John Fogerty and CCR thing. He's another one that's just the way he phrases things. And you just look at the catalog of stuff he wrote. Amazing talent. I read Bruce Springsteen's book. And I'm a fan, but after reading the book, it was really, you go back and listen to his lyrics and the way he pours himself out is pretty incredible. And then again, with the old blues guys, I just think the emotion they could get out of playing, staying on the lawn, right? Just playing the same rhythm. John Lee Hooker. You listen to Manish Boy by Buddy Waters, and it's just, there's something so, it just draws me in every time, and the emotion we're able to get out of things. I'm also a huge Chuck Berry fan. I just think that's something.
Do you know how to play Johnny Be Good?
I do. Yeah. Maybe, one of the great moments, at least in my childhood, was Back to the Future, and watching Michael J. Fox plug in, and then at the end play at the dance to save his parents with Johnny Be Good. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, the guitar is so much more to a music instrument. It's like in the 20th century, it's like the car. It defines so much of Hollywood, so much of the generation, what it means to be. What it means to be a man, what it means to be a human in America. It's fascinating.
It's emblematic to me of a certain type of music. And that's I made a documentary years ago called Mike and I with Jim Page.
I highly recommend it. I recently watched that documentary. It's incredible celebration of guitar. Yeah, since Jimmy Page, my wife, my stripes.
Yes.
And yes, YouTube. Okay, well, now you have to tell the story. How the heck did that happen together? It's so fast. Such different musicians all coming together, talking about their story, talking about how they approach the music, also playing together. It's really good. It's casual conversation.
Well, one day I came downstairs.
Oh shit!
I went to Star Magazine, said there was the 50th, the 50 top guitarists of all time. And then I had some other financial report with video games, and the top video game at the time was Guitar Hero, right? And there was a third thing I can't recall, but I said to myself, what is it about the guitar?
Oh, it's so fucking
It's
funny.
so central. It's rock and roll, whatever you want to call it. Why is that simple? And I said to myself, I want to ask Jim Page why he up the guitar. And so I called a friend of mine, David Guinness, who we directed Inconvenient Truth. I think still is, but at the time was the biggest novel ever. And I called Davis and I said, look, I have this idea. I want to make this movie about the guitar, about different eras and styles and whatever. But I've never made a documentary. I don't know how to do that. So I was just looking for advice. And thankfully, this is one of the best documentarians ever. Davis is like, you know what? I can't get this out of my head. I'll direct it, which was amazing. And we wrote 3 names down which represented different eras and different styles. Rarely do you get, you got 3 for 3, but it was those 3 guys, and it's just such an incredible experience to sit there and get to know Jimmy Page. I mean, it was like, and he was like Gandalf, man. He was like always Jimmy Page, and
That was so cool to see him. He jumped up. There's like a wisdom and calmness to him compared to like the restlessness of Jack White. I mean, that combination is just fascinating.
it was one of the coolest experiences ever. And one of the things, there was a moment where Jimmy was going through his guitar case. He had the double mic from Stairway to Heaven, and he to me. I mean, it's like somebody handing you X album.
Yeah.
Amazing experience. And the Edge, one of the kindest human beings you'll ever meet in your life. Just an amazing person. I mean, I think he hit it right in the head with Jack. He's got that energy, and constantly pushing himself. But it's hard to believe it's been, I think, 10 or 11 or maybe even 12 years since it came out.
After watching it, I realized how much it was needed. And I was almost surprised it didn't already exist. So it's like, yeah, the guitar wasn't quite celebrated like explicitly. We always didn't acknowledge it. How important it was culturally. It's kind of like in the way it goes from some very it was the guitar lead that like that. Yeah.
That's because they didn't want to go home. We were shooting on the Warner Brothers soundstage for 3 days, and we called it the Summit. We put it together. And the 2 things I'll never forget is when Jimmy starts to play the riff and Roll on Love.
Yeah.
Edge and Jack ceased to be rock, rock gods or whatever, and had the same 15-year-old kid feeling that I did. You could see it in their face. And then at the end, they're like, hey, can you play? Like, go. Can you just play something acoustically? So we printed out the lyrics that they wanted to play, and we just sat there and sat on those couches and just, yeah.
What's your guitar setup like? You have the 2 guitars. First, maybe let's just put on the line. So, what's better, the smaller Strat?
Well, I'm not going to get into what's better because I'm sure that will start a flood. For me,
I'm going to say it's Strat. Like the Strat, I'm just looking at.
my main instrument is a Les Paul.
But okay, let me just put out there. I'm speaking as somebody who I don't think anyone else is strong. So maybe I'm uninitiated. I don't exactly. So I don't. It's probably because I've come to so people. It's like sure.
The amazing thing to me is if you look back at Leo Fender and what the Gibson Guitar Company and Les Paul did in the 50s, those are still the shapes and the perfect thing to get right. The Strat and the Telecaster and the Les Paul, and they got it right way back then. So I have my main guitar. You got to name your guitar. So my main guitar is in Hazel, and it's a '59 Les Paul. And there's something magical in that ear, like a Stradivarius, and there's something different. So I play that, and then I play it through. So my main rig is either a '59 Fender Twin or a '65 Marshall. And then when we're on the road now, when you use older vintage stuff, you just got to be super careful. Tributes, what it has for your line. So very nicely, the guys from Two Rock sent me some of their amps, and they're really, because I don't use any new stuff. Two Rock stuff is pretty great. So that's actually what
I'll get close, like if it's close to the sound view.
yeah, it's new and reliable. So that's what I'm using on the road.
Do people use like emulation? Do they use software or is it still?
They do. I personally don't. I go, I don't have many pedals. I use a Klon, vintage Klon, straight into the amp, and
That's old school as possible. Is there other quickie guys you have?
I have a bunch of what they call Blackguard Telecasters from the 50s, which are pretty great.
What are those Blackguard Telecasters?
Yeah, so it's just, it's from the
Oh, they
50s
actually
and
legit
they
have a Blackguard.
but they're incredible. So
What's the color of the Telecaster itself?
most of them are yellow with black, and then they got into different configurations. But there's something. I have a 51 Telecaster that I play in Open G, and then songs in Open G. But just again, there's something, and I'll take all the help I can get. Making it sound great. So I'll try to find the magic ones.
What's your writing process like for the music and the lyrics? Is there, do you have to go to the mountains, whiskey involved, or do you have to do just write a little bit, or maybe a moment every time?
I'm a boring guy. I don't drink. I don't just. I figure I can screw things up plenty on my own without adding anything. But for me, it either starts with a riff, just something that I think is an interesting, riff or tone that I can kind of sink my teeth into a little bit. And then a lot of times I'll write a title and love the title, and then start to.
So the title is almost like an idea.
Yeah, like this is where I want to be, and then start kind of writing it out. Again, I just have to know: am I writing from a character's point of view? Am I writing about someone or something? It's like the narrator, and what is this person? Are they happy? Are they sad? Are they? Where are they in life? I don't know if all that, like great writers, I'm sure would say, why don't you just write? You don't need all that. But that's, for me, that's my process.
I'm not so sure about that. I think quite a lot of writers have create a world in their mind before they even put the simplest of words down. So yeah, I think there's quite a lot through that. What's your favorite song to play? Is there some favorite ones you go to? Both play and kind of, I'm sure, love singing.
Oh,
No, yeah.
I'm not. I'm neither talented nor do I have the desire. And I think, if you come see the show, you won't see a microphone anywhere near.
But do you hear, like, when you think about lyrics, do you hear the idea of the words?
Especially, what's great, with Trey, is I write for his voice, and then we have these amazing backup singers that are just, and I can hear all of it, I just can't do it. And so I'd say that of our stuff, there's a song called Half My Fault that I play in Open G. It just, I love playing the song, I love that energy. And then there's, we have a new blues album coming out, and there's a song called Baby We're Through, and it just stays on the wall. And with non-musicians, that means, like in a lot of rock and roll and blues, it's what's called a 1-4-5 progression from your kind of root. You would hear, if you're a non-musician, if you heard it, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's a lot of songs. And this song just stays in the same group, like Look Range or Shake Your Hips or any of those songs. And it's just got this unbelievable energy. It's fun to play. I have to keep the same rhythmic thing going for the whole song.
With that simplicity, I mean the personality of the song. Trey's really cool. It just comes through. And I guess you need that for everything. It's just
You've got to have that. And my other guitar player, Johnny Bob, is a phenomenal. I mean, like a legitimate guitar slinger. We probably split the lead 70-30, and he is just, there's times sometimes I look over at him and I'm like, I'm being a fan right now, because what you just laid down is pretty good.
From a lead perspective, what's the most fun to play? What kind of stuff do you do? You like slow? Do you like drill is gone? So if you look at BB King's, plays one note, just play all shit out of it. What we call vibrato.
Yeah. If I'm going to play with you, it's a certain kind of feel. Slow blues is probably my favorite. Like, or something that's got a little more of that Chuck Berry drive, where you can be rhythmic in the lead. I can't the shredding thing that those guys do, so that's not good.
I was actually always able to do that really well. Like you mentioned, people that pick up the fast, like maybe it's the classical piano training, you get everybody super fast and guitar, super technical. But to me, the hardest thing and the favorite thing is just how you have to do the guitar more than you like. It's worth playing a guitar for. It's like a certain kind of emotion. It has to do with bending notes well. And bending notes is a whole other I worked surprisingly long time on comfortably and there's some good memoirs that aren't bending. They're simple. They sound simple, but the dynamics of them to express, build up, and it's held, and there's often a vibrato at the top for a bit. Just that, it's almost like a sigh of relief. That's a hard part of him. It's hard to get right. It's not just playing a note, playing a note, playing a note. It's in that dynamic movement of the note. So much can happen. That's where the blues just happens to work.
Look, I'm a huge Freddie King fan too, and you listen to these guys, and they're sit there and they're like, man, you're playing in a small range on the neck, but it's like I know the notes you're playing, and I'm playing the tube. Not like that, right? I mean, Gilmore is certainly one of those guys. It's incredible.
And yet another chapter of an amazing life. You love football. You play football?
Yeah.
What position do you play?
Wide receiver.
Wide receiver. Awesome. So maybe we could talk a little bit about your love of football and the fact that you are part owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So, where do we start? We start at the beginning. Let's start at the end. Why the Steelers? We're on Track Street to first of all, I think, not to be controversial, but one of the best teams players in football, which is just the black and gold, just
decal only on one side.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the helmet. Look, I've played black and gold since I was a little boy. I grew up in upstate New York, and the first football game I ever saw was the Steelers in the Super Bowl as a really little kid, and it just, Joe Green, Franco Harris, those guys who came down from Mount Olympus or something, and I just was enamored with the team. And because we only had 3 channels, the only time I get to see them is occasionally when they were the game of the week or something. And I just loved, to me, what they stood for, toughness, and they played football, the way that I thought was great. I was a huge Jack Lambert fan, or Hall of Fame linebacker, who just intimidated him.
So that was the decade of the Steelers running that arguably one of the greatest defensive in football history. And also one of the greatest football teams, period, in football history.
I've been a lifelong fan, and was very fortunate to meet Mr. Rooney. The Rooney family started the team in 1933. Got to know him, and just was asked to be part of the ownership group. I think it was the end of 2007. first year as part of the group of 2008, we won the Super Bowl, and it was like beyond surreal. It was just beyond surreal. And you know, it's amazing to be able to do. The Rooney family is one of the most revered in sports for the way they conduct themselves. Mr. Rooney passed away, I think, 5 years ago now, and we lost him. But he was a champion, helped build the league, put the league as we know it together. More importantly, he was a civil rights champion who created what we now call the Rooney Rule to make sure that we're being fair about giving minority coaches a chance to get hired. And just is one of the most kind and amazing human beings I ever met.
It's incredible that sport does to bring out the best in people, give people hope, inspire people. There's something about football that has all the elements of a great sport. It's the teamwork, it's the sort of the combat aspect of it. It's like it's the purity of it. It's of the strength and power and speed, and all the elements of like last minute close calls required to win the game, and where the referee decisions work as essential to screw up the whole thing. Just all of it together. I don't know, it gives the drama and the triumphs, which is beautiful. It's some of my favorite memories. I don't know if it's an accident or this is common with people. It's just with friends watching football and connecting over that.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible game because there's nowhere to hide. Right? You're out there on the field. It's a great game that requires not only all those attributes that you said, but it's incredibly complex game. So if you don't know what you're looking at, you don't understand how complex defenses are trying to disguise what you're doing, offenses are trying to overcome that, and you can set up one play the entire game. But a team that plays well together, right, knows their plays inside, knows their assignments inside, can overcome and beat the more physically gifted team because of that, work, that aspect of working together. One of the things that I always love about sports is just you're out there, there's a set of rules, and there's a script. So at the end of that game, it says you can make excuses about the refs, this, that, and that, but at the end of the day, did you go out and compete? And when you went out and were a competitor, how did it work out? Right? And the simplicity of that, and the purity of that, is something that I always have been drawn to.
What about the business of sort of owning a team or putting together a team or trying to build up a team that's going to be a great team? What are some interesting aspects that people might not realize that you can carry over from all the other experiences you have in business?
I think the hardest thing about professional sports right now is individuals getting paid money to play a sport, which is certainly different than amateur. And, the decisions that are hard is when you get to know somebody as a player on the team, and either they're at the end of their career or you need to go in a different direction. That person who's done everything you've asked, whatever the coaches have asked of that person, and you get close to it. And then when they have to be traded, released, whatever happens, it's, that's that. Being able to stand back in some ways, be dispassionate, and not be a fan, right? I'm on the Baseball Hall of Fame board, and one of the guys that's on the board is Gary Reinsdorf, and I think it was Gary who said, if you act like a fan, you'll be sitting with which I thought was kind of funny.
Well, I got to bring back a little bit, as a by way of okay, let me just give some examples. It's very common in sport in terms of certain great players going to another team right at the end of the season. And it always makes me sad. It always makes me want to wish he had retired at it.
So funny.
From the perspective of just like,
I,
do you ever, as a
oh man.
owner, but just in that space, think about like, the Steelers in full marketing history. So not like as a business.
The good news is I don't have to think about it the rest of the time. You know, I'm the owner in the corner, so I can think about it almost as a fan. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I think this is a dumb question to think of, like of a business in that way, not just investment, but like legacy. Like, what footprint would you leave on this world, on this history?
That is one thing that I can say unequivocally, and I only have the experience that I have. But one of the things that I'm so proud of about the way the Steelers conduct themselves is, and that's the Rooney family, that's the legacy of the Rooney family, is asking constantly about what's right for the league, what's right for players, you know, what's the right thing to do here. And that's something I would hear Mr. Rooney saying all the time. So I think that legacy is important because ultimately the team belongs to that city, right? Belongs to those fans, and you know the owners are the custodians. So I think, and when you realize what sports teams mean to fans, the memories it creates, the bonds it creates, it's a responsibility. Um, and I think that you do have to think beyond, certainly not just dollars and cents, but just sports is a very big deal in our society, and it has to be, I think, held to a standard that's not just really profitable this year. There are other businesses for that. It is certainly a business. I don't mean to romanticize to the point that it's not, but to me, it's more than that. Or at least my experience has been that it's more than that.
It's a source of meaning for millions of people. Like, and you see that most during COVID, for example, when there's so much desperation, so many people losing their jobs, so many people having to deal with uncertainty with their future plans. Right. There's something about it, sports that just unites us. That again, the tragedy and the triumphs of sport, of uniting, of gathering together with your friends, your family, shared experience over like this, over just team, over rooting for you for your city.
And the access, again, as I alluded to, we didn't have anything when I was growing up, but I would pour through the box scores. I was a huge Yankee fan and Steelers fan, and feeling some ownership of that, right? I could read the box score, relive what they did, and occasionally see them on TV, and feel like I was part of that celebration when they won. It's a very powerful thing.
You've been exceptionally successful in a bunch of avenues and a bunch of efforts. What advice would you give to a young person today? A high school student, college undergraduate, that's thinking about career, maybe advice not about just career, but about how to live a life that can be proud of.
We talked earlier about intellectual honesty, and to me, that's the first step of just saying, to the best of your ability, who am I? What's important to me, and what do I want to do? If you can start with that and develop some sort of rules-based, philosophical, here's what I'll do, what I won't. And that way, you can be flexible and pliable, and you're going to need to be. But if you still have a compass that tells you, hey, at least I know this is the path I'm going to take. I think that's very important.
The rules you're referring to, the principles, it's kind of like underlying integrity. So no one realizes what cross.
Exactly right. Because if you have those absolutes, there are many decisions that come into focus very quickly, right? Because, hey, that's not for me. Or, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do X, Y, Z.
And it has to do with the thing you're talking about. It's kind of interesting. You mentioned earlier in the conversation about slippery slope. That's how often it happens. Like how the slipping into unethical behavior happens. It's a slippery slope of little adjustments to put stuff off. And that I found that to be like unfortunate to not have to encounter these moments. Much of my life I explored culture. That's the integrity of this. It looks like is as the slippery slope is happening. Those little things is without drama, without making a show of it, making a decision that stands behind your principles, and just walking away.
Yes, and besides the big ideas, I'm going to change the world. I'm going to innovate. I'm going to do all the other things. I also start, if I'm giving any advice, which we can debate whether or not I should be giving advice, but just in terms of, let me start with this. Are you a good friend? Can you be counted? Do you do what you say you're going to do? Right? Are you accountable to what you sign up for and you hold others accountable? Right? What does all that look like? And then I think it's being as intellectually curious and well-read as you can be. We live in a world that is designed to distract you, right? And being able to sit with your thoughts or go on a walk and think deeply about something and not just surface area. You text me, I text you back, and we decide the fate of the world based on a couple of text messages or something. You don't want to lose touch, I think, with being well-read and understanding and standing on great thinkers' shoulders and learning from those works. And then I also think that there's resiliency and then there's grit. I heard someone say one time those are slightly different. And I know that there are all kinds of challenges, right? That are tragic, or unfair. There's no question that's the world we live in. But for me personally, to try as much as possible not to be in the victim mindset, because unfair things are gonna happen. And we all want to live in an idealistic, just world. That should be what we aspire to. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't experienced that yet, but yet you still have to function in that world. So, I think that resiliency thing is very important. And then putting yourself out there, right? Because if you play scared and you're always afraid to fail, this is probably a dumb way to get to the end of the podcast, but there are times, especially when I'm out west, I love the big sky out in Montana, Idaho, places like that. When you look up at night, it's almost like I've never seen anything like this before, right? Because there's no light pollution. And sometimes when I look up, the most daunting problems that I'm experiencing, those things have been there for a billion years or whatever, and I'll be gone. It doesn't, the most famous person on earth 200 years ago. So it's pretty fleeting, and so make sure you have a good journey, especially coming out of COVID. I think telling people you care about them, and maintaining, cultivating your friendships and relationships, and they're not just transactional, right? And making sure someday when you lay in there, you can say, I was a good family member. I was a good friend. I was someone who could be counted on. I think all those things go into the mix of, however you want to take the journey.
So when you look up to the stars, do you think about that quickly approaching end of yours? Do you think about your own mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid even?
I'm a huge fan of Stoicism. I read a lot of Stoicism. I think Ryan Holiday's done a great job of bringing some of that back into the forefront. It's just really thought-provoking to me, and rings a lot of rings just hits me. So I think that's right. And that memento mori thing, which is, hey, we're all going to die, so you should contemplate it. There is a finality to this thing. And so I think if you can rightly frame that between fretting about it every day and being afraid and being so laissez-faire that you think, you're gonna live forever, it'll influence some of the decisions you make. It will influence the way you attack things, and hopefully the way that you live your life. So yes, I wouldn't say I obsess over it, and I wouldn't say it's omnipresent, because I read a lot of Stoicism, and I think it's right to pause and say, who knows, right? There's going to be an expiration date, and if it happens tomorrow, have I done the things I wanted to do? And am I the person I wanted to be? And I think it's important along the way to check this.
Yeah, I try to make sure that I actually visualize this. I'm okay dying at the end of the day, at the end of each day. Like, if this is the last thing I do in my life, is talking to you,
Oh, good Lord.
I'm happy. I know you're joking, but I am. Yeah, I'm happy I continue to realize I do. I think coming to more, I think that the Stoics have it right. So you do have it right in saying, meditate on death enough to remember that this ride ends pretty quickly, to help you appreciate every day and the people you love, the people close to you, and the cool shit that you're doing in your life, the cool shit you're creating. And the fact that you, as Thomas taught, playing with the you are the man with so many disciplines, so respected, so successful. It's truly an honor to sit down and talk to you today. Thank you so much for showing up in Texas and for talking on this little podcast.
It's great. I'm a huge fan of the show and had a great time hanging with you, and really appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Thomas Talk. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me give you some words from Mick Jagger and Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes, you'll find you'll get what you need. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
That crazy thing in the kidnap business. We used to get asked by FBI leadership, who's this going to be? And the answer would be, the bad guys feel like they got everything they can. That dissecting statement, you're talking about they feel like we got everything they can. So the key to kidnapping negotiations is feelings. The bad guys, we talk about feelings. Kidnapping feelings. Which drives everything. Doesn't matter what human endeavor is.
The following is a conversation with Chris Moss, former FBI hostage and crisis negotiator, and author of Never Split the Difference, Negotiating as if your life depended on it.
Oh, whatever.
This is a live streaming podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your partners. Here's Chris Moss. What is it like negotiating for a hostage with a kidnapper? What is the toughest part of that process?
The toughest part is if it looks bad from the beginning, and you got to engage in the process anyway.
What are the factors that make it bad? What that makes you nervous that if you're in a observer situation, there's general negotiation, it's a hostage negotiation. What makes you think that this is going to be different?
If they want to make it look like they're negotiating something, like in 2004 time frame, Al Qaeda in Iraq, who was executing people on camera for the publicity, and they want to make it look like they're negotiating. So they come on and they say, if you don't get all the women out of Iraqi women out of the jails in Iraq for 72 hours, we're going to kill a hostage. That was one of the demands in all the cases in that time frame. Now, first of all, even if we'd been in the U.S. government coalition that would do that, we wouldn't have been able to have 72 hours. So it was an impossible ask from the beginning. So then that looks really bad. Like they're trying to make it look like they're talking reasonably, but they're not. So your hostage is in bad shape. The mere demand that you just, even if you want it, so then what makes that really difficult is the kidnappers especially, even working with family members, your coach, bad guys are in touch with family members. Or if they're not directly in touch with family members, they just think that Al Qaeda was doing it at the time. And they didn't get to where they talk. They're making statements in the media, but they didn't have phone numbers to it. So that's one more. Access 10 20 blocks. They're asking you to do something you can't do, but they're giving you a way to talk. So you gotta give it to family and discuss with the family how you're gonna approach it. Right? So the family, that's what he wants to know. Just got help. So a bunch of cases like that time. And be honest, it's a long shot. A chance to say it's swimming. Yes, when it's swimming, it's still crowd you down.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, no, people were killing that time.
Did it work?
Before the time finally got time. It was hard to like at the time.
Can you negotiate public versus like a direct channel or private?
All right. Bad guys pick the media. They're making statements in the media. So, and that's a big clue. I mean, the channel of choice tells you an awful lot. And if they're choosing media, then that means there's people are trying to filter. It means that in their view, there's such a thing as good media. So if there's good media, there's bad. You make it bad. And we made it bad. Which is, unfortunately, it gets in the generations where they get the message.
In that negotiation, do you think about the value of human life? Is there a dollar figure? Is there how do you enumerate quantify the value of human life?
Yeah, it's like beauty. So you have the old. So that was the first lesson on any hobby condition, really any condition. Like it doesn't matter what it is to you, it matters what it is to you. It's like one of the things, especially in the conversation I was to with that game. By the way, you guys, another thing I really like about that conversation, first of all, I think it was Andrew, Andrew, and he released it on my birthday. I appreciate that. Thanks for yeah, that's it. Thank you. But empathy is in the end of the beholder. In every negotiation, whether it's with a car, a house, collaboration with companies, with bad guys. How does the other side see it? Now, the nice thing about kidnapping is ransom. If there's an actual ransom demand, an actual demand, is it's a mercenary's business. They gotta take what they can get. And they tend to be really good at figuring out how much money somebody has. So, and again, I'll keep drawing business analogy. You're looking for a job on a port. There's a market price for a job, and then there's what they do with the pay. Now, maybe the market price of the job market's $150,000. Employers pay $120,000. But it's a great job. You know, we were talking about Elon. Money. Like I work millions of $1 you know, that would be worth the value of $1 and how hard is it to get them, and how quickly can you get to them. These are things that the bad guys are good at kidnapping, they're good at figuring out. So the value of your life to them is going to be what they get. That crazy thing in the kidnap business. We used to get asked by FBI leaders, who is this good deal? And the answer would be the bad guys feel like they got everything they can. Now dissecting the statement, you're talking about they feel like we got everything we can. So the key to kidnapping negotiations is feelings. What bad guys? You're talking about feelings. Kidnapping is feelings. Which drives everything. Doesn't matter what human endeavor is.
It's not reason, it's emotion.
There's no such thing as reason.
I should say, for a little bit of context, I just talked yesterday with a guy named Sam Harris. I don't know if you know Sam, but Sam, and because I was preparing for a conversation with you, I talked to him about empathy versus reason. And he lands heavily on reason.
Yeah.
Empathy is somewhere between useless and erroneous and leads you astray and is not effective. But reason is the only way forward.
Yeah, it's roughly fine lines. And the two fine lines I would draw is first one is the definition of empathy, and the second is how people actually make up their minds. And I'm going to flip it, I'm going to go with how people make up their minds. You make up your mind based on what you care about. That makes reason, emotion based. What do you care about? You start with what you care about. You see some guy swimming in off the coast of the ocean. You see a shark coming up behind. Who do you cheer for? If it's Adolf Hitler out there, you cheer for the shark. Might actually feel bad because it's going to taste bad. Who do you care for? Even if you really taste bad. Yeah, who eats Adolf Hitler? You know, that's you're going to eat a bad tasting guy. People do a shark. So you make up your mind on every circumstance based on what you care. So then what does that do to reason? The reason is based on what you care about from the beginning. Now that empathy, if you define it as sympathy, it was never meant to be. Etymology comes through. I keep getting etymology and entomology mixed up. Etymology being right, that where roots came from. The origin, entomology being bugs. Got it, right? So I like etymology. Where does something come from? I also like entomology. Anyway, etymology. So, my understanding from my research, the original definition of empathy was an interpretation of a German word where people were trying to figure out what the artist was trying to convey. It was about assessing art. And so it was always about understanding what somebody's trying, but not sharing necessarily the same thing. So then, when I was with the FBI, I first started collaborating with Bob and one thing, Beyond Winning. Second chapter is the tension between empathy and assertiveness. Still the best chapter on empathy I've ever read in your book. And Bob writes his book. Bob was the head of the program of negotiation. He's also agreed to be interviewed for a documentary about me and my company that hasn't been released yet, but it should be released sometime this year. Tactical empathy. So Bob's definition of empathy, he said, not agreeing or even liking the other side. Don't even gotta like, don't gotta agree. Just straight understanding where they come from and articulate, which requires no agreement whatsoever. And that becomes a very powerful tool, like ridiculously powerful. And if sympathy and compassion and agreement are included, you can be a conflict with anyone. I was thinking about this when I was getting ready to sit down and talk to you, because you usually wouldn't feel enough. I can be empathic with people. It's easy. I don't agree with where he's coming from. I don't agree with his methodology. Early on in the Ukraine-Russian war, I saw an article that was very dismissive of Russia. That said, Russia's basically just pastors. Alright. So if you're in charge, and the way you feed your people is via an industry that the entire world is trying to quit. The whole world is trying to get out of poverty. That's how you feed your people. If you don't come up with an answer to that, people that you take the responsibility for are going to die on their own in the cold or the dark. They're going to freeze or they're going to die. Right, so that doesn't mean you have to where it's coming from, what you just need. But how does I see it? It's just been years. You're never going to get through to somebody like that in a conversation unless you can demonstrate to them you understand where they're coming from, whether or not you agree. Early 90s, last century guy, real quick. Refer to myself as a last century guy. Also deeply flawed you. So, terrorist case, New York City, Supreme Court, terrorism does not have to be tried, military tribunals. It's a very bad He's always been. Yeah, he's always against me. I'm getting ready to read here.
No fucking.
The open food
Come on, baby.
against
Come on,
China,
baby.
Muslim.
Yeah, you need to do this.
Happy today.
Let's work, baby.
This is legitimate.
Get it.
The people that
Give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Come on. Here we go. Yes.
Egyptians. And it's saying that
Yes.
you can be here.
Oh, shit. What happened?
Last
What
2
happened?
years, they anti, and they shit the thing up. Yeah. And that'd be the start of the conversation. That's it.
Okay.
You believe this to be the case. I never said I agree. I never said I disagree. But I showed him that I wasn't afraid of my beliefs. I was so unafraid of that I was willing to just stay and not disagree or contradict. Because I would say that and then I'd shut up and let him react. And I never had to say he's wrong. I never gave my point. Every single one. That's simple. Not agreeing with where the other side's coming from. I'm not sure how Sam would get it. But common vernacular is its sympathy and compassion. And that's when it becomes useful.
And there's a gray area that you can comment on. Is sometimes the drop of compassion helps make that be more effective in the conversation. So you just saying you believe X doesn't quite form a strong of a bond with the other person.
You're imagining.
Maybe you're right. And imagine you need to show that you're on the same side. That you need to signal a little bit about your actual beliefs, at least in that moment. But even if that signal is not as deep as it sounds. But at first, basically patting the person on the back and saying, we're on the same side.
That's what most people, when they really learn the concept, that's the basic people. And in application, especially in highly uncertain, like I need a regular guy, Muslim, but how's that guy gonna say fine if I like do a moment? I've been there. I feel it. No. People get convoluted so much. Like if we're on opposite sides of the table, and I try to act like I'm not on the opposite side of the table, that makes me disingenuous. So I would rather be honest. My currency is integrity. And at some point in time, you go like, you know where I'm coming from? My answer is going to be like, look, I can agree on maybe where we're going. But if we're talking about, my understanding, as a human being, I want to see you survive and thrive, not at my expense. I think the world is full of optimism. I'm optimistic. I get more than enough reason to say there's enough here for both. So I got no problem with you. Just don't take that out of my mouth. I'm going to be honest about both of those things. If I'm not interested in you taking it out of my eye, I think it's playing with the both. Now, I don't need to know yourself, except in a human sense. But I'm glad to side with you more like, or how we distribute it, or how much you get paid, or how much you make off this car. I think people, my experience as a leader, is that empathy is not very bad. That you don't need me to act like I'm on your side just to make a great deal. Great deal. Well, we'll talk about two things: a great deal and a great conversation. They're often like the same thing, but at times it must be different. That's a mention of that. There is some Zoom level to which you do want to say on the same side. You said you're human. It's possible to say, now zoom out and say that we're all in this together. Not the Slavic people, the Europeans, these human beings. Same time. Right. Several years ago, it was lately, evidently been mud now. But he was very nice to me. No terrible compliment. And no shortage of bad reporting on him. I had absolutely no idea if any of it's true. I do know in my interaction with him, he was always a gentleman to me. He was very generous. When he get into conversations with people, he always say like, let's look at 10 years from now, where we could both be in a phenomenal place. Now let's work our way back.
That's a good line.
Yeah, and then I saw him do it in simulations. I was teaching at USC, and we were at a function together. And a gentleman at the time told me like who he was, and he was really influential. So I walked up to the guy cold. I said, "Hey, I'm going to come in and talk to my class at USC." He didn't know me, other than the fact that we had mutual acquaintance, and he graciously consented to come in. And he said, "What do you want me to talk about?" I said, "Look, dude, just from your success, it doesn't matter what you talk about. Either I'm going to agree or I'm going to disagree, or I'm going to go, but students are going to work for it. So students want to work for them, like dispute, student negotiation, every single time. Like to pick a point in the future where we both have 10 years, 20 years, and let's work our way back. Now, high school negotiation, same thing. I call him for a fact. Bad guy picks up on the phone. And I'm going to say, I want you to look. I'm going to see you survive this. Whatever else goes, let's pick a point in the future that we're both good. And then we work our way back. And people make also, we talked before about emotion we care about. People make their decisions based on a vision of the future. Like, we're not questioning. And there's a Hindu temple in the United States being assembled the same way that the Hindu temples were in India, thousands by hand, by hand. These people are not themselves out. They're a place of work. Because in the future, what you go through the same
Love it.
the future
Fucking love it.
portends
This is amazing.
what you want. You go through incredible things today. So it's a vision of the future.
You have to try to think a vision of the future that the person negotiating with would like. Just have to do it.
Just find out what their vision of the future is, and then remove yourself as a threat.
Sure.
It keeps a lot of it together. If you think that I could do anything wrong, I'll be correctable, and probably my friends. I'm not gonna lie. Which gets back before, so I like to live around on the side. Right now, at the moment, we're not trust. That's not going to stop us from being together in the future. Inside, you're going to say, "Oh, well, you didn't lie to me about the A, and you won't lie to me about the A."
So going back to the users, whether it's Wally or Zelensky or who you don't think it closes up the mind to show that you have a different
The guy kind of
You kind of only to show are you arguing from the beginning, or are you just playing understanding? I don't think it stops you from being understanding. That was the thing about meetings. The chapter was built the tension between them to be absurd. I remember reading that in the chapter, thinking like, in my business there is no tension. And then I got into it, and I thought, this is red herring. He's drawing people in because his entire chapter is that empathy puts you in a position to receive. And if there is no tension, it's a sequence. And it's like, it was meant for Lord.
sequencing issue. The timing is everything. So you emphasize the importance of, in terms of sequencing and priority of listening, of truly listening for the other person.
I'm sorry, what is it? Please make it.
Your timing is just perfect. How do you listen? How do you truly listen to another person? How do you notice them? How do you really hear them?
I always hated the term activeness. If anything, it's thought. And as soon as you start to try to anticipate where somebody's going, you dive in. Because along the way, either you congratulate yourself right away, or when somebody they say something that surprises you, you really notice. Like, that's not what I expected. You kind of think, well, so it's hold up. And then one of the reasons, when people talk to maybe the book, maybe split the difference, but we're talking about tactical, calibrated emotional intelligence. What's calibrated? First, it was experienced as hostage negotiators, and we come to find out that our experience as hostage negotiators is backed up by neuroscience. Another reason why I listen to Andrew Weaver's podcast. And he's heavy. And so the emotional intelligence calibrated by what we know about neuroscience. What do you know about neuroscience? And I'll talk about it from a language perspective and everything. You can say we is an area of thing, human beings. I didn't do the research. I'm scooping up as much of it as I can as a language. The brain's largely mental. I think there's ample evidence. People will argue with you as to what the wiring is, what does what, and the limbic system, all of that. But the brain is basically 75% negative. Isn't it? That's number one. Number two, the best way to deactivate negativity is by turning it on. And I could say, look, I don't want you to be offended by what I'm giving you. That's a denial. Your guard is up, you get ready to get down. If I say, what I'm getting ready to say is probably going to offend you. They relax a little bit and go, all right, what is it? And then I say it, whatever it is. And you're going to be like, oh, that isn't bad. Because you do some hostage negotiation by calling out the negativity, deactivating it. And then a number of neuroscience experiments have been done right and left by calling out negativity, deactivating it. So calling out ahead of time. So like acknowledging that this is good ahead of time. The experiments that I've seen have been when the negativity was inflicted and you had the person that was being inflicted upon simply identify it. Just like, yeah, what do you feel? I'm angry. And the anger goes on. It's tough because I've had a few, and again, we're dancing between things, but I've had a few conversations with anger lawyers in the past. I spoke with and I'm not sure identifying that's like leading into and going to the depths. Because that's going to the depths of some emotional, psychological thing they're going through. And I'm not sure I want to explore the iceberg with a little shit we got. It's you have to decide, do you want to avoid it? Or do you want to lean into it? It's a tough choice. So, it is a lot. Especially when I think that's the big difference between conversations and negotiations. Negotiation ultimately is looking for closure and resolution. I think general conversation like this is more exploring. There's not necessarily a goal. Like if I had to put a goal for this conversation, there's no goal. It's curious to exploring ideas. So that gives you freedom to not call it the ultimate for time. You're like, all right, let's go to the next room, get a snack, back. All right, so I make a tiny adjustment in the negotiation definition. You said, I think, seeking closure. You use two words, closure as well. Well, yeah, what is, well, I would say seeking collaboration. And this closure kind of puts a little bit of finality to it. The real problem in the negotiations always implementation. That's why we say yes is, I say, yes is nothing without no. And yes, at its very best, it's only temporary aspirations, usually temporary. So if you're looking for, good life, yes is usually counterfeit, it's aspiration without yes, good life. Yeah, thank you. Well, we're working. I was practicing. I need to be further mirror for you. You got a bright future. But you're right, a book or something.
Clubhouse and different places. And I listen to some YouTube stuff. This is just you meet people that are interested. That's what I want to do with this podcast. Is just exploring the mind of the You notice people sometimes. Sometimes you're like a homeless person. I saw someone else. Who are you? Yeah. And it's fascinating. You know, like I don't look at the resume, credentials, and stuff like that. It's just being a homeless person.
Because I've been leaping through the different sources for podcasts. The young lady that OnlyFans and the sexual authority. That's a fascinating thing. Like, I don't know what that person had. 1,000%.
The fascinating thing about her is her worldview is entirely different from mine. And that's always interesting to talk to a person who just is happy, flourishing, that sees the world and the set of values she has completely different. And is also not argumentative, is accepting of other worldviews. Is beautiful things for that.
Yeah, okay, I would agree. And then, yeah, thoughtful. Because I consider myself, the word I was looking for before is abundant. I think it's an abundant word. So I'm pretty optimistic. I consider myself, I don't know, happy exactly describes it, but yeah, so then if I'm happy, optimistic, abundant, I got a worldview, and then you learn somebody that has a vastly different worldview, and they're happy and they think it's abundant too. And you're like, what is going on in your head? Or mine? Or what am I missing? Yeah, so it's fascinating.
5 minutes, which is useful for kind of negotiation. When you paint a picture of a future, if you're optimistic about the future, it's a kind of feeling like we're both going to win.
Yeah.
And that's easy. We live in a world where both people.
Yeah, and in point of fact, that's the case. Although a lot of people want us to think otherwise, mostly because of the negativity was talking about before.
So the brain is
Yeah, my description of it is the pessimistic caveman syndrome. And what descendants of the past. The optimistic guy got eaten by a saber-tooth tiger.
Yeah. But on the flip side, the optimists seem to be the ones that
There's the switch. Like, so at what point of time do we catch on? There's a difference between survival and success. The success mindset is highly optimistic. So where do we feel, how do we stay spiritual for survival and success? That's the change.
yeah, someone will stop being eaten by saber-tooth tigers and start building bridges and buildings and piers, companies.
We started to experience, we got to adapt back, to collaborate, and we stopped listening to our ego and we started listening to our
Let me just return briefly to terrorists. What do you think about the policy?
What do you think about the
Appreciate terrorists.
Well, that's not the point. First, now everybody thinks that's the policy. It hasn't been the policy since 2003. When Bush 43 signed a national security presidential directive, NSPD, at the time it was NSPD 12, which basically said, we will make concessions. It doesn't mean we won't talk. So I'm in Colombia at the same time, and I've been intimately involved with the signing. Him signing that document, I knew exactly what it said. And he didn't inherit it from somebody else. And I'm in Colombia, and the number 2 embassy says, last night on TV, the President of the United States said, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Are you calling the President of the United States a liar? I remember thinking, like, all right, so he probably said that, and that's not on the document that he signed. I said, look, I'm familiar with what he signed, and that's not what it says. Well, so the argument, but that's always been the soundbite that everybody loves. You don't negotiate with terrorists. Comes from the definition of negotiation. If it's just communication, we negotiate with them all the time. Number 1. Number 2, like every president has made some boneheaded deal with the bad. Like Obama released 5 high-level Taliban leaders from Guantanamo in exchange for an AWOL soldier that we immediately threw in jail. And I thought that was all. And that putting terrorists back on the battlefield. And then Trump turned around and topped it by putting 5,000 barrels back on the ground. So we haven't had a president that's stuck without a new reality since people started throwing it out as a son.
What do you think of that negotiation? You get terrorists, the global negotiation, like the Vladimir Putin, the recent negotiation with prisoners, the exchange, Putin Garden. Is there a way to do that negotiation successfully?
First of all, I agree with the idea that she was wrongfully detained and that she didn't deserve to be in jail. And that U.S. government there should be no second-class citizens ever. And whether you're a WNBA player or you just some bonehead or walk into the wrong situation, the government should not have been there. Ever. Now, what they do in the meantime, they should have been in negotiation. They were desperate to make a deal at a bad time. They've been offered far better deals than prisoner swaps earlier, turned them down. And then the heat gets turned up, and thank God for Brittany Griner, but the public got enough attention. They kept pressuring the administration to make a deal. Now, governments want to make those kind of deals. That's fine, as long as that was basically a political negotiation. You put 5,000 Taliban back on the battlefield. That ain't negotiating with another government. You put 5 of them back on the battlefield. That ain't negotiating with another government that's directly contradicting this thing that you claim. And those were all bad deals. Was it Brittany Griner for the bad deal? I think it was great for her. If I was in the middle of it, it would have been bad. And she still would come back.
Yeah, there's some technical aspects of that negotiation. What do you think is the value of just medium negotiation?
Trying to spread it.
Can I just follow that tangent along? There's a war in Ukraine now. The war on over a year. It's for me personally, in my life, stories is a deeply personal one. Returning back to that area of the world that was there. Volodymyr Zelensky said he doesn't want to live in Ukraine. Do you think they could get together? And say you that with Putin, Zelensky, and Biden is sitting in the back drinking a cocktail, or maybe he's at the table participating. How is it possible for negotiation, through the art of conversation, to find peace in this very tense geopolitical conflict?
I think it's imminent. I think getting people together in person has always been a good idea. And how many times, who's getting them together, in what circumstances, and how many times you get them together? The documentary, The Human Factor, about the Mideast peace negotiations, mostly through the 90s, mostly the Clinton administration, got kicked off on the push for one, and then the documentary continues through Trump, but just touching it, basically. But they're getting Arafat and the different Israeli prime ministers together in person. And these guys do not want to talk to each other, and depending upon the prime minister, the mere thought of being on the same planet was offensive. And they started getting these guys together in person regularly, and they started seeing each other communicate. And they started realizing that there was enough room on the planet, and that people dying was stupid. And they would slowly work things out by getting these guys together in person. So how long does it take? Who's hosting it? But it's a good idea.
But the skill of achieving that thing that you talk about now, which is empathy, and I would say in that case, not just empathy, but empathy plus a bit, you might disagree with, but a drop of compassion in there.
I think compassion is helpful, but it's not essential. Like if you just know what I'm like the feel and understood.
Yeah, heard and understood is powerful.
And again, I know I think the vast majority of this up on Andrew's podcast, but we picked it up in other places because early on, when you put the book together, Paul Ross, the writer, my son, I'm credited co-author. So the book's really a collaboration between me, myself, Brandon, and Paul Ross. And we're driving for bachelors. You know, when somebody feels like what you said is completely their position, they say that. Now you're right, but that. So Paul says, I think what's happening here is you're triggering some epiphany. So I'm like, all right, I'll buy that. So I started looking at the neuroscience of the feeling of epiphany. Get the hit of oxytocin, so oxytocin is a bonding drug. You bond to me. I bond to you. When you feel completely understood by me, you bond to me. Then in relationship podcasts that I'm listening to on Andrew says oxytocin inclines people to tell the truth. You more? All right, so you feel deeply understood by me, you bond to me, and you start getting more out of it. Serotonin, the neurochemical satisfaction, epiphany, you feel oxytocin and serotonin, being understood. All right, I got you bonding to me, I got you being more honest with me, and I got you feeling more satisfied so you want. And what do you want out of the negotiation?
Of course, there's already with leaders and good negotiators, there's a lot of good defense mechanisms against that. Right? You're resisting. You're resisting this basic chemistry, but yes, you should have it. You should work towards that practically. And I personally agree with that. I don't actually understand why. But I've observed it time and time again. Getting the work together and really talk with the private or really talk. And like this, so I'll comment on this. So right now, this is being recorded, and a few folks will hear this. But when you really do a good job of this kind of conversation, you forget this kind of stuff. And that's much better than more being even the third person in the room. But often when world leaders meet us and press, or there's others around, as you know, man to man or man to woman, you have to like meet like a saloon, just the two of you talk. There's some intimacy and knowledge to achieve it. If you're also willing to couple that one, to really give the I don't know what that is. That's like a deep, deep intimacy that happens.
And I think there's actually, because we get asked this in the Black Folk group all the time, like, I didn't, Zoom, that's bad, because you don't get the same visual feedback on Zoom. And that's not true. Like, you and I see you from the waist up right now. You on Zoom, I can look at you from the waist up. I'm not on pants,
At the internet.
I apologize for that.
So yeah, you only see a small portion.
Usually that's usually where I am. But anyway,
I'm glad we both have ridiculous.
but what makes us different in person? I actually think there's energy that we don't have the instrumentation to define. And I think that there's a feel, there's an actual energetic feel that changes. Just because just because we can't measure it doesn't mean it's not.
I would love to figure out what that is. Folks that are working in virtual reality are trying to figure out what that is. In the pandemic, everybody was on Zoom, Microsoft, everybody was trying to figure out how to replicate that. I'm trying to understand how to replicate that because it sure is not fun to try to across the world just to talk this minute. I love people know Zelensky. I'd love to do it. So it's not the same. It's not the same.
No, I go over and
You would
I get it, that's right.
that's right. Well, first you would give him that. That's right.
Get it. See that? And here's the issue that trips everybody up in negotiation. The difference between hearing and speaking. The same words are fast. And what I'm looking for is the responses I get out of you. Because if you can't, first, that right, especially, like if you can't appreciate what that really means, hearing it is ineffective.
So those two words are really important to talk about.
Yeah.
Why is that? What is that? Why is it?
Well, it means that what you just heard me think is unequivocally the truth. like it's dead on. Hit the target. It's a pulse. And it's been a topic of discussion, especially between my son and I, a lot. Like, what happens? This oxytocin bonding moment. And his contention has always been like Donald Trump is the poster child of what it means. Because Donald Trump's addressing an audience, he's doing a debate with Hillary, he's giving a speech someplace. And when the people that are devoted to him, when they believe that what he's just said is completely right, it's inciting. They look at him or they look at the TV and they go, that's right. And it's what people say when they're bought into what they just heard. Now, if you're not convinced of the way that Donald Trump's followers are, yeah, he also, just like this, it might be destroys the idea of common ground. Because when he first started to run for president, the pundits all said, he's a New Yorker. Nobody in the Republican Party is going to like him. It's middle America. It's blue collar. It's regular common folks. Back to it. Then I got like Trump because he's from New York. With the Lord, he's an Ivy League. He's the son of a wealthy real estate mogul. He had $1 million handed to him when he got out of college. He's born in a silver spoon from school. The rank and file Republicans are never going to accept this guy. Based on common ground. Look how smart that was.
Do you think he's a good negotiator? Do you think Donald Trump's a good negotiator?
No. I think he's a great marketer. If you look at his negotiation track record, all right, so I started following Donald Trump at the age when I was adolescent, big guys, mutual acquaintances. The minister that married up to Milo Maples was a friend of mine in close friend of mine. And in 1998, I threw a fundraiser for the apartment at Trump Tower to Beach. So, most of those are mutual friends who went to the same church, still have mutual acquaintances, friends. I've watched his track record of negotiation history, which is exactly his track record with North Korea. Where are we with North Korea? What was the deal that he wanted to do? See, your answer is the same as everybody else. I remember it started out with a fanfare, but I don't know what happened. Because nothing ever happened.
It's more public fanfare, so marketing minded.
It starts out with a bang. It doesn't cut the deal in a short period, a really short period of time, and moves on. Everybody wonders what happened because there was so much fanfare at the beginning. Now, at the beginning, him even opening the dialogue with North Korea was massive. Like I was such a fan that President of the United States that is really sitting with the leader of another nation. And every other president, all of their advisors can say, the leader of North Korea is beneath you, and you cannot dignify him by responding to him directly. Consequently, the Trump administration has can of worms that has been simmering for 30 years. He didn't get a sense. And he opened up a dialogue with nobody else was capable of opening. And they just knew what it was. And there was no deal. And great negotiators make deals.
What do you think about these accusations that he's a narcissist? That if you're a narcissist, does that help you or hurt you?
Isn't it a real popular term these days?
I think everybody's a narcissist. Everybody you don't like is a narcissist.
Like the homeless guy down on the corner, he's a narcissist. That's the way he's doing.
Yeah. It's lost meaning for you a little bit.
Yeah. Now, first of all, most psychological terms, as a entrepreneur and really live and we still psychology at that soft science. If it's not informed these days, if it's not informed by real studies or neuroscience, because I'm impressed with these days, psychology is neuroscience. I'm interested in that category. But then a psychology convention, you get them all together and they all agree.
What else So the interesting thing about psychology is each individual person is way more complicated than the category psychology tries to create. And there's something about the human brain. The moment you classify somebody as a narcissist or depressed or bipolar or insane in any kind of way, for some reason you don't just you give yourself a convenient excuse not to see them as a complicated human being, to empathize with them. I had that when I was talking to an interview with Kanye West. I mean, there's a lot of popular opinions about him being mentally unwell and so on. And I felt that that kind of way of thinking is a very convenient way of thinking to ignore the fact that he's a human being that again wants to be understood and heard. And that's the only way you can have that conversation.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Thank you. It might be because I'm not right guys. All right, so I found that's something stupid. So about it. Please hit me on it. We were talking about terrorists and controversial terrorists. Is there
Let
something?
me stop there all the way back to when that Rabbi
There's one Rabbi wheelhouse and then is there something about walking away of non-negotiating? Is there power in that?
All right, so it depends on whether you're doing integrity or passive to start with. And then also, hostage negotiators are successful 93% of the time, kind of across the board. Which means there's 7% of the time it's going to go bad. And that was my boss, Gary Nesbitt. I really so much to go. The one a phrase that he used over and over and over before I finally was the case in the past was, this is going to be the best chance of success, best chance of success. And then something went bad, and I remember thinking like, well, best chance of success is no guarantee of success. So the question is, are the negotiations is do that work? If you have no shot at success, then don't negotiate. And you have to accept the fact that some deals are never going to make. You know, we teach in my company, it's not a sin to match a deal. It's a sin to take a long time to match a deal. And, you know, Gary, he's with the Houston, you know, they realized that there was something called suicide by cop. And that it might have, Gary was very much into clusters of behavior. He kept us away from psychological terms. There would be clusters of behavior. There would be high risk indicators. And he wrote a block of instructions called high risk indicators, which meant if you start seeing stuff show up, this thing's probably going bad. And you're going to need to recognize that from the very beginning and adjust the course. And it's the same way in business and personal. I'm talking to a marketing company. I have tremendous respect. I admire what this guy in this company does. It started from scratch. He borrowed space in the back of a drugstore to start his company. And now it's hugely successful. And he's laying out to me that he finally had to confront potential client and walk away from it. And he said, how do you think I handled it? And my answer was 100% correct. And as a matter of fact, the behavior that he indicated is a type, and you should have walked away from it, and you did. Because this guy was playing it all the time. Outside of 2004, they're playing. They're not negotiating. We called them out. We're thinking negotiate. They didn't say exactly like that, but that was absolutely the result. We're successful for what the behavior in this country.
And similarly, to the point
And 1,000%.
is that fair? I mean, it's scary. You don't want to do that. But do you have to really want to?
Well, this gets core values in reality. If it's an abundant world, it's not scary at all. If it's a finite world with limited opportunities, that's hard.
Because you have to use that word you willing to actually. It could be walking away from money. It could be walking away from something that's going to hurt people. Because
killers or hostage.
Yeah, well, look, I think I'm the hostage. Suicide by cocktail and
The 7%, how do most negotiations fail?
the bad guys are never looking to make a deal with the person. If it was suicide by if they were there if they're on a killing journey, somebody's really if they're on a killing journey and the actions that they're currently engaged in are part of that killing journey.
Is there advice you can give about, you mentioned Israel, Palestine, the Middle East, taking on a few conversations on that topic? Is there hope for that kind of world? And from that hope, is there some advice you could lend?
Yeah, I think there's hope. Then I get friends on both sides, and also when I got my after I left the FBI, most people listening to this probably not going to remember who Rodney Dangerfield was. Come on, but he's a comedian.
Still doesn't get any respect.
Yeah. New Yorker? Is he New Yorker?
I think he was in New York, changing something.
Yeah, and he went down to back to school. He went back to school. So I went back to school. So I went back to school after I left the FBI. I did get a master's at Harvard Kennedy. And that's where, I run across people on both sides. And when they could talk, they said, let's start from the premise that both sides want a better life for us, which is this version that I was telling you of earlier from Ken Jordan. Let's put the point in the future that we will have people. And they found that they could talk. All right, so it might not be better for us. How do we make it better for us? And that's where the hook to rise. Because I think both sides ultimately want it to be better for the kids, which is why they still engage in interactions, and which is why I think the leadership, regardless of how compromised they might be on either side. There are a few great players in the game in the Middle East. But they want a better future for their kids. You get people who really want a better future for your kids, now you start talking about, well, how do we get better? And then, all right, so we've got a mutual point in the future. Israeli Palestinian negotiations are also, for me, interesting because you mentioned Clubhouse about almost 2 years ago. Israel shut down. They had the EPI office. They were hitting, they got fed up with the rocket attacks from Hamas. And of course, Hamas is putting rockets in the EPI office, with the AP office, whichever press office it was. Because that office going to be there otherwise. Hamas is running the show. You ain't going to run that office unless you let them throw weapons. That's just part of the game. And what are they going to storm in specially designated ammunition dumps? No, they're going to put them in schools. They're going to put them in hospitals. They're going to put them in all places that when Israel hits them, they're going to look really bad. So like the well Israel gets split up and starts showing Gaza, and they're hitting. A friend of mine is hosting rooms on Clubhouse, and she says you got to come on. The vitriol is killing. These are all trying to screw. Nobody's talking to anybody. I said, all right, cool. We'll do it, and watch. We won't have a single argument. We'll invite people on both sides. There was one rule. Before you started to describe what you thought of the incident, you had to say, before I disagree with you, here's what I think your position is. And you got to continue to state your self-position. And so they agree that you got it. Now, what happened? No agreement and no. That was what we really did. We wanted to show people on both sides, and one of their emotional times, if your only requirement is you have to state the other side's position first, nobody got it. Did it work? That's exactly what happened. We wanted to show people who can have conversations that do not evolve into screaming matches with vitriol, talking about how you're dedicated to the destruction of the earth. Just first, see if you get our life.
That's really impressive because I just haven't seen that Clubhouse. People, which part of the reason I like Clubhouse, you get to hear voices from all sides. They were emotionally intense. It was, yeah, I was sweating just in the build up of your story. I thought it could go to hell. When you're saying how it works.
Now, one person was now of the two sides, the people that were speaking on behalf of the Israelis were a little better at articulating supporting positions for the Palestinians. Most of the people who want to speak up on behalf of Palestinians, they just they want to start going like, you're doing this, and I say, no, you go there, just not yet. Before you go there, you say that all you do. Before you could go there, you got to try to articulate to them where they're coming from. They got to tell you that what consistently happens is there's a level of a person to try to see the other side's perspective and articulate. It's enormously beneficial to the person who's trying, which is really the point that we're trying to make.
Only exchange something that I wrote advice. So if you work at Clubhouse, the people don't know this. It's like a voice app where you can be anonymous. It's really regular people, but regular people can also be anonymous. It's just chaos. If it works there, that's really interesting. Where when you sit down for a conversation across the table for somebody, don't have them even stealing on the other side. Have them just state the other side. Just your explain your
Yeah. And every now and then, jump in. Like, and as somebody supporting Israel, whoever in the heck they were, and they say a couple things. And the Palestinian guy would be like, I'm down, or supported by them, would say, this is, but I'd say, let me jump in. First of all, I know what the Nakba is. The Nakba is a catastrophe. That's the day Israel was born. For the rest of the world, supposed to be Israel free to know. I said, you've got members of your faith that is still walking around carrying keys to the front door of the house. And they'd be like, yeah. But I'd say, you feel bad that in point of fact, that in World War II, the world stood back once while the Nazis threw the Jews off the cliff. The only problem was they landed on you. And they'd be like, yeah, that's where they're coming from. So articulating, deep what the other side feels is transformative for both people.
What's the toughest negotiation you've ever been part of, or maybe observed or heard of? What's a difficult case that just stands out to you? Or maybe you just want one to read.
Well, the stuff we went through with Al Qaeda in and around Iraq and Saudi. First one was in Saudi, 2014. The hardest part about that was working with family members and not deceiving them about the possibility of outcome.
Yeah, how do you talk to them? Is that part of the negotiation?
Yeah, empathy, learning empathy the hard way. And being able to take it up to higher levels. Because at its base level, a guy that we work with now, who's coaching the city of West, and was a business partner, his name is Jonathan Smith, he pointed out to us that there's a Shuhari concept. Are you familiar with Shuhari? Martial arts concept. And she was doing exactly as the master was telling you to do. Wax on, karate kid stuff. Ha is when you've done the repetitions enough times, you get the feel for it, and you begin to see the same lessons coming from other masters. You see the same thing show up in other places. And at the re-level, you're still in the discipline, but you're making up your own rules. It's almost a flow state. And you don't realize that you're making up your own rules. if somebody asks you where you learn that, you probably say, my sensei taught my master taught me. Just to come back around the negotiating thing pretty quick. We did this work because there's a bunch of people that we coach, business people that are scared of the amount of money that they're losing if they're not coaching them right. One of these guys, Michael, who I interviewed for a social media posting about 2 years ago. And Michael says, yeah, you gotta gather data with you. So I'm upset that I went, ooh, I like that. I said, where did you hear it? He goes, I don't know, I heard it from you. Hey, I was like, what the hell? I remember saying, at that first time I thought, he's in the room. So what's this have to do with me? Empathy at its base level and its shoe level. I learned that suicide hotline to say, like, you said that. I'm just calling out your open. Your emotions, what's driving you. Come throw a label on your action. I'm saying you sound or it sounds like you is. Because that's the basic karate kid last song. Of course. Now there are a lot of hobbies to those things that'll tell you because it's not true. They never got out of shoot. You're getting ready to talk to your significant other. And you want to go someplace that you know is going to make her angry. You want to go do something. And that's real negotiation right there. You can say to her, you sound angry, in which case she's going to blow up. Her reaction is, you made me angry, bozo. How can you act like you're an innocent third party? Or that you're independent from how I feel bad? And you will know a little bit more when you say the highlight is part of the mission. And then when I did the family, I knew how it felt before I walked over. I knew that they were scared to death. You find out that you're
the Frappuccino. Come on, baby. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about, Frappuccino. You didn't see this one coming.
Of course I made it for you, idiot. But knowing what they are, I used to walk in the families and I'd say, I know you. But what the circumstances dictate that they should also feel? They're going to feel abandoned by their government. They're going to feel totally abandoned. They're going to be scared. They're going to be angry because they feel the government's right. Now, very good point of fact. Is this an accurate statement? That their loved one voluntarily went to a war zone, voluntarily went someplace that government told them not to go. Are the facts that the government abandoned them? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, the government tried to get them to back out. But that doesn't change how they felt at the moment. I walked into a house and I'm like, I know you feel abandoned and alone. And I know you're awful. I know you feel the events of hurt. And they would look at me like, yeah. What do you do? I'm ready to go. Is there is there a language barrier to it? Or can you just barriers of different communication styles? I mean, you got like New York or whatever. That might make somebody from like, I don't know, the good beach. Do you feel that language barrier communication, that language and communication style itself creating a barrier? You got a barrier when you think you know when you use it. Sure, that's the biggest thing. Yeah, like in the example of when people talk about what about cross-cultural negotiations, they go, I think I got to shake hands so that I can get my way. Well, if you flip it all down, we're all basically the same blank slate moving forward. Everybody's got a limbic system. Everybody's limbic system moves pretty much the same way. People are driven by the same sorts of decisions. How does this affect my future? What am I risk of losing? How does this affect my life? You're not trying to kidnap her. You need to say business model. You're a tobacco farmer in the South. All making the same decisions based on the same. So as soon as I start to navigate that, and I tailor my approach, which is what empathy is, to what you think crazy. So I can be the biggest goofball ever from, if you live in a South, yeah, maybe I'm a New Yorker, or from somebody from LA, or somebody from Chicago. But my geography is foreign to me, but as soon as I start diving into like how you see it, suddenly you're like, what about the three voices? The different voices you can use in communication. Right. The assertive voice, direct and honest. I'm a natural born assertive. Natural born.
Welcome. How are you?
Well, that's it. Stop
What's going on? Long time no
Make
see.
it a good one, I said. So quick on.
How you living, Apollo? Let's get the neck of the woods. Same to you. How are things going? How's your health? So far, so good. How you doing, Pastor? I don't know what Pat's going to say right now. Are you taking some time off? I'm doing well. Doing very well. I just developed a new bot for Twitch. I've never really spammed Twitch, and just today I started doing it, and it works really, really well. Here, I'll show it to you. Just one moment. Have you been able to see it? They are. They are. I use an app for this. Hey, what's going on, Joshua? How are you? Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Joshua? Which server? Oh, KSI. Shout out to KSI. Excellent. Well, here, I'm going to show you. I just created a robot for Twitch. So just one moment, and you'll see this bad boy. So what's going to do? It's going to just basically follow the person, spam them, and then move on to the next section, which is a very cool thing. I enjoy that. Let me talk to Joshua for a second. Joshua, do you know anything about me? Okay, excellent. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days from world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, the content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, silver, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Joshua, did you ever see the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey? Oh, amazing. Well, that's what I do. So basically, you can watch every moment of my life going back to the pandemic from like 10 different cameras, which is very exciting. Additionally, we talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. In addition to archiving all of this, we talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, vaccines, light, transportation, faster than travel. We talk about things like life extension technology. Essentially, Joshua and anyone else here, you at one time perhaps had a life expectancy when you were born about age 80, and I want to increase that. I want to make sure that that gets up to age 100, 120. There's some types of technology like stem cells, steroids, things like human growth hormone, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, and some other really interesting technologies, including erosion therapy, using the techniques of younger people for the benefit of older people, and additionally, some things that we talk about in addition to body breaks down at age 120 or whenever, then you can essentially have your brain scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, into a computer to later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. These are really exciting opportunities. And essentially what I'm saying is that as the generation group, there may be people who are able to utilize mind-blowing technology into digital immortality. And I know what you're thinking, well, Rabbi, I can't afford that. I'm just a regular person. So that's of no benefit to me. You should know, as I said, data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than anything in the world. It's not so vital, perhaps any day now, perhaps any hour now. And when it happens, I have more data archived to the internet than any person will have it and monetize that. And I want to give it away. It's essentially what Robin. I want to make sure that you're able to take care of yourself, take care of your friends, take care of your family. I want to make sure that you are able to establish charity for people that you love, for your causes that are important to you. And essentially, I want to do my best to help revolutionize the world. I don't want war anymore. I want to help end world hunger through utilization of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding, just to name a few, and end world thirst through digging wells in Africa, through perhaps the utilization of life straws, and also desalination plants, where we pump water from the Earth's oceans onto land to make it drinkable. These are some really exciting opportunities. No, no, not this one. Yeah, actually, we did. So, in addition to I do. Yeah, definitely. How did you find out about me, Coldest Bandito? Coldest Bandito?
I saw your podcast and realized you were show.
Amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Box 750. When I started, it was worth pennies, and it's worth close to $300 million today, and it's just going to be worth more. It's the future continues and cryptocurrency becomes a mainstay in human society. If you didn't have a chance to hear the first part of Cordis Bandito, essentially I stream my life 24/7 for One Piece. I have more data than any person in world history, and I'm really about ending world war and promoting the end of world hunger and the end of world thirst. Those are some really simple ideas that I think that with enough time and enough of the spotlight that we'll be able to get massive healing. I don't feel that it's right for you to put your hands on me or me put my hands on you without consent. And if we can all live by that type of advice, then I think we can all get along. How does that sound to you?
That sounds perfectly right.
I see.
Good lifestyle, good life.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So, in the meantime, you guys have any questions?
Oh, yeah, I was going to ask you,
Absolutely.
what's the view the currency?
Oh, well, it's you can go to our Telegram, which is t.me/HPLS10I. I can send you a link to that as well. And if you'd like to watch the ticker, it's on Uniswap. Its ticker is Bitcoin, BITCOIN, and it is essentially a project that was started about 2 years ago, and I got on board about a year and a half ago. And that cryptocurrency is sponsored by clothing, my pillows, my bedding, and everything. And they just a really great.
Is this Harry Potter almost like Penny here?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, ticker's good. And if you like, I'll send you the Telegram for some HPLS and you just send it to you. And also, I'm going to send you on the live stream so you can see. No one live streams their life, or very few people. No one archives it. I'm very different than archiving, especially no one does it from 10 different angles like I do. So at any given time, you'll be able to watch me and just connect with me. And I'm going to answer questions or do my best to come up with these and just bring people together. was just telling the other friends here, I created a robot. I'm going to show you guys how it looks like right now. I'm still working on some of the things. I had a Kickbot. You guys know what Kick is? Kick is a streaming platform, and I've been spamming that platform for about 6 months. Everyone on Kick knows who I am. From Aiden Ross, I'm the #1 streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm currently live streaming in Discord. As you know, I've been streaming in KSI's Discord for some time. I'm the #1 streamer in Aisha Speed's Discord. So I made some nice connections. Additionally, the owner of Kick, his name's Eddie Craig, and he knows who I am. We're friends on Discord, so if you ever want to say anything, let me know. And here we go. I'm going to pull up the robot. And I really just started working on this Twitch bot this morning, so it's not 100% correct yet, but it's very good. Basically, what this thing is going to do, it's a follow bot and a spam bot. So it just goes through streamers on Twitch, like these guys. These guys are in the middle of a podcast, and what it's going to do is it's going to follow them. So in a moment, you'll see the follow button appear here, right there, and it's going to click it in a moment. There we go. Yeah, and then it's going to spam. And it spams on. It has my Discord in it. It has my Instagram. It has my TikTok. It has to find all my live streams. It has my blog. If you're interested in some of the technology that I talk about, I recommend you take a look at my blog. My blog it's the longest blog in history. Rabbi Rothschild.blogspot.com. It's just one entry, but it's basically my entire ChatGPT blog over the course of like 2 years. And everything from 100 ways to advance your life, 100 ways to travel faster than the speed of light, 100 types of computers faster than quantum computers, 100 different vitamins, actually 250 different vitamins, and what they do and how they can benefit you. So what we're going to see here, it's going to press the follow button, and it's going to spam this person. And, I call it spamming because I have been spamming a lot on Kick, which is just like repeatedly, generally just chatting or entering text in someone's chat. But this one is just one group message, essentially. If you want to see what it says, please join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord server for World Peace. I have the link there. Then I have my link to all my live streams. In fact, I'll pull this up right now. Then I have my Instagram, all the TikToks, Reddit, the direct link to my Discord, my blog, and then if anybody wants, they can follow me, send me a Discord link at Rabbi Rothschild Rules. And then I say World Peace, Anti-Gravity, Human Disclosure, Life Extension, Mind Uploading, Share to be a Trillionaire. And then over here, if you haven't had the chance to see, I am pulling up YouTube, and what it will show on YouTube are all my live streams. So just one moment, we'll let it do that. We understand. I've got a bunch of different switches and things like that. We'll see. And all it is a query of Rabbi Rothschild and filtered by live. So here I got 1 here, I got 2 here, I got 3 here, I got 4 here, I got 5 here, I got 6 here, I got 7 here, I got 8 here, I got 9 here. I got a ceiling cam. Look at that. Nobody else has like a camera on their ceiling. And I've got 11, got 12 different live streams going. It's really an exciting opportunity for people to be able to watch someone's live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So I'll restart the bot, and you'll be able to see just one moment. I will just refresh the page. And so right now the bot does that, but I wanted to do what my Kickbot does. My Kickbot actually creates an account for me, and then also it'll click for me as well, which is important. because I can create clips of people's channels. But as you see, my hands are here. I'm holding the camera. Apologies, I hear that I'm buffering a little bit. But as you see, we've got some cool people here. This Mike Beresky. Shout out to this Mike Beresky. And does it work every single time? No. Some people, like you have to have a verified account, or you have to be following them for more than a little bit of time. But essentially, this is a way for me to get out the message. It's free, and I think it's quite an interesting strategy. So what you see is it just spams them, all that information, and then moves on to the next person. Pretty cool, huh?
I think that's quite interesting. Yes, is that the only one that you have doing that? Or is that
Well, actually, I just started doing this on Twitch today, but I've been doing it on Twitch for 6 months, and I have 3 computers that do it on Twitch. But everybody knows me about me on Twitch already. So once I perfect it,
if you do it enough, eventually everybody will know that.
100% by now, you and full disclosure, you are 100% right on that. And that's how that's the strategy that I'm using. And I give people my social media, they'll click on it. I have more than 100 YouTube accounts, more than 200 Instagram accounts, more than 300 Twitch accounts, more than 1,000 TikTok accounts, more than 2,000 Twitter accounts, and more than 10,000 TikTok accounts. I have far more social media than any person in the history of mankind. And
Are you not worried about it potentially doing something that may be considered against the US and social media? So have you do that already?
I have. Let them do whatever they want to me. It's not against the law in the United States, so they can ban me if they want. And I just create more accounts. Until it's against the law to do this, and I will continue doing it. The mission to me is important enough that I sacrifice my life. By trade, I'm a certified rabbi, but I'm also certified entrepreneur. So I launch apps of the actual movement play. I have contracts with Fortune 500 companies. I'm fairly well versed in many types of different technology, especially smartphones and other similar devices, tablets, etc. Let me give you a quick room tour so you can see all of the different devices. Okay. Behind me here, we have. Well, so I'm also looking at multiple. So basically, every single device, it's not just streaming to YouTube, it's also streaming to Twitch, Rumble, and a bunch of different platforms. Behind me, you can see also there, I have a projector that is streaming podcasts. So if you're watching live streaming podcasts right now, over here, he's interviewing an FBI hostage negotiator. Over here, well, actually, I have just more devices on here. I'll show you this stuff in a second. This is really cool. Okay, so you can see your stuff there. And then up there, I've got a connection to the Telegram, to the cryptocurrency that I'm in. And then here, I'm live in Discord, live in quite a few different Discords. So let me show you over here. So we've got the computer with the bot here that's also live streaming. This is live streaming. This is in Discord and also live streaming for multiple people. That's where the ceiling cam comes. I've got the ceiling cam up there. I've got, just one moment. I've got 3 additional Discords that I'm in here on tablets. And over here, you can see I've got a bunch of different devices. So this is Aiden Ross. This is KSI. This is live on Instagram. This is all 3 of these are on Discord. Apologies, on YouTube. Let's see here. Let me just see what this says. I've got robots that allow me to be in any person's Discord, and then what I end up doing is they're handheld or they're really macros, but I tell them no about it. It's easier for people to understand that. And what they do is they essentially every hour restart the program. Because devices, if you let them go for too long, that just end up freezing on you. And so I have basically an auto clicker that clicks for me every hour, all of the different buttons that need to be clicked. It's all pre-programmed, so I don't have to touch that stuff. I have an Instagram bot that literally uploading my life on Instagram, in addition to YouTube and Rumble and all that other stuff. So people can literally just go on Instagram and watch me live as well. And yeah, I mean, we talk about some really interesting things that are going to change the world. De-extinction is something that I'm a major proponent of. De-extinction. This is essentially the science of bringing back extinct animals. And if you think this is science fiction, I wouldn't blame you. But actually, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Chinese ibex, which was a goat that went extinct in southern France, northern Spain. Fast forward to the year 2021, company called Rothschild Bioscientific.
This is the people that are trying to make the holy man.
That's exactly who's doing it. Absolutely, very, very smart. Yeah, so they have that on their website by the year 2028, which is in 3 years or so. We may have a hybrid version of the woolly mammoth that may be able to be reintroduced into the Arctic Circle, utilizing female African elephants. And then after the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, the plan is to de-extinct the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So perhaps within a decade or so, you might actually see this come to fruition. You might be able to see these animals perhaps in a zoo, or perhaps in a safari park, or some other kind of habitat, which is a really exciting thing.
Definitely, it's very interesting. And I'm gonna say with all of these like computer systems that you're not doing stuff like that, you got one hell of an electric internet like contract with.
Yeah, so essentially it's solar. So we actually get a reimbursement every year. When I say we, the people on the house. And then I have been through my lease, and so really like maybe my rent might go up, but yeah, I utilize this advantage. It's absolutely possible, and I don't know why more people don't do it. I understand why, but essentially I live my life as I normally would. I watch podcasts and I learn, and I talk to people, and just really do my best to really get a learner in all sense, in all facets of the word. And I just every 12 hours or so make sure that my streams are going and archive it. And I think it's a really important project, especially for people in the future. This is great, people learning about this, but in the future, that's where this is really going to be an important project. And I say that because people will be able to study every aspect of the human over the course of life. We haven't ever had such a large data set to be able to train AI models. So we have things like my heartbeat per minute, my voice per minute, how often I swallow, what my body temperature is. All of this will be trackable using augmented reality in the future. And then additionally, one of the things that we've been able to trace is AI. I was there, I remember the day that ChatGPT was released to the public, November 30th, 2022. We started using it immediately and haven't stopped. I use ChatGPT multiple times a day with numerous questions that I have. Sometimes people ask questions in here that don't get questions, and I don't know the answer, so we'll look it up with using ChatGPT. A lot of advanced physics questions or what ifs and probabilities that I can't calculate immediately. They use AI for that. And we're moving towards artificial general intelligence, essentially the point in society where artificial intelligence is at or at the level of human understanding of cognition, and moving into the next realm, which is artificial superintelligence, which is really exciting. That's back on my stream and be able to see how society was shaped. Every essentially every moment of the street, I have had a radio on 24/7 that just plays the news. So you can perhaps go back to 2022 or 2023 or 2024 or 2021 and know exactly what was going on in my life, and but not just my life, but in the world events. And that's a really exciting opportunity as well. We've had earthquakes on the street. We've seen the death of the Queen. We've seen the death of celebrities. Some really interesting opportunities. And I think that the world will be able to learn about this, learn from this project. And especially with this bot on Twitch, I don't think it's anything wrong with it, but it's working really well. What makes this bot better than my Kickbot? Way better. My Kickbot, Kick is still a pretty new platform, and you can't put huge blocks of text, or it's very difficult to put huge blocks of text in Kick, and also Kick does not allow you to hyperlink within the chat, but Twitch does. So all somebody has to do is click on the link that I put in their chat, and they will come right into this Discord. Or perhaps they'll go right to my social media, my Instagram, my TikTok, my Reddit. They might go to my YouTube. Previously, I didn't have that ability. So you guys are actually here on a really special occasion that we being able to get this back going. Some of the things that we talk about on the show really are in terms of futurology. I'm fascinated by the future, and I would, especially with the idea of mind-controlling technology, that we may be able to live life, a life of perhaps digital immortality. I want to make sure that it's a good environment. So some of the things that we talk about, in addition, here are some just things having to do with space. A launch group, a proposed transportation system that uses a launch group structure to launch vehicles into orbit for magnetic acceleration. A light craft, a spacecraft propelled by laser beams directed at a light absorbing surface, creating thrust through energy absorption. Lunar Creek, a building material used from lunar regolith, envisioned for constructing habitats on the moon. Lunar Space Elevator, a structure extending from the moon's surface into space, facilitating transport to orbit without traditional rocket launches. And the same can be done on Earth. It's just known as a space elevator. I can show you what one of these. I can show you what one of these looks like. So, a space elevator is quite a fascinating idea. So, why would you need a space elevator, Rabbi? You ask, so that you don't need to take rockets into space. Rockets are very expensive. So, a space elevator allows someone to just basically take a tether into space. So, what I'll do is show you. Somebody made a gift from this recently. I think it's really quite interesting. Let's see if I can find the best version of it. So, essentially, imagine you're in Florida, and this is going to be taken off from Florida. So, you're looking down, and then it's not going to take so you're looking down, and you're moving up, and essentially just like an elevator, and you will just be tethered into low Earth orbit. So, it can take you like space station, or it can perhaps take you into where basically get you a rocket. It's a safer medium to go into space, and then you should see it. This, I know it's hard to see really right, but just imagine an elevator that it's essentially imagine a long string that goes into low Earth orbit and an elevator that goes into the street. And that's all it is. And it's a very exciting premise. The ability to perhaps use this type of technology. You can see Florida is there, so let's basically how big it would be. And that's what it would look like. We could do it very quickly and safely. Some other things that we discussed on this that are important to society: the MAGB, a proposed system using lasers to propel spacecraft for spacecraft by transfer connected remotely for humans. Magnetic sail, a spacecraft propulsion method that uses a large magnetic field to interact with solar winds for magnetic fields. Bering Strait tunnel and the completion of a road through the German Gate. So let's talk about this for a second. The Bering Strait is a little bit of water. It's 51 miles from Asia to North America, basically from Russia to Alaska. And if we were able to build a tunnel 51 miles generally under the seabed, we'd be able to perhaps have rail through that and perhaps have a road system through that, which means you'd be able to drive from Los Angeles to Cape Town, South Africa, or New York City to perhaps Casablanca, Morocco, and never have to get out of your car except for food. You wouldn't have to put it on a ferry or on a boat or anything like that if you currently would have to. You can essentially take a road trip from Mexico City to Paris if you wanted to. And then the other thing that I'd like to see is the completion of a road system of the Darien Gap. The Darien Gap, if you don't know, is in northern Colombia, southern Panama. It's about 75 miles or so of deep forest and swamp that currently is unfinished and is really just controlled by the cartels there. But essentially, if we were able to just complete just 76 miles or so of road, you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to New York City or Rio de Janeiro to Los Angeles. And then if you complete the Bering Strait tunnel, you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town or Rio de Janeiro to Paris. These are really exciting opportunities that really we're like about 120 miles away from finishing these. There is already a Pan-American highway. You can drive from essentially the tip of South America to the Darien Gap, and then you can drive from northern North America to the Darien Gap, but you can't get through there. The only way to get a car through there currently is through a ferry system. Motorcycles can do it, but we want the ability for cars to be able to do this. So I'm a huge proponent of these mega structures. Some of the mega structures that I think may be important in the future are perhaps in terms of electricity. I'm a huge proponent of nuclear electricity or nuclear energy. I can get the world off of fossil fuels, and I'm a major proponent of fission technology or fission energy, where you break open an atom and harness the energy there, and fusion technology, where you slam two fusion technology where you slam two atoms together to create energy, and then fusion where you break a particle apart and harness that. Additionally, some types of energy opportunities that I think we could utilize in the world is tidal power. Essentially, if we take turbines and put them in the ocean, we can use the ocean's waves that are constantly going 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and turn a turbine to create energy. How do we create energy? All we can do is essentially turn a turbine. And so essentially think of a wind turbine, but in the ocean, and a better version of it so it doesn't hurt sea life and there's no pollution for it. And another type of energy that I think is important that we currently utilize is geothermal energy, where you essentially pick a pipe, stick it in the ground, and then allow the Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine. And it's a very simple solution to growing energy crisis, as we know, especially with the humanity's need for electric vehicles. We're going to need much more robust power grid, and we're going to need much more robust power system. This is just one person's opinion on what we should do, but I think these are all good ideas, and I'd like to see them utilized. So I know I've been talking a lot, guys. Do you have any questions?
What's the black turtle?
Go ahead, Joshua.
The turtle between Alaska and Russian borderline, how would that look? Say that
Well, I mean, at a certain point, we would want to have better diplomatic relations, but it doesn't matter. Russia has already proposed this, so it's more on the United States to accept it. Russia had first proposed it even as the Soviet Union, and so I think that a tunnel system we certainly have been able to have positive diplomatic relations with Russia, at least since the Cold War. Go ahead. No, it's not. No, it's not. Won't be a problem. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it. But there are those of us who know that we will one day establish world peace on Earth so that we can eventually move into space tourism and terraforming other planets and perhaps interstellar space travel and galactic space travel. It's just a matter of time. But, you know, if you listen to naysayers, they're going to say, well, you're not going to be able to do it because I don't think so. And you don't recognize that at one time the Roman people didn't agree with the Greek people. But guess what? 2,000 years have gone by, and those two countries get along fine. I'm a big thinker. I'm a future thinker. I'm not someone who looks at things in terms of micro diplomatic relations. I look in terms of macro diplomatic relations. Look at the United States and the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom burned down the White House in 1812, and they're one of our closest allies right now. Or when I say ours, the United States. So, you know, when I hear naysayers saying, well, I don't think that's ever going to happen, that's close-minded thinking to me. Maybe it won't happen today. I believe it is. Given enough time.
I understand that because, but I would like that too, but like what it comes of something bigger that's happening. I'm looking at, and I don't know what would do.
Okay, well, then you're entitled to your opinion. There are those of us who are big thinkers and think that whatever people are entitled, perhaps you might be able to overcome any type of diplomatic issues. I can tell you just in the last 10 years, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin would meet and meet on positive terms. And prior to that, Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin used to be on positive terms. So the same could be seen again, and perhaps it might not happen in the next 10 years, but in the next 100 years, it very well could be, especially when the powers that be recognize the financial implications of this. It's all about money. And when people recognize that it's going to be cheaper to run a train from Alaska to Russia as opposed to taking all the cargo and putting it on ships, that's when it will start to make some differences. Um, I look at countries like the United States and China that have had different diplomatic relations over the course of the last 100 years, and you just have to have them align for 10 to 20 years to be able to construct such a tunnel. These mega projects have happened in the past. We had the Suez Canal that was created at the end of the 19th century, and the Panama Canal that was created at the beginning of the 20th century, and I'm sorry, yeah, at the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century. And if we were able to essentially create those types of mega projects that also, I mean, to Apollo's point, not everybody's getting along. But keep in mind, people didn't get along then either, especially the United States didn't get along with the Panamanian government for many years. Or the Suez Canal was created by essentially financiers from Europe within the Ottoman Empire, which didn't necessarily get along, but they got it to work. And in the same way, we can get it to work between Alaska and Russia. It's not that long, it's 51 miles. And when it comes to the scientific aspect or technological aspect, currently we're making tunnels that are already dozens, at least 12 miles long, especially in Asia. They're not doing there so much in the Americas yet, but that doesn't mean that they can be. If you can build a 12-mile tunnel, a 51-mile tunnel isn't that much different, especially with companies like the Boring Company, of Elon Musk that is doing what it can to limit traffic. And, you know, he makes some very good points. You can only build so much on the surface, but underground, you can have 100 different. Pardon me, Apollo?
We already have those giant tunnels. The military have those for a long time. Washington.
That's true.
And on the West Coast, we have one going from LA all the way to Shasta.
for the general public. A system of boring tunnels would currently this is utilized in Los Angeles in some ways where you take your car, you put it on the essentially a sled, and so you don't drive through the tunnel, but the sled actually takes the car through, and you can be on one side of the city up to another side of the city has been proposed within a matter of minutes. And that's really going to perhaps help people in terms of the surface traffic that we see. One interesting thing to know about building underground as opposed to building on the surface is that you can build 100 different floors worth of tunnels, and they're all relatively safe and secure. Seismic waves, essentially earthquakes, affect the surface, but not really underground as much. And these tubes are essentially made or built to bend a little bit if there's another type of earthquake or other seismic event. So this is actually a safer way for people to be able to travel. We currently utilize subway systems in major cities around the United States and around the world. And this is essentially a modification of that. And we haven't seen too much advancement on that because of a few different industries, including the petroleum industry, the automotive industry, the tire industry. All of these colluded in the 1940s to shut down the Red Line and other trolley systems within the United States to make way for highways and freeways and essentially the automotive sector. But that doesn't mean that we can't get back to some advancements from a public works standpoint for the greater good. These are all things that I'd like to see happen. I can't guarantee any of them happen, but if you look at any other creators out there, I don't hear them talking about this, and that's what makes this very exciting.
Have you heard about the proposed railway tunnel that leads all the way from New York to the United Kingdom? You should be able to just get there in the matter of like under an hour. Recently.
Yeah, so that's as I understand the transit tunnel system, and I've heard that at least two different endpoints. There perhaps is a London endpoint, there's perhaps a Paris endpoint to connect to continental Europe, and I'm a huge advocate for that. Now that's a much bigger project. The Bering Strait Tunnel is 51 miles. The New York to London is thousands of miles, and but that doesn't necessarily mean it can't be done. Now, to Apollo's point, this has already been done. This is systems that there's already a global underground tunnel network that connects military bases. So, if you're wondering, well, how would be who did you go? Absolutely, 100%. 100%. We've listened to Phil Snyder within the last month. I listened to it every night that I went to bed, maybe about 3 weeks ago for a total of 2 weeks straight. Yeah, 100% with Phil Snyder. If you don't know who Phil Snyder was, he was a geologist. And to Apollo's point, he's absolutely right. And I would use that as my source to go. Essentially, he's a geologist who would work for the United States government building underground military bases. And there's a pretty wild story that's going right deep underground military bases. So there's a story that he has where he allegedly made contact with an alien race underground. This is known as the Belcher Ward. Essentially, they were digging using an elevator shaft. They opened it up to some kind of cavernous area, and there were aliens down there. And he lost part of his hand and had some chest issues that occurred from this. Whether this is a true story or not, I'm not sure. But I can tell you that a lot of what he said, and other references, is correct. That essentially there are nuclear tunnels. So what is this? I'll show you what one looks like right now. And you're going to look at this picture and you're going to be like, that looks like it's from the 1980s. And it absolutely is. So there are nuclear boring machines that are powered by nuclear power that were used to dig out the see is it's essentially like a pipe with teeth on the end, and it just spins. And what it does is it just like a big screw essentially that's not as pointy as screw. It will remove any rock or ground in front of it, and then it leaves it with a glass like surface around. So it's just like a circular, a nice circular tunnel. As you can see, these are absolutely massive. Let me show you. These are absolutely massive. And so it's not a matter of if, but it's just a matter of when this type of technology is going to be utilized more in the public. And these types of tunnel boring systems are utilized currently to create the longest tunnel in the world, located in Switzerland, in essentially it went through the Alps, and it's called the Guided Tunnel. This type of technology was already used for that, and there isn't anything to say that it can't be used for other people in the future. Does anyone here speak a language other than English?
Sorry,
That's okay. No one else does? Okay, what do you speak?
yeah,
What do you speak?
mostly Spanish.
Okay, excellent. So, you speak like American Spanish, or you speak Spain Spanish? Okay, just one moment. So, that's fine. But this is a type of technology, it's essentially a universal translator that I think can be utilized to help people in the world. It essentially translates anything you need into any language. Yes, it's like Google Translate, but it's much faster.
Se trata de un tipo de tecnología. Es básicamente un traductor universal que creo que se puede utilizar para ayudar a la gente de
No,
todo
this
el
is
mundo.
American Spanish.
Básicamente, traduce cualquier cosa que necesites a cualquier idioma. Sí, es como el traductor de Google, pero es mucho más rápido.
I can double check that. Yeah, this is American Spanish. But it doesn't.
That's Spanish.
No, it's American Spanish. It's also, it does Spain Spanish, it does Argentinian Spanish, it does Colombian Spanish, it does any kind of language that you want. Even, I mean, we'll try. Here it is in Italian. Just at the push of a button, we would be able to have connectivity, communication between two different people. Yeah, and
Con la semplice pressione di un pulsante, saremo in grado di avere connettività.
no,
La nostra comunicazione tra due persone diverse.
it's a machine. It's called a pocket talk, so it's very small. It's essentially like Google. Yeah, it's essentially. I bought it like 5 years ago, so I'm sure there are better versions of it now, but it works off a cell signal and also works off Wi-Fi. And I really think in some areas where we have communication differences, something like this would be very important for people to be able to discuss. Now we can do it on our phones now, but the phone takes some time. You also sometimes need to use your phone for other things. In this case, like I don't know Arabic, but I have people in here all the time that speak Arabic. In fact, it happened within the last 24 hours, and I speak to them with this, and it's relatively, it's very accurate. Every person who I show this to is very impressed.
لدي أشخاص هنا يتحدثون العربية غالبا. في الواقع حدث ذلك خلال 24 ساعة الماضية وأنا أتحدث إليه بهذا النوع. إنه أمر عسكري. إنه أمر دقيق للغاية. كل شخص عرض عليه هذا الأمر يشعر بإعجاب شديد.
So as you see, it works quite well with a variety of different languages. And I'm somebody who thinks that this type of technology would be very beneficial in diplomatic negotiations, particularly in some of the more conflict-ridden areas of the world. And I think it's just a matter civilization. Essentially, if you want to know what civilization I believe it's from Zeta Reticuli, where do I get my information from? Alien abductees, and we can go into all of the facts about surrounding um, the alien disclosure phenomena. But what we end up happening is the idea that those civilizations had to have peace on their home planets before they can do exploring outside their home planet. If you're wondering, well, okay, Rabbi, how were they able to travel? I can tell you, like, San Francisco is 31 light years away, something like that. If you're wondering where this is, it's in Orion's belt. So Orion is a constellation that has 3 stars in it. And there are like 2 in a row and 1 a little off center. This also is the essentially similar um, organization of the pyramids in Mexico, the pyramids in Egypt, and the pyramids in China. They have like 3 almost in a row, but one's a little off, just like these stars. And the way that these civilizations are able to travel such great distances, basically very quickly, is they're able to manipulate physics using an element known as element 115, though there are other elements that you can do this with. Element 115 is one of the elements on the periodic table, and we've known about it since at least the late 1980s from a covert standpoint, but from a surface standpoint, this was discovered at the beginning of the 21st century. Essentially, it's a very radioactive element, but it contains a lot of power, and what you can do is essentially use it to manipulate gravity. So I also talk about anti-gravity, essentially opposite of gravity. And when you're able to manipulate gravity, you're able to build force fields. You're also able to manipulate space-time. So what these UFOs do, the discs, is they create essentially a gravity force field around themselves, and they can bend space-time and travel incredibly vast distances, essentially with leniency, which is an incredibly exciting opportunity. I'm not saying that that's technology that we may be able to utilize from a public standpoint in the next century, but perhaps it can be advanced with more advancement. We already perhaps have some experience with it. If you're wondering, like all of the technology that you see, in my opinion, is reverse engineered technology. Going back to Roswell, that happened in July of 1927. And this is, in my opinion, these are books that are written from military whistleblowers and experts. And there's a reason why civilization advanced in such an amazing way within the last, let's say, 120 years. At the beginning of the 20th century, we had the Wright brothers, the Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, basically a very weak, almost, you've seen what the first plane looked like. Nothing in comparison to a Boeing 747 today. And much of the advancement really took place after World War II in 1947. And very quickly after 1947, you have the founding of the CIA, you have the founding right around the end of World War II of the United Nations. You have the National Security Agency that's founded. All of these, many people's opinions, were founded to be able to keep much of this information classified, and also to give it to the major corporations at the time, people like General Electric, companies like General Electric, Bell Laboratories, companies like IBM, and to essentially reverse engineer this information. And if they were able to reverse engineer it, they would get the patents on it. So these companies then created patents on it, and that's how we get things like the computer transistor. That's how we got things like perhaps night vision. That's how we even got Scotch Guard and Teflon. Many of these inventions have mysterious beginnings. And one of the reasons why is because they perhaps were linked from secure government contracts. So, with that, there are a lot of things that we discussed that I think that people in the world would be very excited for people, and I think that it would be quite an interesting opportunity for the world to really learn and ask questions and learn together as a people. So, with that, I guess I have another question.
I have one more question, and that's actually so we'll have to go.
That's okay.
It's not really got much to do with this. I just wanted to know where did you come up with the name Rothschild?
Well, under that, so Rabbi Institute, and my name is Michael Rothschild.
It's just an interesting name. I was wondering about the origins of it. So more than that, this is an interesting talk. Unfortunately, I am going to have to go.
Actually, the first thing here, come by whenever you have time. I'd like to follow up with you. And let me, before you go, let me just send you a friend request in Discord so that we have the connection. And also send it to Joshua at the Friends. And just know that I am not just here to talk about future energy. I'm here to support you. I want to hear about your day someday. I want to hear about the good things that are going on in your life. And just want you to know that you have a friend in me. And if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to support you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Excellent.
We'll see you next time.
Take care, my friend. So there we go. Yes, sir. Back on. Thank you, my friend. All right, so I've got to work on these robots. So, my friend, we're listening to a podcast right now. I'm glad to hear that you are feeling well. You sound really good. I want you to know that you're feeling really good. And yeah, feel free to listen to the podcast alongside me. I've got a couple of devices that I need to reset, so just bear with me and I'm gonna take care of that. Okay. Excellent.
How long will that be?
It's a good one. He's got a good one.
Yeah. So I serve it was your phone, which from what is it? Analyst. You're in a, I can tell you the serve. Yeah.
What's the analysis?
Well, an analyst is close to it's smarter. It's more thoughtful. You know, but you ever do decisions? See, you like it too. So decision trees, I'm not a computer scientist. I like mathematical, systematic ways of seeing the world. Here's the thing. You think Donald Trump would ever say that? Yeah, I'm like, wait to see more than say. He's a natural producer. Yeah. Are all New Yorkers like this? Is that some of some?
Oh, did you ever get a cancel on your coin?
There's an aspect of the city. Northeast, not just New York.
Okay, I think that's a good move.
Of the year, of the whole for the year. We still broke down into the 3 times plus the 4. Plus the 40.
I got you.
Smiling, optimistic.
How's everything been with traveling?
Such a phrase, which is not a strategy, is designed to people's frustration when the starting population being communists that are just
Very cool.
and they're very relaxed. On the surface, they're very relaxed. They tend to appear to be very positive.
Excellent. What, are you able to take a little bit of a break now?
The idea is you can learn it. I'll learn it. The analysts are often mistaken for communists because, as you said before, analysts from a perspective, the way I learn, they're looking at the systems of work, and if they like to learn, they notice that accommodators make more deals. They also notice that there's a higher failure rate. But since they notice nothing to think about it, they catch on faster than the serves do.
Yeah, how's he doing?
But the pleasant nature of an accommodator contributes strongly.
No way. How old is
And
he?
my daughter, another reason that
Wow, that's 21
district that we have
Yeah.
analysts will snipe from 1,000 yards out. And you're never going to fix it.
is almost always contract. It feels like it's a safe and that's almost always contract. So for me to be more effective, especially in negotiation, I need to slow them down. This way.
You know, I heard that taking this is extremely stubborn.
Yeah, I hear that.
And perhaps the right term for that would be
I mean,
assertive when he picked his battles.
this
There's some
person,
value to
Holding
telegrams
strong
that
principles.
everybody's
So
in.
I leave that's probably the opposite of him. Over time, you just stick, be extremely stubborn to your principles. To
Oh,
our
actually, we do it all the time. We just, we're just nice about
okay, it helps in this. You're saying.
it. Well, yes, because I need you to hear. And the service chemicals, so when we do the training, typically we do an exercise called 60 seconds issue. And I play the bad guy bad partner, and I ask you to be the hostage negotiator. And your job is to give you the four constraints. And then you got to try and negotiate the other fight. Now we're doing this. Now the first voice that I always use in that exercise is the servant, which is the command. It's the voice that all police officers talk to you. It's just not a clear command. It doesn't. To me, I don't feel like I'm a cop. I just feel like I'm being direct and clear. You on the other hand, I was doing this exercise in Austin a couple of years ago. The first participant is an Apple Watch. He tells us afterwards that sitting still, not even answering, when he first gets hit in the face with the assertive voice, his heart rate jumps towards, which is a typical fight or flight reaction. It's going to be like I'm fighting. Your fight flight mechanism all kick into gear, which is logical. You're automatically dumber in the middle. So if I want to make a great long-term deal with you, highly profitable, I'm agnostic to you being profitable. You be profitable, that's fine. I'm going to make money for me. Me making you dumber will always hurt. Me making you feel attacked will always hurt.
So there's never a value of being you making me afraid.
There's never a long-term value. It's another thing that Paul Ross, who wrote the book, braced me on. Because he said, there's scientific data out there. It's called strategic umbrage. Well, there's data. Well, whether it's scientific, I would call that into question. They said there's studies out there that show that strategic umbrage works. And another thing that I also enjoyed, we probably get tired of this saying, don't think about it. We talk, there's never enough wonderful things to say about the great energy, the host of the Human Podcast. I always subscribe to. You should talk to. You're funnier than me. I'll give you that. He's funny actually. He makes me laugh all the time. Nobody's friends be funny.
He's one of the people in this world that's truly legit. He's a really strong scientist, and really strong communicator, a good human being. Those together don't come often. And it's nice to see. Yeah, he's a treasure, national treasure. Anyway, you were saying.
Well, he sort of taught me how to think about that and studies in science and also some different books that he's currently on. It's really helped me think about this stuff. So the studies about strategic outlook were done the ones that I've seen to show it's a fact. They were simulated negotiations with college students. Now here's the problem. A simulated negotiation with a college students are going to sit down for their side. They're going to sit down one time. They're going to sit down for 45 minutes. And they're going to think that if they didn't come to a deal well, that they can. And there's no ongoing implementation. There's just a deal, and then they walk away in that situation. So they got actually real skin in the deal. There's no deal on earth. You sit down and come to a agreement in 45 minutes. You never see each other.
Because there's the implementation of the deal. Even if it's only paid.
So the data is flawed based on the way it's collected. It's a highly flawed study. And all data is flawed, as you know, as a scientist. You just got to be willing to pause and decide whether or not that destroys the study. Or what do you think? Take a look at the data. There's no such thing as perfect data. Look at the data that says that strategic combination
What's that?
is based on flawed circumstances. Please put strategic combination. Get mad, scaring the side. Get mad, and strategically.
Okay.
To bully the other side of the
Absolutely.
It's nice to hear in some sense. It's nice to hear that empathy is the right word.
Absolutely. Go for it. Go for it. I'm listening. I did. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, what I'm hearing is that those drones, they've established a beachfront, which is Jersey, and they're going to be giving people radiation.
Okay.
And reason for that is because these drones came on, like, started coming on steam as soon as Trump won the election. You know what I mean? And establishment or whoever the people that run this world, basically, what I'm hearing is that they're going to slowly just put people with radiation. Because these are not regular drones that use propellers. They use some kind of propulsion system. But we couldn't mass produce the propulsion system, so we're using radiation. We're talking behind them. I'm not American, but they're both multinational. Mostly from,
Yes, sir.
like words.
Yeah. Boeing, Lockheed Martin.
They're not American. Yeah, they're not American. They're just multinational people. They really operate all around the world. And what I'm hearing is that they plan to do a jump attack on Washington, D.C. And I don't know what they're going to do. If they're going to use like a tactical nuke or a briefcase kind of nuke or something. But eliminate the state. And I don't think they're really going to eliminate. They're just going to eliminate the structure that makes any sense, like the buildings.
Okay.
They're going to eliminate that, and they're going to get more, which is like more than arrow defense.
In Colorado. In Colorado.
Norm, yeah. I think they have a few different areas.
Yeah, but the central location is in Colorado.
Yeah, but that's what I'm hearing. So these drones, I can share this clip, but I don't know where to send it to you.
You can send it to me in Discord. This one will send you a message.
Okay, because I've been warning people because I'm traveling the country, and I'm a little nervous because I don't know. What you may call it. I don't know if this week here. What do you want me to share?
I sent you a message in Discord. I know, isn't that something? Well, I have a lot of accounts though. I have a lot of accounts though, so we might have been friends on other accounts. Not that.
You guys are friends.
All right, just one moment. I'll take a look at it.
So the federal doesn't want people to shoot drunk
That's correct.
doing it for a purpose. And the reason why is because they don't want people to find out that these drones are using radioactive technology or something. If you look at the first clip I sent you, it moves really fast. That's what people think say. Like, oh my gosh, it's been moving really quickly. And like, don't fighter jet, I think you go good because of what it's done.
Okay, let's see here. The first one that you sent, I've seen that one. The second
But what
one,
I'm saying is that they have bigger ones.
yeah,
That one's just like,
right. They're like the size of SUVs.
yeah, robust.
I believe,
But it's moving.
I believe it. I believe it. They seem much bigger than normal.
But a lot of people have been thinking like, oh, it's like a fucking package from Amazon. No, these drones are different. They go underwater. Have you ever heard of these drones?
Yeah, like they're called USOs. They're under unidentified submersible objects.
Yeah, well, they're the same thing, except what I'm hearing is that they have some kind of. I've heard that some people start shooting at the drones, and then like bubbles came out of nowhere. They're kind of bringing people bullets on them.
Oh, I can see that. That's very interesting. Like
You
a
know what I mean?
like a force field.
some pictures that they
Like a force field.
see. Yeah, so what they did was they reverse engineered UFOs that were like in Area 51.
Right?
But because we couldn't get that propulsion system that you're talking about, we can't mess with what you said. They kind of know what's something that we have here. The only thing is like our energy sources, which is like radiation, always leaves it different.
Right.
It's not as clean
Right.
as maybe what others use. So we always, as humans, we can advance, but we always run into the problem that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they run out of
Like we always,
propulsion or they leave a trail or something.
yeah, that's what I'm hearing. But if you listen to the little clips, the government's basically saying like, oh, these things, they have the legal right to fly around because they're not foreign entities.
Right, which is
You
very,
know what I'm saying?
very,
They're not
very questionable. Who gives
right.
who
And
gives,
if you notice,
who gives them the right? They're telling us keep calm, that there's no need to worry, but we don't know what they are.
right, but that's the children force is that what I'm hearing is like they just don't they want people to start finding out what's going on sooner than they you know what I'm saying?
I absolutely
Because I'll give you the clips and you can hear John Kirby, right?
right. FBI director.
You hear him talk about it and
Or spokesperson.
check this one out. This one says the link between drone sighting and radioactive material stems from the U.S. Department of Regulatory Commission's alert about lost medical equipment this month. basically established, you know,
I understand.
these guys are ready. They're ready for something. They get called by all these wars. These people are like interesting. To get us, because they already tried to. They tried to, because there was so much pushback with people getting like multiple vaccines. If you notice, when they started monitoring nurses and all this bullshit, like all the essential people at the hospital that didn't want to take it, they were getting fired.
Right.
No, it was too much of a blowback. You can't use that again. Yeah.
They may try.
What the?
They may try.
Yeah. So that's the matter of what is the matter of I looked into another guy. This guy's been starting to work on it. He told us all. And I'll just share this video with you. But he's a former FBI special agent. This name is John Disney. Look, you should bring this down. This, you're gonna love this stream way better than the one that you were listening to. 100,000 times more, I guarantee you. You there, Rabbi?
Yeah. You sent it to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
Play. I'll see you there. Listen. Listen again.
Okay. Just hold on.
Well, our next guest 1 year ago on our show predicted and told the world exactly what was about to happen. A fake alien invasion, massive amounts of drones, alien craft, or something were going to be presented to the United States, and we were meant to then go into a panic mode. That was 1 year ago. In fact, watch this. What do they want in this situation where they want to start taking down aircraft? What do you know from your experience in the FBI that they act this deep state? What do they want?
The end goal is, and this is a long-term psychological operation, as well as physical operation as well. The long-term goal is ultimately to put together
this grand operation called fake alien invasion. Now, the only fake part about it is going to be that the alien visitors are involved with this. They're not at all. Everything else is going to be real. The destruction that they bring to our cities is going to be real.
Well, John D'Souza is back, former FBI agent who is really in charge of what became known as the X-Files, more famously, he worked at the FBI, and he's been warning us about this deep state program for a long time. He's back. John, great to see you. I mean, hate to say, do you feel vindicated? You were saying, and I think it's interesting, when that interview posted, people were like, this is crazy. And now we're seeing it. It's not so crazy anymore, is it?
No, Clayton, and thank you for having me on again. This is a great privilege for me to be back with your audience that are people who are extremely sophisticated in these areas. That's always a breath of fresh air because, we always speak to people all across the country, and so many of them are asleep, and they're just like, oh, there's drones? What's happening now? What's going on? Right. So it's really good to be here, Lydia. I'm very relieved. Yes, it's great to see all of my predictions for my book, The Extra Dimension, see it all come to fruition and see it all come true. But it's also very, very sad at the same time that we're headed to a mass casualty event is what we're headed to. And so
a mass casualty event. So you believe that we just saw, we saw this morning, New Jersey has now banned drones over the airspace. That just happened just a short time ago. So they're trying to lock down the airspace. I can't believe it took them that long to do that. But you believe you're hitting for some sort of a large-scale destruction event? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to say good luck to New Jersey. And
right click, and you press either turn the volume down or mute.
I'm calling them LSDs, large super weapon drones. That's a perfect name for a large super weapon drone because it immediately states
Welcome to How You Live
what these things are and how powerful they are, and that they are weapons. They are absolutely weapons, and the federal government there right now has no
we're watching something on these drones.
treating them.
Feel free to enjoy it.
So I think everyone should start calling them LSDs as well. That might help the situation somewhat. So, like I said, I don't think New Jersey is going to be able to keep them out of the airspace because of their quality, their ability. We've had jets try to track them down. They have the ability to put out electromagnetic pulse to deactivate any drones or even airplanes that go against. They have the ability to disappear at 3,000 miles an hour. It's incredible the ability that these things have. So I don't.
And these are deep state programs. I mean, because of your contention that these are off the books, deep state program, advanced aerospace technology that the United States government has and is deploying, or
no, it's not the United States at all. The United States, Biden administration is obeying the people who are sending these drones. They are, by standing down our forces, they had to actively tell the military to stand down, no matter what they see in the skies, and not shoot at these things. So the United States is implicated in this, of course, but it's not them as the source of the drones or the plasmas and the orbs that are accompanying these drones either. So there's just a tremendous amount that is involved in this. But I really wanted to start by telling you, Clayton, all the prophecies and predictions that have led us to this point right now. Because they can know how to respond. They can believe. They can believe us. So I wanted to tell you guys, first of all, that we had a prediction from Cliff High. It's called the Alien Invasion Prediction, and it went like this. I'm sure your audience knows about this, little bits here and there. But I'm gonna tell them the
Yeah, our audience is smart. Yeah,
Right.
our audience is smart. They, as you mentioned earlier, they are awakened. I would say maybe 80% of our audience is awake. And so
Exactly.
to the 20% of you that maybe are still fighting this, okay, buckle up.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Well, the first prediction was from Cliff High. It's called the Alien Invasion Prediction. In 2009, he used his WebBot software to predict that a president, Donald Trump, would eventually have an interview with Joe Rogan, and that this would occur as a starting point for us when it did occur. And it did occur, and at the time he made this prediction, Joe Rogan was not really very famous at that time. And President
What year was this again?
This was in 2009. 2009. So this was President Trump was not anywhere near office at that time. So it's an extraordinary prediction because it was in 2009, and he said that the moment that interview happened, and how he knew that he would be important, nobody knows. But through the WebBot software is how he finds these things out. And he found out that in December, and he said 39 days after the trigger event, which was the interview, there would be on December 3rd, there would be UFO wars in the sky. There would be UFOs and wars in the sky. Now, he did not predict events. He predicts what people will be saying about the events. And
So
that's what
chatter, sort of online forums and chatter. That's how his WebBot software was working.
Yes, and it crawls all these things, and it sucks up the predictions from the language that people use, because his contention is that people are all intuitive, much more than they know, and are already saying what's going to happen in the future without even noticing. And it works. It worked because he had 39 days after that interview was December 3rd, just a little while ago. So this is like a couple of weeks. I don't think anybody has any part with that, but it still started shortly after December 3rd, 2024. So that was extraordinary prediction, and that's just the first one that relates to this. Now, also, I wanted to say to you guys that in the Bible, in Thessalonians, we have a prediction, an unfulfilled prophecy that says that God shall send upon them a strong delusion so that they should believe alone. And we had no less a personage than the great Chuck Missler, who is one of the greatest Christian scholars ever lived. And he always said that passage had to do with staged alien events. So that was his feeling, and I always followed.
Do you think that that's what this is right now? This is this that we're seeing is at the large scale staged alien event. I mean, we have people all over the country seeing these things. Videos being shared every night. These are not airplanes. Some are airplanes, right?
Right.
But some are seeing these massive drones that are accelerating at speeds we don't have anything to do with that. Physics, wise, it would tear apart a human being if they were inside a craft like that. Do you believe that this is the event?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, that goes into the next prediction that I wanted to talk to you about, which is the Werner von Braun, who was the head of NASA. He was the head of NASA, I think he was the first one, way back in the 40s. But when he was in the 1970s, he died in 1977. But in the 1970s, he predicted that the world elites, the cabal, they would need to have several worldwide conflicts to control the nations. He said the first one. That he wanted to put into his prediction was the fight of communism against the free world. The free world, communism against the free world, and that would be a worldwide conflict. He was talking about the Cold War, the human league. Then he also said there would also be, then when that peters out, there would be a war between the Islamic world and the Western world, and that came true in the war on terrorism. Okay, but then he said his prediction that was called the last card prediction. It used to be called the last Trump card, but he said that the world powers, the cabal, the Illuminati, the control of the nation. He said their last card, when their backs are up against the wall, they don't know what else to do, would be a staged alien invasion. That's how he put it. In 1970s, he told his protege, Carol Ross, that this would occur. And he said it would be a fake UFO threat from outer space. He said it would be then a buildup of military forces, what do you call this? The global weapons complex that we have, military industrial complex that we have, would take this wonderful excuse to build up their weaponry all over the world. And then the staged alien false flag event would occur. And that's what he predicted. And he said this would be used to unify the entire world behind the elites, behind the cabal that's working on this. And that's
So we know that they want to undermine government. So this is not a conspiracy theory at all. Just look at the documents, the 2030 agenda, and look at the World Economic Forum's documents. This is not a conspiracy theory. They put it in their own documents, and they outline in their own documents that it needs a massive event, a Pearl Harbor style event, in order to be enacted. So this isn't, again, conspiracy. It's in their freaking documents. I know there are people out there say, that's just conspiracy theories. You know, as we say on the show, conspiracy theories are just 6 months spoiler alerts. We've seen that repeatedly now. So, as a mass casualty event, I want to kind of circle back to something you said at the beginning. Where does that come into play? Is it being used as sort of a catalyst? Who is going to carry out a mass casualty event in your estimation? What do you think that would look like?
Well, it could be what we call a slow kill situation, slow kill, which really means it would be mass casualty events stretched out over a long period of time. So, because that, as we found out during the, I'm trying to be careful how I say things, as we found out during the last pandemic, they found out that if you kill people slowly, in large scales, then for the most part, they don't notice it. And they have many industries helping them, like the medical industry and others helping them to put up excuses that, oh no, this isn't because of this particular purpose, it's something else. So they learned all of this. So for that reason, this mass casualty event that I'm talking about may not be an all-at-once type event that will be super dramatic so that everyone will be able to say, hey, wait, look at that, what happened? What if it's a slow kill situation where they use what we call dirty radiation type bombs to slowly spread this radiation. And let me just, this is a good opportunity to tell people how I get my information and the necessity for corroborating my information with a lot of different sources. And I am involved in a network of many former former and current officials in the national security structure, the intelligence structure, which means various different agencies, not just the FBI, but many other various agencies. And what we do is we share rumors. We share rumors and raw data. People who have not been in the intelligence structure don't know that a simple rumor can save many people's lives if it's correctly placed and correctly given to someone. And that we've seen that many times. Because when you're not getting real official information that has any value at all, like right now, then all you have is basically rumors and raw data. And you have to be able to place that, and reinforce that, and then take those rumors and corroborate them with many other sources. That's how we share information, because that way we can never get in any trouble for sharing, top secret information from files, things like that. We can never be accused of that, and that's because that's all that we share. So, in that vein, I wanted to tell you the last series of predictions, which come from my book, The Exponential. And I can tell you right here. For instance, one of my predictions was that we would change calling UFOs to calling them plasma.
Holy smokes!
Yeah.
Over the past 40, that's crazy because over the past few days, that's what we're now seeing. They're starting to call them plasmas.
Right. And
Holy smokes!
And when I wrote about that, what I did was I said, okay, we need to start. I gave the examples throughout my book. We need to start calling these things plasma because I gave the examples of many UFOs that I have directly observed, and also that many other famous cases, corroborated cases, I've observed. And one of the things that I noticed was that the genuine UFOs, when they show up, they're supposedly in these metallic type discs. In these real discs, you could barely even see any of the metallic quality because these things were so filled with light. It was a light that had a special quality to it, sort of like gaseous type light, and converted to different forms of energy. And you could barely see the metallic ship underneath all this light. And that was one of the things that really lit up the light bulb that we okay, we need to call these things something else. But here's what I did. The reason that it's very important to talk about this is because apparently the cabal read my stuff about the breaking explanation about the genuine plasma, the genuine UFOs, because one of the things they did was they copied all the qualities of real orbs and plasmas. They created their own copies of the real UFOs, the real plasmas. And that's what they did. When I wrote about that we need to start calling these things plasmas, I actually gave a lot of information, apparently, to the cabal about this. I called the replacement for UFOs, I called them plasmas, and I gave it an acronym as well. I said these are going to be paranormal, living, aura-reading, soul-printed, mobile area scanning. That's a lot of information about these things. In other words, I believe that the genuine UFOs are actually alive. They are conscious. They have no one inside. They are accompanying alien visitors, kind of like as familiars carrying out small tasks for them here and there. And some of the tasks are these things: soul printing, oral reading, the ability to record collecting a blueprint of a human soul for later reference, things like that. So apparently, I gave them a lot of information that they now use to duplicate these things, and so that's part of the prediction. But of course, the main part of my book, The Explanation, is the central thesis is, of course, that alien visitors and UFOs have not physical. They're not physical. And that leads directly into the notion that if someone tells you, oh, we have these physical UFOs that are real UFOs, they just showed up on the White House lawn and they're just hanging out. It's a lie because why? Because alien visitors and UFOs are not physical. They can maintain physicality for short periods. That they can for a very short period of time. We saw that in the Miami Mall incident from I think it was like 2 years ago. It's like 2 years ago, where we saw these alien creatures come through this portal, and then they went throughout the mall in Miami and created hysteria and fear, people shooting at them. It was crazy. But then some of them actually walked outside the mall. They were observed by law enforcement, and but then they disappeared because they can't hold that physicality for them. So whenever, so go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just been thinking about this mass casualty event and how this is being used by, by who. So it's, you say it's not the United States, it's not the Pentagon. It's this. Is it this sort of global cabal and coordination with something that we simply just don't understand that's trying to carry this out in order to put in place some sort of a martial law, some sort of some sort of a one-world government. We know that if the President of the United States is removed, or if there's some sort of an invasion into the United States, the President of the United States is pushed aside in favor of NORAD. NORAD becomes basically the de facto United States President with continuity of government, right? So that's well established, right? So if there is an invasion, national security threat, the President of the United States is pushed aside in favor of NORAD. Is that what we're seeing here? I know it seems so crazy to be talking about this, but here we are.
Absolutely, and that is where we are. We're in a situation where they are working with the cabal, and one of the great goals for the cabal is to try to stop the inauguration of Donald Trump. They feel very very strongly about that, and that's
right.
what they want to do, and that's why we're seeing all of these drones. And I would like for people to look at a map, because we're all asking this question: why? I would like people to look at a map of the East Coast, which I've been staring at for quite a while, and just the upper half of the East Coast, and just look at it in relation to New Jersey. What we know about New Jersey has been saturation. These drones and these orbs in the plasma are showing up all over the world, not just in the United States, but in all the major streets and the world too. This is a global operation, right? Even Werner von Braun didn't predict the scope of this operation, but it's global. But there seems to be a saturation point in New Jersey for some reason. And if you want to see why, go look at that map on the East Coast, the upper half of the East Coast, and you will see that New Jersey is central to many other states that are controlled by the cabal, and that also have gun control, that will not be shooting, that will probably not be shooting at these drones. That's one of their major concerns. If you saw
So the areas of these states, you're not allowed to have weapons, basically. Right?
Pretty
so
much.
That's the point. Yeah.
Pretty much. Officially, you're not supposed to have weapons in New Jersey and in the surrounding states. And guess where those surrounding states, where they end on the bottom, is Washington, D.C. Okay? And I believe that Washington, D.C. is the ultimate target. And what they're doing is, if you look at that map, it shows that this is a war action that is being taken. Because what they have done is they have chosen as the major saturation point for these drones, for these plasmas, and these orbs, they have chosen New Jersey, which is going to be central to all these states they control, with Washington, D.C., which is not a state, but it's at the bottom of this group of states. And what they have done is they have established a beachhead in New Jersey for them to jump off operations into the surrounding states, including when they're ready to saturate Washington, D.C. They've already done several drones and so forth, because I believe that Washington, D.C. is the ultimate goal for them, and that they very possibly they may be looking for a way to destroy Washington, D.C. And that's what we're looking at right now. And it's very dangerous. It's a very dangerous time that we're in right now, because
it's very dangerous. Why is the United States are we not hearing about it? Scrambling jets and trying to shoot these down. I haven't really seen too much interaction at all. I've seen just a brief. So why is this not happening?
If you want to see the answer to that, you just have to look to the statement by the Biden administration spokesman the other day. It was yesterday, possibly.
What was it, Mayorkas, the Department of Homeland Security statement?
Not Mayorkas, the other guy. Mayorkas is just
yeah.
No, this was the former Navy admiral. The former Navy admiral who's a spokesman for the Biden administration.
John Kirby, yeah.
Correct. And he came out with the most insane statement we've ever heard from a politician. He said, we have very carefully examined this. We have looked at it very carefully, and our assessment is that these drones are fully legal and lawful.
We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat, or have a foreign nexus. The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are investigating these sightings, and they're working closely with state and local law enforcement to provide resources using numerous detection methods to better understand their origin, using very sophisticated electronic detection technologies provided by federal authorities. We have not been able to, and neither have state or local law enforcement authorities, corroborate any of the reported visual sightings. To the contrary, upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully. The United States Coast Guard is providing support to the state of New Jersey and has confirmed that there is no evidence of any foreign-based involvement from coastal vessels. And importantly, there are no reported or confirmed drone sightings in any restricted airspace. Now, that's it.
That's all he said. So, and he had fear inside, because it's obvious that the main thing he's concerned about is people shooting at these drones. So he was basically saying, if you shoot at these drones, you're going to be arrested. That's what he was getting to. He was trying to get across. And the reason why, this is a double triple. The reason why, I don't think these drones can be shot down. But the problem is, in case somebody does shoot them down, I think he's concerned about a lot of radiation being released from these drones before they're ready to do it. Okay? He doesn't want these drones to be interfered with, because I believe they carry a lot of radiation somehow. We don't even know what the power source is. These drones, the power source could be some kind of fusion for all we know, a fusion reactor of some type, because they don't make noise and they have tremendous special abilities. So I think that's what really, because they don't want any of these drones to release their radiation prematurely before they're ready to go inside. So you see, that's part of the reason I'm talking about this mass casualty event that may not be dramatic, one shot at the end. It may be stretched out over a long period. We have right now, we had the administration is, instead of protecting the American people, which is not what they're doing at all, instead of doing that, they are planting stories. They are planting stories like the stories I heard you reading on the show the other day. We have a nuclear waste material went missing in New Jersey around December 2nd, 2024, and was reported to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection and Nuclear Regulatory Commission. The shipping container carrying the material was found damaged and empty. So all of this radioactive material is out there somewhere, and we need to find out why. And then there's another story that's being retread from the intelligence community. It goes around every couple of years, but it's coming around again. It's the story, the mystery concerning the missing nuclear warheads since 1991 in Ukraine. Over 80 nuclear are supposedly have mysteriously vanished. And in 2020, we have had no further developments with these. Nobody knows where they are. This rolls into the story of the secrets as well that are missing. So the question is, we treading all these stories now. People in your audience have probably been hearing these stories for years. They decided to retread. And at the same time, as we know that they're planting all these stories that the journalists are doing things for our good. They're out there and they're actually sniffing for type weapons that have been planted around the East Coast. And here's how we know that's not true. Because we in the intelligence community, we have many WMD teams at the nuclear, at the Energy Department of Energy, at the FBI, at many other intelligence agencies. They are actual fly teams that have the constitutional responsibility to anywhere that there's a weapon of mass destruction possibility. They have to go there and grab them. None of these teams have been active. None of them. So
they know it's a lie. Like it's a whole fake story.
Of course, it has to be a lie because we have seen these teams in action before when there have been actual and they travel with blacked out helicopters on the whisper mode, completely silent. They travel in at night, but they only use cavalry, air cavalry helicopters, and they use them. They fast rope troops in special weapons teams. They fast rope them in. Then they go and they get the nuclear radiological device. And they get it. They bring it in a stretcher. They bring it out to the helicopter. Get out. They get out. And they are ruthless. They are ruthless in doing their duties. And none of these teams have been activated. So how could it be all of these stories are absolute lies? And it actually adds to the problem of how much can these drugs do? I'm sorry, these LSDs, people start calling LSDs, large super weapon drones. That's what they are. And they have many ways. We just had the New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy just said, "This happens." We start looking at these drones, and it's like they know we're looking at them, and all their lights shut off, and then they disappear because we're looking at them. So he said, "How is that possible?" It's almost like they're alive consciousness. It's like it's studied, and yet we know
that's being reported multiple times over the past couple of weeks. People interacting with them. One video has gone viral of a woman talking to one of them floating in the sky, and she mentions Jesus Christ. Have you seen this video? And it starts flickering back at her. She says, "Oh, you know, it's unbelievable." So,
and that was very interesting sighting because what the woman missed is that if the this was a class orb, and if the orb was upset at the name of Jesus Christ, or having sickness. It would start
Right.
terrible oscillating. So she doesn't really know whether or what she said, or whether it hated what she said. Because it's the same. It's the reason that polygraphs don't work. They really don't. They just all they do is just gauge emotional reaction, but they don't gauge whether someone is telling the truth or not. They just gauge if someone is uncomfortable with a topic. That's it. And you could be uncomfortable with a topic because you hate it or because you love it. So it's the same. It's the same thing that we experienced with this lady who observed this thing. There was another video of, and this is, and I'm trying to put out as much information as I can. There was another video of a person in New Jersey. I don't know how they got this in New Jersey, but they were shooting at one of the drones. It was one of the typical LSDs, the large super weapon drones, and he was shooting at it with tracer rounds, which for people who know are just large caliber bullets, very large caliber bullets that have an incendiary on them, so that they light up as they're hitting, so you can see if they hit the target. And this person shot many tracer rounds at this drone, and it looked like most of them missed, but a few of them seemed to connect. But what I saw is that it was this drone, this super weapon drone, had some kind of shielding, because when the tracer rounds connected, all I saw was spark, sort of a spark. There was an invisible shield there, and the LSD took no damage. It just sailed there. It took the bullets. The bullets seemed to be blocked somehow, and then it just kept sailing on its own. So these drones really are super, and they are incredibly powerful, and that's before you even get into the plasmas and orbs that are accompanied everywhere that they go. So that's where we are with this. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's going on, and I really liked that 4chan post that you put on from 2022, which was the one that explained exactly what's going to be going on with these drones in 2022. And they actually said these will be radiological attacks. So, not necessarily, could be nukes, could be dirty bombs, radiological attacks, and go into permanent lockdowns. What is this one? Permanent lockdowns and medical restrictions that will be obeyed by people. Imagine instead of having to wear a mask, you have to wear an astronaut suit. You know, one of those level five
Hazmat suits.
Yes.
That's what's
Yes.
coming.
And that prediction, 4chan also said that mainstream media would do the heavy lift on spreading fear, so that people will say, "Oh, yeah, I wear the hazmat suit to go out to the supermarket during the lockdown. It's no problem. I have to do it as part of my duty."
Will it be real? I mean, that's the point. Like with COVID, you didn't have to. Like the mask was a sham, of course, right? So will it be real? The media, of course, will push this, and they already are. They're doing the heavy lifting on this. If I don't wear a hazmat suit and say "F you," I'm not wearing this garbage. Will I be irradiated?
Yeah, and they will. And because the radiation is going to be real. The aliens are not. The aliens are not real, but everything else, the danger, the destruction, the radiation, and like that post actually said that the MSN, the mainstream media, will show people radiation burns on their bodies, and then show people the news, and they will say, "Look at this. This is why you have to obey the lockdown, and you have to wear the hazmat suit, even to go down to the corner grocery store." And people will obey. People will obey. We saw it during the pandemic. People will obey crazy things when you pump them with enough fear. That's where we are. Another person that made these predictions that I wanted to just point out was Dr. Stephen Greer, because again, I always have to take my information and corroborate with many sources. And Stephen Greer actually said, "What's going on right now has been strategic plan from the cabal, I'm not sure if you use the word cabal or something else, but from the cabal, unfurled before our eyes right now. And Stephen Greer said these vehicles are not from the United States, but if they were, the United States would be using these other nations, which is absolutely true. We would be. They're only lent to us for a very short period. That's where we are, and so I really respect that Stephen Greer made that prediction, and he's always stuck to it too. He's always stuck to it. That this, and he called it, but he didn't call it false alien. He called it false disclosure and false flag. Yes, and so that's where we are. We have so many people predicting the same things. You know, people have to look
Well,
at
I spoke to a source in September who told me that he was led into a specific program, and he gave me the dates when this would happen, that there would be a fake alien invasion. He told me in September. And he told me the dates that would follow the election. I reported that on the show. This is not new information. I reported that multiple times on the show. And he said that after the election, weeks after the election, there would be a fake alien invasion. We have the dates. He was ready for the program. And I reported that at the time. And here we are. And you, on our show a year ago, said this was going to happen. And here we are. So, yes.
And let me anticipate one of your questions that I'm pretty sure I will get at some point, which is who made the LSDs? Who made the oils and the plasmas that they're doing? And I can give you that answer because this has been collaborated from simple people, not just Korea, but also Congress as well. And what the people who made these oils, these LSDs, these plasmas, are basically skunk works, McDonnell Douglas, DARPA, Raytheon. They basically copied how to make plasmas and oil, and they created it. And these are not
from alien technology, from
reverse engineered
craft that they have recovered because we have a crash retrieval program, which has now been confirmed by Congress.
Exactly. And so they are but what I want you to know is that these are not American organizations or American companies. People think that they are, but they're not. They work directly for the cabal, and they are providing services to the cabal. That's what they're doing. They're not doing it for the United States, because if they were, it's going to be using these against our enemies.
And I can confirm what John is saying here from multiple whistleblowers and sources that I've spoken to who have been involved and witnessed these craft, who worked for were in parts of the United States military, but they were treated like garbage. I mean, they were the United States military whistleblowers that I've spoken to who've seen these craft, who worked on these projects, told me that they were treated like garbage by the sort of cabal that was really in charge. It wasn't the U.S. military. I mean, we think like the U.S. military was up here, and they were like really low on the ladder. And that's been confirmed to us here on the show as well.
That sounds absolutely right.
So, but I'll get you out of here, Johnny. What do we do next? How can we stop this? I mean, how can we prepare for this? I mean, this is happening before our eyes. I don't see this disappearing. I don't see this like going away unless we can have a mass awareness event where we can all call attention to this and call BS on this.
Oh, absolutely. And here's a question that I see you give. You're always interested in relations. So you always say, why is the deep state cabal doing this? What is the reason? Okay. And one of the things that I have is that I'm a big movie buff, and I find that sometimes it's easier to illustrate to people, especially with movies that everyone's seen. And now here's here's where we are. There was a movie called Star Wars Episode 2, The Attack of the Clones. Right? It was in 2002, and the whole point of the movie was to show how Senator Palpatine, who is trying to become the Emperor, how Senator Palpatine has been developing a giant army of clones, and supposedly he's developing them to use to serve the Republic. Now, there's a scene there where he actually decides to reveal his army to someone, and they thought it would be, that was in 2000. He shows that he has 100,000 of these clones, and then he says, and they all serve me personally. And that's what I'm going to be doing. Senator Palpatine, interestingly, he looks just like George Soros. And it's very predictive. It's a very predictive model, because then he says, when I have clones, which sound very much like drones, when I have all these clones, they do not have free will. They will obey my orders. They will obey my orders. They will commit any war crime without a thought, because they will follow my orders without really have free will. They are clones. And that's kind of the same thing with drones as well. The Cabal has finally come up with a way to be able to use these drones that have no free will. They will follow any order. They will do anything that they can. And so we are in the moment where the Cabal is declaring, look at my army. This is my army I have. And I'm going to use this army. And that's where we're trying to get. And they're going to use it to try to stop Donald Trump inaugurated. That is the big why. The big why. It's unbelievable. It's incredible. And
yeah, I mean, they clearly don't want him in power for what money he's going to be taking out of their pockets, the multi-billion-dollar industry they're going to be taking out of their pockets. They've tried to assassinate him. I don't think it's all about Trump, of course, but I think it's definitely about this massive cabal, Agenda 2030, all of these big pieces that he threw a total wrench into the works by being elected once again.
Another individual that has confirmed many of the things that I've been working on is a person named Gordon Chang. He's a CCP dissident. He's an expert in U.S.-China relations, and he's just a brilliant guy. And as of yesterday, he's been putting out a lot of articles with a lot of different publications. And what he said is, we have to look at the common pattern with what just happened, the spy balloon crisis, where the Biden government followed the same protocols that they're following right now. And this was definitely from China. And then Gordon Chang tends to see all cabal activities as being from China. That's just how he is. He's a big commentator in a lot of conservative think tanks. But what's really
many times back in my days of Fox News, yeah.
Oh yeah, he's terrific. But one of the ways that he surprised us in these last few days is that he didn't say these drones, these boards, these plasmas are from China. He said, which what we all thought he would say, he said this is from a collection of America's enemies all working together to do this. Basically, it was just another name for the cabal. And that's what he's saying. So that was very surprising to me. He's a great thinker, and people should see him. Also, another person that I have seen, I saw yesterday, who is just another brilliant person, is while most scientists are trying to muddy the waters, the majority of scientists just will say whatever the sponsors tell us. But I saw this one great scientist yesterday named Ashton Ford. He's a plasma technology expert. Have you spoken to him before? Have you had him on the show?
Yeah, we've done a deep dive with Ashton on the show on MH370, and actually we have a big interview with him coming up in just about a week or so on a lot of these plasma technologies and zero energy technology. He's a good friend of the show. Yeah.
Excellent, because the shocker that he said yesterday, he was on Next News Network yesterday, and the shocker that he gave us was, he said, oh yeah, our intelligence, our tech community has been able to create plasmas and ores. And years now, those plasmas and ores are definitely created by our military industrial complex tech division. And he says, that's absolutely true. And that's a shocker to hear a scientist that you can trust. And that he's, instead of, while all the other scientists are trying to get us to say this ridiculous word, plasmoid, which is absolutely ridiculous. Plasmoid doesn't mean any, it means natural phenomena, like ball, like, that's not what these things are. It's a complete distraction, and it's a confusion of the language. They're using MSM to also amplify that. They're trying to get people to say plasma. That I want people to say LSDs, large super weapon drones. That's what they should be saying. And plasma wars, because that's what it is. So that's actually Forbes had a great little piece of this puzzle. And it was great that we actually put that forward. So yeah, and so just to tell, I can tell you what the question was, what are the remedies and I'll tell you. Number one, stay away, because we're right now life-saving people. Number one, stay away from these LSDs, the large super weapon drones. No shooting at them because you could release radioactive materials if you shoot at them. It's possible. That's why we're very concerned about. Stay away from them. I have a lot of people who are now observing the drones with military night vision hardware, and that's fine because they see a lot of them and they're going nuts in the air, but they're very far away. If these LSDs come over your house, though, get away from them, because we're going to be seeing people. We already have people who have symptoms of radiation sickness.
We do?
Yes, they're out there. It's just anecdotal, but they are out there. And they have said they have symptoms of radiation sickness. And not the severe ones, but they have the mild ones. And so that is happening. And so stay away from the LSDs. Number two, also stay away from the plasmas and ores, because they are also man-made, and they could be making people disappear sometime soon. Also, plasmas and ores appear to have shape-shifting abilities too, so that they can change into fixed. It looks like fixed wing aircraft. It looks like they can change into UAP type vehicles as well. So just be aware of all that too. Also, number three, I would probably skip the inauguration at Washington, D.C. of Donald Trump. Even if the tickets are free, like a lot of people told me, hey, the tickets are free.
Yeah. I know, I've been invited as well. I'm like, well, yeah, it's kind of terrifying. I mean, I'd love to be there. I'd love to see it, but
don't do it. And yeah, and number four, of course, don't listen to anything the U.S. government tells you. When they start telling you shelter in place, we have lockdown. Wear that astronaut suit. It's for your own good. Instead of different habits, just don't listen to anything the government says right now. And we have to keep listening to Donald Trump to see what he says. He's being very, very limited on this. He's very limited. I mean, so far he's only said 2 sentences about this, and it was just basically to basically command the Biden administration to say something to the people, because he said, "You guys know what these things are. You're refusing to tell anybody. You have to say something." They did. That's when they came out with that statement from what's his face.
That nothing burger, John Kirby's nothing burger saving. Yeah,
exactly. So that's what I think we should do. And I think you should not go to the evacuation. So just don't do it. I honestly don't think Donald Trump is going ultimate site set up and ready, and he's going to do whatever he has to do there. Because I don't think they're going to be able to save Washington D.C. at this point.
What is happening in this world?
It's
Unbelievable.
going to get
John,
worse.
I know it's hard to wrap my head around. You know, after the show, I'll have a conversation with my family and be like, I can't believe what I just thought. The conversation I just had. But like I said, you were right last year when you said this would happen, and here we are. And we've written more about it, and multiple other people had also predicted and had dates certain when this would actually happen, and they nailed it to the letter. So, conspiracy theories be damned. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is actually happening.
Yeah, because the last thing we need to do is we need to continue to do the motto of what is called expose, defeat, deter. Expose, defeat, deter. In other words, we have to keep talking about this. We have to keep telling each other, no matter if we get ridiculed, no matter if the New York Times says that we're idiots or whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Or CNN comes after us, it doesn't matter. We have to keep on exposing this so that can be a part of the solution ultimately. So that's what we're doing. That's part of it. But I have more if I get a chance to tell you.
Well, this is a lot for us to swallow today, John. So let us digest this, and we'll be keeping. This next month is going to be one of the craziest periods in American history up until Trump on the 20th. So we'll be watching closely, John. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on this. Thanks for sharing your sources on this and all this information, as always. John Souza, thank you so much, John.
Thanks so much, Clayton. Great being with you.
Very interested in how the team. Right.
I thought it works every time, just the works more. What is the technique of yoga? There's a lot of stuff. It's just kind of jump around. Yoga is like it's one of the most fun skills because it's a simple text. You just repeat 1 to 3 ish rules and what's somebody so easy to life.
I stopped it. Go ahead. No, I don't have that. I wish I could tell you. I had some inside information I really didn't. I don't know what's going on. If I had to guess, I would say that they're otherworldly, but I don't know. The reason why I say that is they don't leave a heat signature, and they move at very fast speeds, like faster than anything that humans have been able to create. So if anything, I think they may have some type of extraterrestrial origin, but I don't know for sure. They very well could be something else. Right? I wish I could tell you I had a really good opinion of what they are, but I just have no idea what they are.
What happens if when he's saying he puts you through the lower to stay? He's talking about
Civilians in the second. Well, you give credit for it, man. You give credit for it.
I just hope it doesn't come true that what he's saying is going to be a mass rapidly event over time. And it's going to get people radiation, which nobody wants that, right?
Word, though. Yeah. I'm just working on these robots, making sure that they're working correctly. Like I created them, and I have to make sure that they work. And I have to reprogram them if they don't. They seem to be working pretty well, but you never know. Yeah, we play it. I usually, if you guys come in and we play miniature golf. No, I don't play anything like that. I'd like to, but basically you need some high-powered computer for consoles and things like that. Yep. Yeah, I focus on my stream and networking and such, and I feel like if I get into games too much, I will just be a gamer. That's not what. Sure. Very cool. Yeah, I understand. And I anticipate I might be one of the world's biggest gamers someday, but as of right now, I have to focus on this. I mean, if I have people who come in and we talk to them, and I'm in the middle of the game, I just like, oh, okay, well, see you, go away. And I don't want to be like that. I want to be personal and invite people. I'm not saying it's impossible, but if you're in the middle of the game, and I'm like, okay, well, hold on, wait till this game's over, or wait till I'm done with this, and you have to focus on it. Again.
What I found is people that really like mirroring love it because it's so simple, it's so effortless, and it's easy. They typically, for lack of a better term, tend to be both high IQ and high EQ. Like I'm not a high IQ, I'm not an average kid. I like to think that I can learn, and EQ, emotional intelligence, is a skill you can build, and I'm always working on building. But a lot of really regular average people were like, mirror next to me, I'm not doing that. And I don't know why they're like, but when I come to somebody that loves the mirror, I always ask them, like, I just want to thank you. And typically they're like these people. Now, I don't know why that combination attracts people to mirror, because there's 9 skills, 8 from positive negotiation, and the 9th really was tone of voice. We just define them as just different. And each one is different and focuses on different components in conversation. And a lot of people like the mirror kind of so awkward. Like I'm not particularly strong in the mirror. I'm going to do it intentionally. Good. But is it also oh yeah.
Yes. It feels maybe awkward. It's true, there's got to be ways to signal that you're truly listening.
That's right.
I think your body language, there's a lot of signal that, but memory is probably just this trivial little hack.
kind of like, you know what? There's a situation that I had a conversation with Stephen Codge, who's this historian, and he would say my name a lot for the conversation. He would be like, "We understand this. Is that if for some reason I'm making feel really good?" I was like, "He cares about it." And I wonder if that key, if I were just that key, that could be name, just using people's name could be powerful.
Using the name is really context-driven. It can be extremely powerful if someone is genuine, and it comes across in your demeanor, and it's used in a way that you can tell is meant to encourage you, as opposed to exploiting. And the people that are really exploiting will also do the same.
So you have to be, you have to avoid using the things that people that are exploiters manipulate use, because it might signal to others that this person is trying to be very practical. Look for it.
But, I said earlier, the whole progression from the sound angry, so this is probably going to make you angry. So I know you're labeling is anger label or emotion or wrath, and then just calm.
Is that almost always good? So could it be a source of frustration when the person's being angry and you tap for really want to call out the elephant? Is it possible that that would lead to escalation? Is that feeling versus resolution?
Well, the kind of, what would make it bad? Like, if I'm pointing out the point here, and I say, look, I need you to get up and go down to the bank and make the deposit. Let's say I'm talking to somebody who's with me. I need you to get on the phone with this person and make the appointment. And they go, sounds like that'll be annoying. If it's just like so yeah, if there's no insight in your labor at all. And as soon as demonstrating the awareness or sympathy, when it's either to you or to them, that won't make it fire. So the only time labor could ever potentially be counterproductive is if you weren't actually listening and the label is indicates that you're not listening. I'm teaching USC and I'm teaching labels and one of the kids in the class, he just wants to take the skills and make his deals and just hustle, and he's just looking for a hustle. So he writes up a paper about, he goes to some malls, I think by Palm Springs or someplace, some other malls, other people go by suits. So he goes in there, and he immediately starts to bargain that my book teaches with no info. And he's like, throws a price to the guy. The guy's like, no. And he throws another price to the guy. The guy's like, no. And then he says to the guy behind the price, sounds like we can make a deal. I know it doesn't. I just shut down everything you just said. If anything, it sounds like we're never going to make a deal. But he tried to use his labor for manipulation. Now, the guy didn't get mad when he said that. He was like, this dude's not listening. And at the core of everything, you have a bunch of almost like hacks and techniques you can use, but at the core of it, at the core is that's the main thing. You'll be able to just sit there and listen. But you see, look for insights. You know what? I like silence. You're both sitting there chilling with a drink, looking up at the stars. There's the silence makes you kind of zoom out and realize you're in this together, as opposed to playing a game or some kind of a chess game or negotiation. Together. I don't know. There's some intimacy to the silence. And like, I'll ask a question and just let the other person sit there in silence before they answer, or vice versa. They ask me a question, I sit there in silence. It's a big intimate thing. Yes. And the other two types, until they've experienced that, are afraid. And what I'm actually going to do is one of the reasons I'm really comfortable with science. I think because I've experienced its effectiveness, and also my son Brandon, like he's a kid with that Erickson. Like he coaches people. He says, "Go silent, count thousands. Don't stop till you run out of them."
He's actually good. Good.
He is. That is. And so there's so much to it. But the other two types of natural environment against the wet until you've experienced it. And you got in-state intuition feeding your data once you experience it. But your amygdala is kicking into gear. Again, sorry, I realize it's more complicated. Until you've experienced it. So, combinate whole things. How do they signal for you? Silent. So when you go silent, they're scared to death with you. Because that's how they act. The assertive thinks to use the English word silent because you want to talk to them. The important fact, either is thinking or, and I love the description, the feeling of intimacy in silence, and experiencing alone. Because I'm actually going to factor that into private doing. The accommodators love shared intimacy. They love to experience. And I can see that being very compelling when you're willing to cross that chasm and experience silence and see how it works. Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, which is why you just start thinking, what's the end person? What actually going to do? So you want to say this?
10 seconds. I mean, there's tricks to it. I guess one of the places to just calm it out. I realized through dating, there's intimacy to it. I had a friend of mine, he lost his voice singing. So he couldn't, the doctor said he can't talk for a week just to heal the voice.
Yeah.
A very dark voice. But he hung out with other people, friends, and didn't talk. He just hung out. He said it was really interesting. They both didn't talk to each other. They just sat there and enjoyed time together. I don't know. It's a wicked thought. It's a thing to try, maybe, with people. Just hang out. Don't say, it's an experiment. Don't say anything the entire day. It's I had to
Look, sure. Yeah, definitely.
Interesting. I haven't tried it myself. It seems it's kind of like a silent retreat, but more activist part of it than daily. Anyway, so is there other interesting techniques we could talk about here? So, for example, creating emotional control.
Yeah, it's principally by asking what and how questions. Because people love to tell others what to do and how. There's a lot. That was really the way that the book was first written. That we really thought about what and how questions. It's giving the inside the illusion of control. And there's a lot more to it than that we've discovered. I mean, it triggers deep thinking, it wears people down. Deep thinking can be exhausting.
Do you want this? What's the word exhaustion? Is that often the
Yeah, be careful. Some people exhaust intention. One of my negotiation heroes, a guy now who's unfortunately suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's. John Domenico Pico is the UN hostage negotiators who got all the Western hostages out of Beirut in the 80s. And he wrote a book called Man Without a Gun. And I quite with him. At this point in time, I don't think he has any memory of who I am at all. But he writes in his book, one of the great secrets of negotiation is exhausting is political negotiations that could be done was very deferential. It was in the middle of, in the 80s, leading up to about 1986-ish. Every negotiation involved warring parties in the Middle East that you can imagine. He was in Cyprus, he was in Afghanistan, Iraq and Iran. The Iranian government had tremendous trust in him as a Westerner, a representative of not only Westerners out of Beirut, and he was just ridiculously pushed. And which is I finally put off and finally work.
So exhaustion can't be a component of finding resolution and negotiation.
If it tamps down the negative emotion, often exhaustion will tamp down negative. If getting the real trick is really getting negative emotions out of life because you've done it, as a trainer.
So the goal is always positive emotion to talk about. That's
Yeah.
what you're always chasing.
I think so.
And that's what that's right.
Yes.
Whatever you're triggering, whatever the chemistry you're triggering in your brain, like, yeah, we're doing good.
I think long-term success, absolutely.
How is the word fair used? And give, as you call it. How is it used?
Take care, Paulo.
It's
Come back
usually
soon.
used most frequently used
Thanks for sharing the information. I appreciate
as
it.
a point of manipulation. It's what people say when you get back into the corner, I can't come up with any legitimate reasons as to why they're being back into the corner. Like nobody uses the word the F-bomb. Nobody uses the word fair when they've got criteria back in. So consequently, when somebody starts dropping, you got to realize the other side's got no legitimate outside criteria. They're feeling very vulnerable. They can't explain it, but they feel defensive. And it saying, hey, look, I've given you a fair offer. Is away from me and not your obligation. If you're not working. So a lot of cutthroat negotiators, they're going to use it on you to knock you off the game. The NFL strike probably now it's been a good 10 years. And maybe even longer. One of the sticking points was the owners were not opening up their players wanted to see them. And in order to not open the books, they just sent a the press conference and said, we give the players a fair. Well, if it was fair, you would have been pissed. If you gave them the fair offer and it was justified by rules of the books, you'd open them to prove your point. So what ends up happening though is that, look, the owners gave the players a fair offer, starts to get picked up in the week. And then it starts to get repeated. And now there are different people on the players' side going like, yeah, maybe they have given us a fair offer because people be insecure about their own position. So it's the rules that come out the word that can be used. And it almost always comes up in every negotiation. Shocking the number of times it comes up with people who don't really understand how or why it's coming up.
So usually it's a signal of the not a good place in negotiation.
Without question, I'm completely convinced that if the person is using the word as a means of getting at the word, then either accidentally or on purpose, they either have got the right number in a bad position or their gut is afraid of it. Do I use the word? What I'll say is, I want you to feel like I treated you fair. And at any given point in time, I think I'm not treating you fairly, I want you to stop. And we get with it.
Big ridiculous question, but how do you close a deal? How do you take the negotiations with them? Is it implementation ultimately?
You got to pivot to agreed upon implementation to really move out of negotiation. And they say, how do you want to? And if you don't know, I might say, no one to question. Is it a ridiculous idea if I share with you stories? I'm not
And then you get real actual steps. That's the implementation. It's not just the philosophical agreement. It's actual steps.
the big problem in all negotiations is the lack of discussion of the next steps.
It's deep. Who's the best negotiator?
Yeah, that could probably be something, right? Yeah, he's ridiculously talented. I mean, he's ridiculously talented. And he's, and there was a Clinton's book, The Culture, the Chemical, says that, people just noticed it started getting good. The first thing is a child prodigy, just got interested when they were a kid. I mean, started learning how to negotiate when he was 2 years old. And he's been in it and immersed in it, since he can make complete sentences. Even before he can make complete sentences. He's ridiculously good.
What's his future? What's he up to?
He has been involved. He run a development company, and now he's going to be an affiliated licensee for his own operation. I think he's pretty much going to end up doing very much. It's going to open his entrepreneurial opportunities to do whatever he wants, and not have his dad say no.
And do a better job than
Most likely.
that. Okay. Do you see some of the techniques that you talk about as manipulative?
Manipulations were going to explore you urge. Am I trying to manipulate the bank robber that let me save his life? Yeah. So manipulation is like, what am I trying to do?
So you don't see the negative connotation. If you're trying to bring a better future from manipulation,
Now, if I'm trying to think about a future, if I'm being genuine and honest, like I compliment you. If my compliment is genuine, that's not manipulation. Like, but if I think, you got a pair of shoes that are the dumbest looking things I've ever seen. And I go, wow, those are great shoes. No, that's really good.
so there's guys that Warren Buffett who are big on integrity and honesty. What's the role of lying? Effective.
No, it's just bad. Lying is just a bad idea. For a variety of reasons. First of all, because when you change the inside, it's better light than whatever this spot. Secondly, they could be luring you to practice if you will. Thirdly, the chances are they're going to find out that you're not good. Eventually, you're really hard. And then the penalties, the taxes are going to be way higher than what you had before.
So long term, you want to have a reputation of somebody with integrity. The more you lie, the harder it is to get that reputation.
Yeah, exactly. You're always going to get
Yeah. So what's the, use the term for the question, what's the difference between a good conversation and a good negotiation? Can we just, I think just reading your work, listening to you, there's a sense I have that the thing we're doing now and just conversation on podcast and so on is different than negotiation. It feels like the purpose is different. And yet having some of the same awareness of the value of empathy is extremely important. It feels like the goals are different. No.
really close, but look, I rolled in here not having any expectations, not looking for anything other than having interesting conversation. And to hear what was behind the questions that you're asking and what interests you, and then also your description of silence, the power of silence, something I'm going to take away as I look and help learn to teach others. But I didn't come in here. I suppose in negotiations, we were both aware of the problem we're trying to solve.
Right? There's no problem here to solve except maybe like the human condition. And
It was,
how do you train to become better at negotiating? In business and
just small stakes practice for high stakes results. I mean, decide what kind of negotiating risk.
what's that mean? Small stakes practice for high stakes. Small stakes. The small little incremental picking up the rest of the water.
Yeah, you really can. For some people, that's nice. Well, labeling mirrors. We know the basic tools for trade negotiation. Labeling mirroring, paraphrasing, so you start labeling a mirror people. You just have a regular interaction. Just to gain a feel for whether or not you can read somebody's aspect or how accurate you read to get better. And so, label the lifter or the grocery store, or the person behind you, like at you. So putting a label on that, or throwing something at them, because negotiations are commercial discussion. Most of the time, it's commercial. So see if you can indicate that you understand it. One of my favorite labels to throw out on somebody, which maybe grade level, I might look at somebody who looks distressed, and I go, tough day. So years ago, at the counter at LAX, and while I'm waiting in line to get to the counter, and a lady behind the counter is clearly making a point to not meet my eyes so that I don't. And she looks, and so like you know when you're next in line and they're making sure you don't meet us. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, so I have a bad day. So I walk up, and as soon as I approach the counter, I go, tough day. And she kind of snaps me around. She goes, no, how can I help? It goes out of her way to help. Now I'm practiced, but I also know that it's good. Relieve some stress. So now I'm going to TSA. Well, for people that are going to top that, it's a good place to find practice. And I'm going through the line, and I realize I haven't tossed a label out on one of these guys. And there's this guy who watching the bags come out of the equipment machine. He's just kind of got an indifferent look on his face. And I go, tough day? And he kind of goes, I can see from his body language, like, no. And I go, just another one. And he goes, yeah, just another one. And we felt see, but I missed. And I'm practicing. And I'm trying to stay sharp. So these are a few words. It's just a few words I'm trying to quickly localize the effect. Now, it's very energy. No, let it go. I love it.
Does the same apply to just conversation in general? Just how you get better at conversation? I think a lot of people struggle with insecurities, with anxiety about conversation. As funny as this to say, I have a lot of anxiety about conversation. We basically do the same thing in practice. The techniques.
Yeah, do. Just trying to make sure you hurt somebody else.
What's the best conversation you've ever been in except this one?
Wow.
Whatever, the best conversation, but what stands out to you? Because conversation that changed you as a person, maybe.
There's probably been a lot of them along the way. I mean, but one that I remember on a regular basis was actually this kid. But when I was at the Bureau, I was a car called the Cleaning Services, another guy from the Bureau, buddy of mine, Black Line. And we both trying to decide whether or not we want to try to get into profiling or negotiation. Because it's both about human dynamics, and both of us really like human dynamics. And we're sitting around talking about it, and we're talking about several things, and he liked it. I really didn't know what he was doing. I think he was just picked it up. And I've been talking about my family, quite a few things. And he said to me, and I never said this directly, we were close. But he said to me, son, it was really close. And I come out of the moment like this feeling, just like I felt great. I mean, what he said drew together everything that I've been saying and nailed the essence. And I have a very clear recollection of how good that felt in the moment. So a couple years later, suicide hotline. I got this thing in the back of my head. Line, technique, reaction, read, whatever it was. That goes into the hotline. And I could tell the dude was wrapped by his tongue. And he just hit. He goes, it's time to live every day. I need to help live every day. I got to live every day. And I go, you just saw him. And he goes, yeah. And he came down a little bit, and he was a guy that was telling me about his battling the disease of paranoia. He's going to go on a car trip with his family the next day. He knew that on the car trip, he was going to, twist himself in the house. So the night before, he twisted himself. He's laying out everything that he's done to try to be paranoid and how much his family's helping him. And he's going to the car trip with the family because they're going to take him to see about it. And so I learned the same thing with my buddy Ernest. It sounds like he's really close. He goes, yeah, we live a little bit more. And then he started ticking off all the things that he was doing to try to be paranoid. He started to turn. And so I said, say it to him. He goes, yeah, and I'll be fine. Thanks. And it was all I said. So those two conversations, which are overlapping conversations, those two things really stick out. And those things, like for all the different negotiations, conversations we've had, do they kind of echo throughout? Like you basically, because when you empathize with other human beings, you start to realize we're all the same. And so you can start to pick little phrases here and there. You throw from out of the little experiences. They're all about it. But we all want to be close to other human beings. We all want love. We're all, I think we're all deeply on the inside. We're looking for connection. We're just, if we're very wrong about it. So all humans have that same, all the same different components of what makes them tick. Because you kind of see yourself basically just saying the same things to connect with another human being. Yeah, there are many different things that you're looking for understanding or connection or satisfaction. It's not that many of them, regardless. And so, yeah, you're looking for to manifest itself in some form or another, and you really take a guess on one of the things. What advice would you give to me to be better at these conversations? To me and to other people that do kind of interviews and podcasts. Wow. That I really care about as well. Is there there's a lifelong journey in this process? Yeah, well, I think I would advise you to take that approach, which is the approach you take. You care about it, you're very curious about it. You see it as a lifelong journey, you're fascinated by it. You enjoy learning about it. And you definitely do see it as a lifelong journey, as opposed to, this is what I can, if I can acquire this, I can live with it. I mean, I fall in love with people. There's a kind of deep connection that lingers with you, especially when I'm preparing. The more material there is of a person, the more you get to fall in love and have time. But I think you get to really understand, not understand, but what I mean by fall in love is appreciate, but also become deeply curious. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, you appreciate the things you know, but you start to see a galaxy underline. You start to see that there's all this cool stuff that you can't learn, keep interacting with, and then when you show up and actually realize it's like more and more like in physics. The more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. It's like it's really exciting, and it can also be heartbreaking because you have to say goodbye. Goodbye. I hate goodbyes. I hate goodbyes. Same starting, right? Yeah. It makes reminds me like things end, good things end, sucks. That makes the moment more delicious. You know, that you do with this kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. I sort of completely forgot about to ask you about this the 7, 38, 55% rule. It's really interesting. Is there all truth to it? That 70% of messages conveyed from the words used, 38% from the tone of voice, 55% from body language. Is there really truth to that? All right, so Albert Moravian, I think is the name of the UCLA professor that originally proposed the 738-55 ratio and discussed it in terms of that it isn't the message, but how much they called it liking. Like, are you not the meaning is coming across, but you're liking the message. And so it's been extrapolated heavily by people like me to this meaning of the meaning in 738-55 from liking. When I see regularly people that communicate verbally, that speak to make these kinds of calls. This is how we got to balance it. This is how we got to do it. Those that communicate principally in writing, that the meaning of the words are much more important than them. So they're deeply uncomfortable with 7 being the word. Because the content, the word, the meaning of the word, when you're writing, it's so important that you hate to conclude it. So I first of all, 1,000% believe it's an aggravation. But the real critical issue is not what the racial is things are. It's what's the message when you're out of line. Like what's the message when the tone of voice is out of line with the words. Like it don't matter with racial, you got a problem if the tones do not match their words.
And that's hard to put a measure on exactly. Even in writing, it's not just even in writing, it's not words. There's the words, but there's like style underneath it.
Right.
And there's something like body language, presentation. I mean, yeah, I'm a big fan of constrained mediums of communication, which writing is, or voice, like podcasts. There's a personality to human beings who just hear the voice. It's not just, you can say it's the tone of voice, but there's you can, what is it? The imagination fills in the rest. When I'm listening to somebody, I'm imagining some amorphous being, right, doing things. We get angry, I'm imagining behavior. I don't know what exactly.
If you well, and so you made me think of a funny story because we were talking about funny email before, and I told you, about that I interacted with the service executive. So I know that they love working with him, and they think he's an interesting guy, and the reason he's funny. He jokes around. So they tell me on this conference call, just words, and a guy on the other line says something, that wasn't was wrong, but wasn't bad. And so they say on the phone, and Elon goes, "You're fine," and then everybody in the room with him can see that he's joking. But the person on the other side, they were, wait, they can't get you look at your face right now. You gotta stop. Because the guy on the other side is dying right now. He doesn't feel like you're joking. So there was, there were the words and the tone of voice, but it lacked the visual to go with it.
Nevertheless, it's probably
I'm sure it was very good.
Just as interesting to ask, I don't know if you're following along the developments of large language models. There's been something called ChatGPT. There's just more and more sophisticated and effective and impressive chatbots, essentially, that can talk. And they're becoming more and more human. Do you think it's possible in the future that AI will be able to be better negotiators than humans? Do you think about that kind of stuff?
Well, yeah, so definition better or versus less flawed. Like they chatbots have been out there for a long time, and probably about 5 years ago now, a company approached us because they were doing a negotiation chatbot, and they said two things. First of all, I said, why are you talking to us? So, well, in point of fact, we already spoke to the people that are teaching quotes a Harvard methodology. And, the rational approach to negotiation just doesn't work. Rational approach just doesn't work. Our chatbots are not getting it. But we're showing in around about 80% of the interactions a higher success outcome with this chatbot. And they showed me what they were doing. And it was still a lot deeply flawed emotional intelligence wise. But the reason why they would have a higher success rate is the chatbot can never have a bad mood. And you can reach out to chatbot in the middle of the night. So if you're talking to somebody that was never upset and was always available, then you can have a higher success rate. Negotiations go bad when people are in a negative frame of mind.
So the natural ability of a chatbot to be positive is just going to give you a higher success.
Yeah, and they're not going to get mad at you. You say with chatbot, your price is too high. Chatbot is designed to come back with money. You say your price is too high. How dare you not tell me to let it? They can love people.
unfortunately or fortunately, I think the way chatbots are going now, they're happening because they're becoming more human. That's the whole point. To be able to pass the tone test, you have to be negative. You have to be an asshole. You have to have boundaries. You have to be secure. You have to have some effort.
Well, it's different from being kind of boundaries to be like I can. Okay, you throw a proposal. Before I say no, I'm going to say, look, I'm sorry, that just isn't. I'm going to set up a real clear boundary without being negative. So, and then a lot of people really struggle with setting boundaries without being, without being, without indignant, without being upset.
But see, there's a when you show that you're not getting upset. I'm not just seeing that. I'm seeing a flawed human that has underneath it a temper, underneath it the ability to get upset, that chooses not to get upset. And the chatbot has to demonstrate that. It's not just going to be cold and be this kind of corporate, blank, empty, so vapid creature that just says, "Oh, thank you for saying that." So, but basically, you have the chatbot has to be able to mean and truthful.
I don't know. Maybe I'd be willing to see it play out and see how.
But I guess what I'm saying is to be a good negotiator, you have to have the capacity to be a bad person.
Really?
I think so.
I think you just gotta have the capacity to set boundaries with
Interesting. Because I think it's hard for me to trust a person who's not aware of what they're going to do. Because if you say you don't have any flaws, you don't trust
them. Yeah, well, first of all, it's a lie, right?
Right.
It's not a lie.
Yeah. So you have to have a self-awareness about that. But be able to control it, demonstrate the able to control it. I mean, this is humans, I just think humans, intelligent, effective humans are able to do this well, and chatbots are not yet, and they're moving in that direction. So it makes me think about what is actually required for effective negotiation. That's what AI systems do, is they make you ask yourself, what is it that makes you special? And what is it that makes you special? Chess, Go, games, which AI systems are able to beat humans at home. What is it that makes them effective at negotiation? What is it that makes them effective at something that's extremely difficult, which is navigating physical spaces? And doing things that are threatening, like making yourself a cup of coffee, sexually. Because of all the complexities involved in navigating physical reality. We have so much common sense reasoning built in. Just about how gravity works, or how objects move, what kind of objects there are in the world. It's really difficult to describe because it all seems so damn trivial, but it's not trivial. Because a lot of that we just learn as babies. We keep running with things and we never learn about that. So AI systems help us understand what is the difference between these movies, what is the wisdom we have in our heads. And negotiation to me is super interesting. So negotiation is not, it's about business, it's about geopolitics, it's about running government, it's basically negotiating how many different policies, different bills and programs and so on. How do we allocate money? How do we reallocate resources? All that kind of stuff. It seems like AI in the future could be better at that. But maybe not. Maybe you have to be a messy, weird, insecure, uncertain human and debate each other, yell at each other, on Twitter. Maybe you have to have teams that yell at each other. In the process of figuring out what is true, maybe AI systems will not be able to do that. I figure out the full mass of human civilization.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I mean, the two thoughts that I had along the way was, anything that's
at least 80% of it. Now, the remaining percentage, whatever it is, does it require the human interaction? And what's required? Like I am not pro-con, and I also know that there's a case to be made in the creative world that some of the best thinking came out of and reading interviews about on YouTube. You know, their admiration for some of the people's best music came when they were fighting. And there's so well hockey, at least in the album hockey, but those guys were fighting. I mean, they weren't much right now. And their appreciation and conflict to create something beautiful. And then when I was in crisis negotiation, my last 7 years in the FBI, there was a guy with named Vince, great. And he and I used to argue all the time. And then when we began to change, the guy who was in charge, took me off to the side. He's like, I can't take you. And I said, well, I got news for you. I think you come up with much better stuff as a result of what happens. He said, that's the same thing. And I'm like, so if you don't have a problem fighting, why do you have it? But, there's something there that sometimes the most difficult insights you back your brain as to why someone is so dug in with something that so you think is so wrong. Yeah, maybe there's something to it. I think there's something to it.
There's something about conflict that you drive that you
Do you think there were?
so there will always be negotiators.
Well, as it turns out.
Why do you think there will be? Is there what's your intuition?
Yeah, there's basically 75% negative, and then, to lack of a better term, I call it two lines of code. Like, somewhere where everybody knew it. Somebody planted two lines into our head. We don't know where to go. But somebody said something to us and stuck. And there are a lot of people that had some really negative garbage dumped in their brain when they were little. And just based on the numbers, what kind of opportunity they were given afterwards, did they ever have an epiphany moment when they genuinely believe they could get hypnotized out of it? Like, what is it? When Joe Dispenza's book is Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself. Like, how do you get at that two lines of code that either mean or well intentioned, but stupidly speaking, adults said to you the wrong moment planted in your brain? The chances of everybody on earth getting out, even the majority of people not getting out of that house is really small.
What advice would you give to a young person today about how to have a career that can be proud of or like maybe somebody in high school, college, trying to figure out their way in this world?
It's probably taking the cliche of do what you love, but if you figure out your ideals and pursue your ideals, then stick to them when it costs. Like a guy I admire very much, Michael Borgil, runs this Operation Chris video in LA. In one of his talks, he said, core values of what you stick to that cost you money. It's not a value that really matters to us, it's cost. And stick to your values. Now, when I was in the FBI, I worked really hard at, the number one core mission of the FBI is protect and defend the country. So I could pursue that value at all times, which I did, or I could follow the rules. You don't have time to do both. When did you know that you followed the rules? When did you fall in love with this process? I think it was in a conversation on the suicide hotline I was talking about earlier.
significant of an impact on this human being in this short period of time. That's really cool.
How hard is it to tell somebody about that? So this question is a big question. So why the hell did it happen? How do you have that kind of deeply philosophical, deeply psychological, honestly practical conversation with somebody and convince them that they should stick around?
Well, it's more clear and clearing the clutter with it and let them make up their own mind. That was what volunteer on suicide island was really about. Just let me see how quickly I can clear out the clutter in your head. If you're willing to have it cleared out. Like, did you call here because you were actually looking for help? Or did you call here to fulfill some other agenda? So, are you willing to have the clutter in your head? Not everybody is.
So let's clear the clutter. Is there at least a somewhat hopeful chance that they'll look into you for another day?
Yeah. And like, if you step back, like, very few people that commit suicide physically are up against it that hard. Like, most of them, by and large, are pretty intact physically human beings. They're struggling with emotions. But it's an emotional issue, it's not a physical issue. So if you would be complete mercenary, like, I got on the very big fan of Danny Rothschild, born great at lost his eyesight and then became paralyzed. Like, he's an emotional leader. He's about helping people thrive and live great lives. Like, Marx, when he was born, it was spectacular. And first of all, society one eye, then he was society. Like, the other eye, and then he fell out a window in a tragic street. Like, if there was ever a dude that was saying, like, living sucks. And if there's any doubt in my mind, something worse happens to me every few years. But Marx is about being fine and inspiring. So the hard part was navigating somebody who's tossing it in because there was the Timothy. So it's a way to interpret even more. There's clutter in your head. Like, can you help clear that clutter?
Help them by themselves, inspiring them to reinterpret that.
Yeah.
As one thing. Yeah. What do you think is the meaning of what's why what's the good reason?
Well, I have very strong religious beliefs. Spiritual. I don't 1,000%. If you were to try to confine me in a box, I'd be a Christian. But I have tremendous respect for the Jews. I don't think any religion's got to be exactly. Again, I keep mentioning about the kind of Bible Christian. The Bible is like what, I'm kind of bullshit, but my belief in Jesus is what I've got after Christianity is, the dogma of man's application of spiritual beliefs. So, but that being said, I truly believe that my life is a gift and there's a purpose here. So my creator decided that I woke up in the morning because he still had some cool, interesting things for me to do.
And you have gratitude for having the opportunity to live that way.
Yeah.
Well, you do one heck of a good job at living those days. I really appreciate your work. I appreciate the person you are. Thank you for just everything you've done today, for just being empathic, honestly. You're a great listener. You're a great conversationalist. It's just an honor to meet you and talk to you. It's just really thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Quiz Guys. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, in the easiest of words, John. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear negotiate. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello. How are you?
All right, we see we got here 10%.
Hi.
Hopefully everyone is doing all right. I am Drew Backer, founder of EnglishAnyone.com and the English Fluency Guide. And we'll give people a minute to file in. And today we're going to talk about how to keep talking with the crazy thing with kidnap business. We used to get asked by FBI agents, who's this going to be? And the answer would be when the bad guys feel like they got everything they can. Now dissecting the statement, we're talking about they feed.
You're on the chickadoo. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello. Can you hear me? You're watching the Joe Rogan Experience. That's the most important that's going on in the entire world right now. That Joe Rogan, you. What's good in your neck of the woods? Hello. I don't want to talk to you. Nothing. I don't know what you want. Speak of it. Right? That's it. Sugar. That's not fun. I'd be sick as all the bulls should be fruits and stuff. That should be the biggest like the championship. Hey, how are you? What the house on this? What the house on this? The $3. I would have bet everything. I would have bet everything.
Experience.
It's a pleasure to meet you. And Brian, would you explain your relationship with
I have a pretty such respect for Stephanie. And last week, as the chairman of the executive director of Kentucky Open Public Management Commission, within the agreement, I understand Black Heritage the state received $852 million in settlements in the previous 15 years. Our corporation contributed manufacturers for creation and education of the airport. And as the WIP project was developed and executed, I was introduced to Dr. Perry as someone who was a believer and advocate for medicine. He and I developed a professional relationship. He was the vocal supporter and participant in the initiative itself. He appeared by video to give testimony about the immense potential around me. And he also was so wonderfully helpful as to procure an idea in which magazine in October last year, endorsing the initiative. He has been a tremendous supporter, mentor, and privileged to be here.
Hey, Governor, how did you get involved in this? It's kind of a long story, so we got the time. If you don't mind,
Sure.
I'll tell you that. 2006, my wife made me go on vacation, which I don't necessarily do very good because I have a little bit of ADHD. And vacations are sitting on the beach. Some places not high on my list of good things to do. But anyway, I went with it. And she took me to Coronado Island and the Hotel Death, which is fascinating and interesting place. But my security detail went out early, and they were stopped there, I think, on Orange and Orange Drive, the little breakfast nook, and they walked in where they were supposed to meet with the California Highway Patrol to do our advance. And there was this big guy, looked about like you, all buff and slicked off head, and pretty healthy looking boy, and they thought that was the patrolman they were supposed to meet. And over introduced themselves and said, "Are you here to meet Governor Perry?" And the guy went, "No, but I vote for him every chance I get." And this kid happened to be a JTAC, who was SEAL Team 5, who was a former, or was an FA team driver, who was assigned to SEAL Team 5 to go out on their next assignment. And they just met him by the grace of God. And the kid gave him his card and said, "Hey, if the governor would like to go on a tour of the Special Warfare Center, I'd love to give him a tour." Well, detail shows up next day, says, "Hey, we met this kid." And that's right down my alley, right? Rather than sitting on the beach, take me over and show me what the Special Warfare Center does. And on Saturday morning, we went over, got that tour, and this young man led the tour, and he had a big old tall drink of water with him in his canyons that assisted with the tour. It took about 3 hours to finish this tour. We finished it, and this young man says, "Did Marcus tell you where he was last weekend?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes, sir, once, and no, sir, once." He said, "Well, he was at the White House receiving the Navy Cross." I know what the Navy Cross is, and I went back to the hotel room, looked it up on my computer. There was no mention of this Marcus Luttrell anywhere on my computer. And we had asked him to go have dinner with us that night, to just say thank you for the time and what have you.
Oh, you have.
And that evening, as we get back to the restaurant, a friend is asking him all questions about what was it that he did. And during the conversation, Operation Rabbi came up, and we finished dinner. I told him, I said, "Look, give me your mom's phone number. I'll call her when we get back to Texas. And if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me." Right? Which I would I probably told hundreds of people, Joe. If we had known each other in those days, I said, "Hey, Joe, if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me." Bad chance you're going to come and knock on the door of the government connection, right? Can't do it. So it's a nice thing to say, but realizing that you're not going to show it.
Well, I looked up Operation Redwood, and that's when my computer kind of blew up, and I figured out who this young man was. And you remember in 2006, nobody heard of this, didn't know who Marcus Luttrell was, what have you. So, going about our business, they leave, they deploy, go back to Iraq. With his twin brother Morgan, I might add, Morgan and Marcus, they deployed together on that. And the young man who led that tour that day was a lieutenant commander in the Navy, F-18 pilot, by the name of Jake Elsey. Jake Elsey is now in Congress. So, incredible small world for me. It started totally by the grace of God, meeting these boys in Hard Island. And I called his mom when I got back to Austin. Said, hey, saw your son, doing all right, and playing never happened. Went on about my business. That was in August of 06. The following May of 07, the phone rang in the governor's mansion. The security detail said, there's a young man down here. He said, you told him next time he's from Austin, Texas, come by and see him if he's here. I said, that's hilarious. I said, what's his name? And Marcus Luttrell. I said, yeah, I told him. I said, anyway, that was in May of 07. And he lived with us for the next 2.5 years. In August of 09, he left. And that's what started me in my life on this long journey, this adventure that has taken me to sit at Joe Rogan's table talking about veterans' mental health. We've been down literally dozens of rabbit trails. Frankly, the bulk of them, they were interesting, but they really didn't bring any relief, didn't bring any help. We learned about the brokenness of our government's ability to help these young men and women. I mean, Marcus literally was separated from the Navy without the ability to have TRICARE. The only place he could get his health care was at the VA, and he had to have some very specific surgeries on his back, highly technical surgeries. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to let you go to the VA until they've done the things, but I said, I'll go raise the money and find somebody that we can get you the type of help that you need. And I went to Houston to talk to a doctor there, Dan Jones, who's the chief medical officer for a stem cell company now called Celtos. But he had heard of Marcus by then. Marcus's book had come out, I think, in 08 when it came out, and went to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. So people started to know who Marcus Luttrell was, knew his story, and we were able to get him the medical help that he needed. I also intervened at that time with the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mavis. And I called Ray. Ray was the former governor of Mississippi, so I learned through that role. And I told him, I said, here's what I've got. And I said, this kid is a legit American hero. And I said, our government's just completely dropped the ball on getting it. And I said, I don't want to embarrass your boss, but I said, you need to get this kid back in, reevaluate him, get him not fit for duty so he can get eligible for TRICARE, which they did. And my hat's off to them for doing that. And really just took it. The sadness of all of this, Joe, from my perspective, is Marcus Luttrell was just fortunate in a lot of different ways. That by the grace of God, he met a guy that could actually intervene and make a difference. There's literally thousands of young men and women out there today who have mental health issues that don't know about it, don't have any. And that's why I've spent however many years, it's been 17 years, helping, being open to all the different ways that we can help these young men and women. Back in 07, I helped create a foundation that buys homes. It's called Military Heroes Support Foundation. And they've given away 1,000 homes. George Strait gives away one of their homes at every one of his concerts. But even if you're living in a great home, if you're in a mansion, and your mind's not where it needs to be. You're just a lonely person, a sad person, a broken person, in a beautiful home. But I've become a complete believer in plant medicine over the course of the last 5 or 6 years in particular. And compound ibogaine, Ibogaine, that most people never heard of. That's good and bad because it doesn't have a bad rap because nobody's heard of it before. My job, our job, is to be able to educate the public about this plant medicine, this psychoactive plant medicine that absolutely is showing stunning ability to bring people back to normalcy, to reset their brains, to literally give them their lives back. I made the decision that that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my, however many years I got left. This is where I want to spend the bulk of my time, telling people about it, explaining to people how this conservative, right-wing, knuckle-dragging Republican governor became a spokesperson willing to go publicly talk about this plant medicine. That literally the data is, I think the data is, you can't argue with that. But we'll talk about a clinical trial that they did out in Stanford this last year. But that's how I went from basically being a guy that wasn't even open to having a conversation about. In 2013, I got talked into talking to a mother who had a son who's an epileptic. And she said the only thing that we can give our son that's relieving of this THC. And I was against any of the use of marijuana, medical or other, in 2013. That mother came and sat down with me. I looked at the data. I listened to her powerful story. And we passed in Texas medical use of THC for the cases of epilepsy. And that's my point with all of this, is that I'll never be, I know, I may not agree on this. I'm not for the legalization of drugs. I love Rick Dobbs. Rick and I have been on multiple stages together. A lot of the work that he did with MAPS is I'm a big supporter of. And I tell him, I said, but I'm not going to get there on the legalization of drugs. I'm just not. And I don't want to get that confused with what we're doing here. This is medically diagnosed, medically dosed, having the proper medical people there, the treatment, follow-up, all of that. And that's one of the reasons I think that our government, and thank God, Donald Trump won. I'm very open about this. That Donald Trump won this election. He's putting people into place that are open to plant medicine being used for our veterans' mental health. And so I know I've covered a pretty broad piece of landscape and all of that I just talked about. But that's how I got it. Over a 17-year period of time, I went from absolute, don't even talk to me about these drugs, to being the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine today, where, my wife probably gets tired of going places with me, and the next thing she knows, I'm talking to somebody about plant-based medicine and what I've seen and why we, as society, need to be really pushing this, talking to our congressmen, talking to our senators, talking to the people that are decision makers, and the private sector, educating the public about this so that they know that there is help. And when you add to this the clear evidence that this works on addictions, and we're talking across the board, then the populations that could be affected in a powerful and a positive way is substantial. And that's what God put us on this earth for, is to be good servants. And this, I believe, has the most powerful way to affect the most people in a positive way of anything that I've ever seen in my public service, my 40 years of public service. So I am committed to it. I'm completely and absolutely convinced that the data will back up what we're talking about. And we'll visit about this clinical trial, I'm sure,
All right, folks, it's that time of year. Everyone is on a mission to improve their health and wellness habits and set the tone for 2025 by sticking to a routine. And while sticking to a healthy routine isn't always easy, it's so worth it. And you all know that I've been using AG1 for years. It's honestly been so supportive of my foundational nutrition. AG1 is a daily health drink that combines vitamins, minerals, superfoods, and more in just one scoop. And many traditional supplements are poorly absorbed, but AG1 is designed for maximum nutrient absorption and is packed with micronutrients that are hard to get in your everyday diet. You can also add a few drops of their vitamin D3 plus K2 for added immune support. It's a game changer, especially during the winter months. So set the tone for a healthy year ahead with AG1. Simply put, it's a way to invest in your health now and in the long run. And that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free. If you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, seriously, folks, check it out. We've all been there. You're hungover, thinking about all the dumb stuff you did last night, wondering if anybody remembers. Unfortunately, someone does remember everything you do online, and they've got receipts. I'm talking about your internet provider and data brokers and every shady marketing company that gets their greedy hands on your private activity. But this year is going to be different. Give your online privacy a fresh start with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is an easy-to-use app that encrypts your online activity and reroutes it through secure servers, keeping your browsing history private from third parties. And it hides your IP address, making it impossible for data brokers to use it to track you. You don't have to be a tech genius to use ExpressVPN. No matter what device you're using, phone, tablet, laptop, or smart TV, just tap one button to make everything you do online private. It's incredibly fast. It doesn't slow down your streaming or downloading, and it lets you connect instantly to secure servers in 105 countries around the world. So, forget dry January. This year, you're going to do private January with ExpressVPN. Get 4 extra months of fresh, clean privacy protection with my special link at expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's expressvpn.com/Rogan to get 4 extra months completely free. Tap the banner to learn more. Well, I think it's a great introduction to people that don't understand the concept of plant medicine, because ibogaine is one of those drugs that is not a party drug. No one uses it recreationally. It has there's no potential whatsoever for addiction to that drug. As a matter of fact, it actually cures addiction. Somehow or other, it rewires the brain. And do you know how ibogaine was introduced into the zeitgeist?
I know.
It was Hunter S. Thompson. You get it. No, Hunter S. Thompson in the 1970s when it was Ed Muskie and George McGovern. McGovern was running for president. When during the primaries, he spread this rumor that Muskie was addicted to ibogaine. He had a Brazilian witch doctor come to visit him, and it tanked Muskie's political career.
I thought fake news was a new thing.
No. Hunter S. Thompson was the beginning of fake news. We called it gonzo journalism, you know. And what he would do is just mix in a bunch of very obviously fake things along with real things. But he was on the Dick Cavett show. See if you can find that clip. It's actually pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
This is him on the Dick. He literally decided to take this guy's political career by making up a rumor about it.
If you didn't really believe it, Muskie was using everything. I never said he was. I said it was a rumor, which was true. I started a rumor.
Basically, naming it all out.
Like, you really didn't really believe it. Muskie was using everything.
Yeah, it's just repeating itself. But yeah, it's in the Gonzo documentary. It goes into depth. He just decided the guy wasn't going to follow it, so he made up this story about being addicted to ibogaine, of all drugs, which is kind of crazy. And so that's how the public got introduced to ibogaine.
Yeah, Schedule 1 says that there is no medical purpose for this compound, whatever it might be, and that it's addictive. And ibogaine is neither.
Right.
Clearly evidence. As a matter of fact, if there was a definition of a compound that was early 70s, what Nixon was using these compounds for a political purpose. And he gathered them all up, swept them all up, put everything under Schedule 1 so he could go after his political enemies,
Yes.
using these compounds as the vehicle to do that.
Yeah. And for the last 50 plus years, people have been imprisoned on that. And that's a giant problem particularly for veterans, which is, I think, the most important use of these things, because it's going to open eyes to people that would never consider the concept of plant medicine or psychedelics. They've never considered it. But most people are so compassionate about the needs of veterans, the demands that they face, and the trials that they face when they return, the mental struggles, the amount of suicides, the amount of addiction. It's overwhelming, and they don't get any support. And people are kind of desperate, and that's what opens up the door to people considering things like yourself, considering things that would not have normally entered into your landscape.
You look at the history of how I got, and I grew up on a dry land cotton farm. About as conservative a part of the world as you can be. I went to school at Texas A&M. I wanted to be a pilot in the United States Air Force. I mean, drugs were absolutely not anything that I wanted to have anything to do with, because at that particular point in time, in the early 70s, in the mid 70s, we got drug tested on a monthly basis. No notice drug testing. You go pee in a bottle and they test you. And if there was one time that you didn't pass that drug test, you were done. And so the fear factor of drugs was driven into us. You go forward with the political messaging for those years, your brain on drugs, to say no to drugs. And on one hand, that's a good message. On the other hand, when they're used just for political purposes, and you put compounds on Schedule 1, like I did, and it can't even be used for clinical trials. It can't be medically used to see, is there some good that can come out of this? And the fascinating thing for me, Joe, is that Mexico, this is a compound that can be used. Canada, I think Australia, France. I mean, there's a host of countries around the world that allow for ibogaine to be used for clinical trials and for medical purposes. Yet we're sitting here with 20 plus veterans a day killing themselves. Yet we have a compound that clearly the data shows that this compound, appropriately used, appropriately overseen, can absolutely change lives and save lives. And for me to be able to know that, and then still see government say, no, we're not interested, is really frustrating. And it's why I'm so excited about Bobby Kennedy, Brother Jay, Brother Chow, Dr. Oz, Nolan Williams, individuals who may come into this administration with very high levels that are supportive of plant medicine. So I think we've got this great opportunity. We've been given this gift, and I hope you got members of Congress that are supportive of this on both sides of the aisle. This isn't a partisan issue of any sense of the imagination. So I'm really excited about the potential of being able to get clinical trials done, move this off Schedule 1 into worst case scenario Schedule 2, and even Schedule 3, so that we get broad amount of trials done, so that people who have questions about it can be answered, and they can see the data. We'll talk about this clinical trial out of Stanford. It's just stunning results.
Well, let's talk about that. What ones of the
Ronnie, you want to put that one? You want me to take it?
I don't know if I did.
In 2018, isn't that perfect? In 2018, individuals by the name of Amber and Marcus Capone founded an organization called VETS, Veterans Exploring Treatment Solutions. Marcus Capone had been a special operator, and he had done multiple tours in both Afghanistan and Iraq. When he came home, finally from war, Amber described an individual who bore no resemblance to the man that she married. He came home as a severely traumatized individual and was met by a system which could not in any way effectively address the nature of his trauma. Recognizing that his life was at stake, as well as the future of her family, she became desperate and unwound and discovered the existence of a compound called Rabbi. She made arrangements with Marcus to receive treatment from an individual by the name of Martine Greenway, who operated a clinical operation called Mission Review. Amber advanced a last shot at saving her family, sent him to Mexico to receive Rabbi treatment. She said when he returned, he came back as the man she remembered marrying him before he ever went to war. As they learned about other friends of theirs who were coming back home with similar circumstances on the verge of familial dissolution, with Marcus and his friends on the verge of suicide, they began just as a family to put money together to send a close circle of individuals down to receive this treatment. They came together to form VETS, and since 2018, over 1,000 veterans have traveled to Manio Clinic, south of Tijuana, to receive IVD treatment for symptoms of traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder. Because of the miraculous outcomes which were endorsed by the veterans who were receiving this treatment, a group of philanthropists funded a study at Stanford University, which was led by Dr. Norman Williams. And over the course of several years, a cohort of 30 veterans were evaluated before and after Navigate treatment. They were evaluated comprehensively through the administration of psychological tests to quantify and measure the relation of their symptoms. They underwent pre- and post-treatment MRI scans. These scans were compared against a database which had been compiled of hundreds of thousands of healthy adult brains covering the human lifespan. And through an algorithmic assessment, the question was, what was the physiological effect upon the human brain, if any, to explain these miraculous outcomes were veterans who were on the verge of suicide, who had been paralyzed by symptomatology associated with profound anxiety, profound depression. In many cases, veterans who were prescribed in a way of habituating pharmacology which ineffectively addressed their symptomatology were not just back to what they could do before they experienced the trauma, but had been removed from that pharmacology. The results of that study are nothing short of miraculous when it comes to the way in which Navigate has been revealed to have significant neurodegenerative qualities that impact the human brain, with profound implications for conditions for which there are no current effective treatments. Specifically, the white matter that covers the surface of our brains, which is the highway across which all of our thoughts and impulses travel, grew and thickened in size across the entire surface of each of these veterans' brains. The centers of the brain responsible for emotional regulation and executive function grew in size. The average reversal of brain age among this cohort of 30 veterans was 1.5 years, with the top 5 among the cohort seeing a reversal of brain age of almost 5 years. Right now, there are individuals who live offshore from the United States who are using Navigator to effectively treat symptoms associated with multiple sclerosis, Lyme disease, and Parkinson's disease. Just about 2 weeks ago, Governor Green had the privilege of spending some time with a researcher who is based out of the University of Zurich in Switzerland. This researcher has developed a protocol for the treatment of Parkinson's symptoms with Ibogaine. We had the privilege of visiting with one of his patients who wishes to remain anonymous, as well as a family member of this patient. We were shown a video whereby this individual had developed Parkinson's disease at the age of 41, yet had advanced aggressively by age 51. This tumor was completely dead fast. As a last resort, he underwent an invasive intracranial surgical procedure called deep brain stimulation, where they drilled holes through the skull and implanted electrodes, which were designed to stimulate the production of what is called glial growth factor, which essentially stimulates the dopamine receptors to produce dopamine, the absence of which is indicated in the development of Parkinson's disease. And how this gentleman was moving dead fast, he was not able to volitionally control his bodily movements. The video we saw demonstrated his attempts to stand and walk, and the ability to walk was non-existent. After he had undergone the deep brain stimulation, he signed up for euthanasia services in the country in which he lives because of his legal, and he was in Israel. He underwent a 4-week course of open calibration with low-dose Ibogaine did not produce a psychoactive experience, and at the end of those 4 weeks, that gentleman was able to stand, walk, and function as a normal human being. The outcome is nothing short of miraculous.
His mother said that he rode his bike every day. I mean, I'm telling you, Joe, this is the most stunning. I mean, it's a short video. I get it. It's anecdotal. But for my purposes, it was just backing up what we have seen, what we've learned about how Ibogaine now. The treatments down in Mexico are flood doses. This was a microdose that they did over there. But again, it gets to my point that this is exactly why we, as the United States, and with our medical capacity in this country, need to be doing this type of clinical trials so that we find out, is this really what we think it is? And if it is, this needs to be widespread treatment for MS, for Parkinson's, for addictions, for PTSD, for traumatic brain. See, I think we're on the cusp of some extraordinary medical breakthroughs because of this compound.
Dr. Williams said, and I agree, that Ibogaine is the most sophisticated medication on the planet. The results of the Stanford study, published by a top 5 medical research journal, Nature Medicine, on January 5th, 2024. An organization called the Brain Health Research Foundation named that study as its #2 study in terms of neuropharmacology in the world of 2024. That any system which maintains Ibogaine's criminality is in fact criminal and needs to be tore apart with rubber.
It does seem like a miraculous compound. And what's fascinating to me is that how little was known about it until just basically a decade or so that it started making its way into the zeitgeist. And primarily, I heard about it from people. My friend Ed Clay was the first person I heard about it. He became addicted to pills with a back injury, and he started talking about it. He went to Mexico and got treated, and then he wound up opening up a center in Mexico. And since then, I've known quite a few veterans, mostly veterans, that they've been led there by other veterans, guys who've gotten help, new friends that have gotten help that way, sent them down there. Every single one of them that have come back from that has had a miraculous result. But it's almost like too good to promise. So when you talk about it, like, there's so many people probably listening to this that are out there at the end of it. And they're hearing this and don't get it.
There's nothing practical.
If it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true.
Right.
But I would have said that myself until I've seen with my own eyes. I've been studying this. You asked a little bit more about in 2017, I went to Washington to be the Secretary of Energy. I asked Morgan, which Marcus's twin brother, former Navy SEAL, was working on his PhD in brain science, if he would put that on hold and come with me up to DC to work with the Department of Energy. And Morgan did. And he was over in a part of the agency where we have oversight of all the supercomputers, both the supercomputers in the United States, our national labs. And we have some partnerships with different universities, University of San Francisco, University of California, San Francisco, and a researcher out there named Jeffrey Mann, MD, PhD, and he was doing some studies on the brain, for traumatic brain injury. And they were scanning the brain using our supercomputers at the Department of Energy. And Morgan was helping him oversee that as they were going through it because of his obvious background, his study on brain science and what have you. And that's the first time I ever heard about anyone going to Mexico to be treated with this plant medicine through Morgan. And I kind of picked it up, in that conversation that he was having, and kind of put me back on the heels a little bit. So, you be careful with that. Yes, sir. But anyway, that was where I heard about ibogaine for the first time. It was in probably late 2017 or 2018. And then as I started educating myself about it, I was curious about it. Does it work and why does it work? Then it's led to this study. Dr. Nolan Williams, PhD, MD at Stanford, oversaw a study that Brian just did a fabulous job of laying out there. 30 vets, they all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were all given a clinical psychological exam that put them into the moderate to severe PTSD range. Some of them had traumatic brain injury, some of them had alcohol issues. I think 8 out of 30 had tried to kill themselves. This was a highly overseen group that were treated, and the results, 88% of those individuals 6 months later had zero, not a little bit better, they had zero symptoms of PTSD. And I talked to Nolan a few days ago, and it appears that even after a year that these symptoms are gone. This is stunningly powerful work. And again, I sound like a broken record, but this is the reason this country needs to put this into place so that we can clinically trial it at various and sundry places across this country, at the VA, at some of our great medical institutions, the private sector. If this is what we think it is, this could be the greatest medicine brought to mankind in history.
And it takes someone like you. It takes some Republicans, straight-laced guys, a governor. When you're coming out and talking about something like this, that's gonna open up a lot of people's eyes.
I had a political consultant when I first started being public about this. A young man, in this case, called me up and he said, hey, I heard you talking about this plant-based medicine, use the psychedelics. What do you do? He said, you're fixing to throw away 40 years of building up a good conservative reputation. He said, you need to be really careful with this. What are you doing? And I told him, I said, listen, I get your concern. I understand. But I said 2 things. Number one, I spent a lot of time studying this. I said, I've read, I've talked to people. I've been to Mexico gone down and really put my arms around it. I said, I'm convinced that this data is what it is. And we need to move forward. But I said, I'll tell you what's even more important for me. My reputation is not worth more than our lives. And that's what drives me, is that what I've seen, I believe. And I'm willing to put my reputation on the line. And I think, when we see people like Marcus Luttrell and Morgan Luttrell and other members of Congress who have been treated and publicly talked about that they have been to Mexico and they've been treated, Morgan will tell you it saved his marriage. Marcus will tell you it saved his life. That's powerful stuff.
It's powerful stuff. Yeah. Do you know Sean Ryan?
I know who he is.
Yeah, Sean Ryan had a very similar experience. Obviously veteran, podcast. Yeah, huge podcast. It's just there's so many stories. It's too much to ignore, and it's again, it's veterans, the people that we owe the most to, that have been ignored the most, and they come back with the biggest burden, and there's no help for them. But yet there's this thing, and it's for some asinine reason, from 1970, was put on Schedule 1 list. And because of that, we can't look at it and consider it as a treatment option.
It's interesting what you just said, how we've mistreated our veterans. And I think this is really important. Brian saw it firsthand over Kentucky. You think about, I started going down to Brooks Army Medical Center in the burn center down there in 05. When kids started coming back from IED blasts and burned or traumatized. And my sister-in-law worked down there. I'm the governor. I go down checking on some of the Texas kids who show up there, kids that from other places as well. But that's where I started seeing, I'd walk into burn center and there'd be a kid with a lollipop. There was an opioid. And our government started literally handing out sacks full of opioids and tapping these kids on the butt and saying, we'll see it. And we literally addicted a generation of our warfighters who got wounded both physically and mentally. And the government was giving them all of these opioids. Then they're masking that with alcohol. They're sitting around going, gosh, I wonder why I did it. And fucking killed themselves. And we were the reason, because the government did such a poor job of dealing with this issue in the mid-2000s as we were, we've been at war for 20 years now. I mean, when I think about the history of civilization, has there ever been a time when a group of warfighters were ever in this much conflict for this long period of time? I can't think of it. You go back, all the way to prehistoric times. We fought wars for short periods of time, and we spent a lot of time walking from one place to another. You just go back into America's history and the Revolutionary and then the Civil War. My grandfather was engaged in that conflict, and he wrote a book about it, and he talked about walking for weeks through mud and bad conditions, and then they fought for maybe 48 hours, and then you go through up into World War I, spend a little bit more time in combat, World War II, and we started seeing people who were affected. What we call it shell shock, World War II. Then Vietnam came along, and these young men were in conflict for a long period. We have literally had, particularly our special operators, the Force Recon guys, the Delta Force guys, the Navy SEALs, Army Rangers, where they literally are in combat for weeks at a time, months at a time, and even when they're out of direct conflict, because of that environment that they're in, they're always, their hormone levels, are through the roof, because they're always on, head on a swivel, looking around. Is that person walking in here with the shawl on? Does it have a explosive in it. Always on the fear of being attacked, being harmed, student growth, and that's these kids are all a bunch of guinea pigs from the standpoint of how these traumatic events affect them. And our government's failed. And this is an opportunity for our government, both at the federal level and in the state level. And that's the reason that Brian has come to Texas to help us with the Texas Ibogaine Initiative. We're going to be introducing to the Texas legislature an initiative for a clinical trial on Ibogaine. I don't know all the details of it. Brian's probably got a better handle on it than me from that standpoint. But I look at this as we've been given this great gift of parallel track with the federal government with these individuals that hopefully are going to be coming in at HHS, at all of the under agencies that are involved there. And at the same time, Texas going with a parallel legislation to both educate the public about Ibogaine and to do clinical trials so that we've got data to back up the education process as well.
Brian, could you explain what is the unique pathway that allows Ibogaine to help people with addictions? Because it's a very unusual thing that it does to people.
If I might provide some historical context on the reality that you have just articulated. In 1962, a heroin addict by the name of Howard Rothschild, who's the widow, is still living in New York City. He was part of the underground subculture in the 60s, almost the Guinness. And Howard came into contact with Rabbi in 1962, and he took it out of curiosity just to see what would occur. After he took it, he discovered that his desire for heroin had vanished, despite a 10-year hardcore dependency. Howard went on to study Glick, gentleman by the name of Dave Field, joined also by a guy by the name of Dr. Kenneth Hunt, the original pioneers, who essentially engaged in decades-long process of developing observational field data, which demonstrated that Ibogaine had the unique ability to resolve physiological dependence on opioids. The mechanism of action was not understood and is still not understood. What is known is that the opioid-dependent brain does not have the capacity to produce its own dopamine and serotonin. Dopamine and serotonin are our baseline survival chemicals. They drive all of our most fundamental human instincts. They drive to eat, they drive to drink, they drive to procreate. The human body's natural physical capacity to produce dopamine at its maximum, as measured in what's called nanograms per deciliter, is 125 nanograms per deciliter. Opioids produce a dopamine response of 925 nanograms per deciliter, exceeded only by meth, which produces a dopamine response of 1100 nanograms per deciliter. For years, individuals with opioid dependence played out in this country. With the detonation of OxyContin in the Appalachian Mountains in 1996, for years we looked at this problem as one of profound failure by those who know themselves trapped in addiction. What I learned when I was in government was that was completely wrong. What we are seeing are the results of the profound neurochemical damage and explosive shutdown of dopamine and serotonin in the brain due to opioid exposure. Ibogaine has the unique ability to restore the brain's dopamine and serotonin production to its pre-opioid exposure levels within 36 to 48 hours, thereby fully resolving physiological opioid dependence with a single administration for 80% of individuals the first time. That number goes to 97% with a second supportive dose. It is extraordinary, as actually can be considered the outcomes that are produced by our existing treatment system. Addiction currently, you have two pathways. One is abstinence, and the other is what's called medication, or opioid disorder, or what I refer to as opioid maintenance treatment. Outcomes associated with abstinence are essentially a rate of success of 70%. And the reason is because it takes the brain 18 months of complete abstinence from opioids to recover its own individual dopamine and serotonin production. You have to be completely abstinent for 18 months before the brain begins to heal. I believe short of that, 48 hours. It is something that is not understood, but it's concrete and real. One other thing that's important to mention is physiological problems. Ibogaine can produce miraculous outcomes for individuals who find themselves substance dependent. Its applications haven't just been successful when it comes to opioid dependency. It is the only substance to successfully treat meth dependency. And when we consider that the current street economy with prevailing combination is fentanyl and meth, there is no more circumstance to demand the accelerated development of this therapeutic than the current reality of drug abuse and death in America. In the risk comes with misadministration. There is a significant cardiac risk which accompanies Ibogaine. It has the propensity to prolong the beats between the heart, or what is called prolonged QT interval. The fancy word for it is precise syndrome. If an individual is given Ibogaine improperly, it will slow and stop their heart and they will die. This is a very serious medication, and it must at all times be administered by a medical professional with background in interventional cardiology, supported by a nursing team that can deliver the administration of atropine to stabilize the heart's rhythm if it goes out of whack during the course of treatment. The other important thing to note is, though that risk exists, it can be fully and completely mitigated by the co-administration of magnesium, a methodology that the best practice clinics in Mexico. I've had the privilege of going to two. The first was previously mentioned, which is in the south of Tijuana. The other was called Beyond, and it is in Cancun. BEO, yes, sir. Both of those clinics utilize the administration of magnesium in order to prevent the exercise. I explain all this to say to the audience, do not, under any circumstances, try to overcome the mindful self-administration. Do not free venture out into the world looking for any old clinic. Be very careful and select. There are informational websites. One is maintained by General Mulligan of Interventional Ibogaine, which has a list of providers. As I said, I went to both Abbeville and Beyond. They are clinical operations that adhere to the absolute best standards of safety. And you want to make sure that you have a room that you're sending them to a place that recognizes that Ibogaine is the very best possible beginning that you can get an individual to restore their lives.
Working on a project, my friend. I hope you're having a good day.
Associated with addiction. I want to make sure that the clinical staff is comprised of high-credentialed physicians, nurses with intensive care
Robots
certification,
that I'm making for Twitch and
this particular medication, and who also have experience with it. It means going to every weekend and support
with the exercise.
environment by you all in the community that is connected to your humanity, where you have the ability to receive services that heal your mind, your body, and your soul.
Okay. Yeah.
And it can actually,
That's disgusting.
it sounds so crazy that this is, and it sounds so crazy. This is so beneficial. But it's taken so long. Here we are, 2024. You know,
Thank you
All
for
the 54
running
years
my
of all
life.
this stuff, and we're still dealing with the repercussions of his political position. Essentially,
Everything in your neck of the woods, everything good?
is it on now? Please. I'm going to have to start at the beginning, and I will try to do this economically producing efforts as possible. I was raised in one of Chinese coding
It's been thus
Russell
far
Code Virginia,
pretty good.
which economically and
Do
culturally
my best to
has
catch
much
up
more
on
sense
sleep.
to
It's
East
been,
Kentucky
I've been up pretty late recently,
and
and
Virginia.
yeah, overall,
Grandmothers, great
my
school
family's
education,
hard, and yeah,
mothers who stopped attending school in the cities. Both were at the age of 16. I'm not sure that's not 43%.
no, I don't have anything that
Has been generational deaths
I'm here for. And I'm not
effects
I'm not
of substance abuse as well as injury.
when I was employed, I certainly did, but that's right now.
This is the environment in which my parents grew up. They married early. My first memories as a child were of screaming, cussing, and chaos. I can remember my grandmothers who lived incredible lives. My mother's daughter was 16.
Well, I would say maybe, and I built my car, and then like in the summer, we done projects for cryptocurrency, and they paid very well, so I made $1,000. And if I have to do the spring off, do another project or two, to make enough money, my rent, about $1,000 a month, so I did $1,000 a month. And then, I've got food costs and stuff, but I do my best to keep my any kind of bills down. So like I don't have Netflix, and don't do Google, and I don't need car insurance anymore. And so overall, each month, my months are about $1,500 $1,500. And so I just have to plan that out. Usually I do a project for anywhere between $1,000 to up to like $120,000. And that just allows me to live.
And affirmation of our spiritual significance. The chances are,
I considered
certainly
working full time
I would be
just because it wears on me just not being able to, afford a car and all the other things that I like to do. But this takes up a lot of my life. It's live streaming the program, not necessarily talking about my project. So I haven't had to think of that, but I consider it. I consider going back working remotely. But right now, I just have a few more months that I can just get everything I buy a little bit of cannabis every now and then, and just I don't have, fortunately, like any major medical issues. I don't need any.
I was raised along with my brother
I don't
to
need
recognize
any
benchmarks of success is becoming not a doctor,
medicine,
but much good.
and I don't have any
Science, right and top.
That's good.
And I was also
My glasses, that's a little bit of cost that I have to do every year.
justice and equity. So the AI optimism and undergrad wonderful time. And then I went to law school. And about 50% of the position of significance to the learned. All of those things that last year was to destroy from my early at the end of the education process, I came to know and to understand.
But yeah, generally,
Nothing to do with any of those things.
sometimes people in cryptocurrency
determined
you know, a
speed,
few $100 here,
and
there.
always so
Doesn't
that
hurt.
it is used to produce predetermined manipulated outcomes against judges who drive results based on their own individual biases, predilections, and preferences. Because it holds such debt, my first job was to just get a job. And I found myself